You've waited all year, and now it's time. The largest event purse in United Kennel Club history. The field is whittled down from over 1,300 qualifiers. 96 of the best advance to the finals and take their shot at the $250,000 total purse. It's the United Kennel Club's Tournament of Champions. Who will go home with $50,000? Let's make history. It's time. Are you ready?
Welcome to the 2024 United Kennel Club Tournament of Champions. I'm Jamie Estep. I will be your host over the next 2 nights here in Greencastle, Indiana. We have an action-packed program for you, and I'm going to be helping break down the 2 nights as we prepare to crown our next Tournament of Champions winner. But before we want to go into that, we want to take time to mention how proud we are to have 2 outstanding partners. The United Kennel Club 2 official partners. The first up is Eukanuba, our official performance dog nutrition partner, and we also want to mention our official GPS collar partner, Dogtra. And speaking of Dogtra, in just in a few minutes, we will have with us Nicholas Jensen from Dogtra. He is our Pathfinder 2 specialist, and we was able to sit down and talk with him earlier, and he's going to share with us some features about the Pathfinder 2. You will find that interesting. But to start tonight's program off, let's jump back just a bit and let's find out how we got to where we're at here tonight. Here at the Tournament of Champions, we've kind of changed the program up just a little bit. There were 6 regions, as most of you know that, and 850 dogs competed at these 6 regions. There was over 1,400 dogs qualified, and again, 850 competed. Last night, 94 dogs confirmed and hunted for the coveted $50,000 first place prize. Now let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk about check-in. If you have never been able to participate in the Tournament of Champions and make it to the finals here in Greencastle, I would encourage you to really work hard to see that happen in 2025. There's no greater venue in the coonhound world. The barn, the title, the name is 3 Fat Labs, and what a fantastic facility and place in which they do this hunt. Once the hunters checked in, they were able to go and meet Dogtra. Dogtra was able to go over some of the products of which they're coming out with, and also there they were able to meet Nicholas Jensen, our Pathfinder 2 specialist, and learn some things about the product. And I always find it fun at the check-in time. You get to meet hunters, talk to hunters that you know throughout the year, and just a great time. The dinner, amazing. It was pot roast, the vegetables, the salad was actually very good, and just a great dinner that's provided for all the hunters, the participants, the owners, the judges, the guides. It's just a great time to see people come together, almost like a family reunion type thing. All the winter photos was taken, and then just a little bit after dinner, cast was drawn, and again, 94 dogs went to the woods for a great night of hunting. And so tonight, we're going to see a double header. A little different. Last night was single round 1. Tonight we're going to be having round 2 and round 3. A little bit later, I will be joined by my 2 partners, Steve Burkholder and Rick Stretch, 2 familiar faces, our celebrity guest, the pros, and they'll be joining us just a little bit later, and we're going to look back and take a glance at these casts. I think you will enjoy that. And then in round 3, when we send our 6 dogs out in a head-to-head format, the winner of those 3 casts will make our final 3 for tomorrow night. On Saturday night, I wanted to just follow up with that and say this. On Saturday night, make sure that you join us at 8:30 Eastern Time for our live TOC final round play-by-play, where we'll send out, as I said, the final 3 dogs, and at the conclusion, we'll be handing out the Tournament of Champions trophy and the covenant $50,000 prize. Make sure you go and check out all of our social channels and hashtag your dogs that do more. Now, before we come back with Steve Burkholder and Rick Stretch, let's hear a word from our sponsors and my sit down with Nicholas Jensen from Dogtra.
The United Kennel Club's Tournament of Champions is brought to you by our official performance dog nutrition partner, Eukanuba. Fuel up, train hard, get after it. And by our official GPS collar partner, Dogtra. Make every dog exceptional.
Welcome, I am Jamie Estep, and I'm joined today with Nicholas Jensen with Dogtra. Nicholas is a Pathfinders specialist with Dogtra, and we're excited to have him today and learn some things about our official sponsor, Dogtra. Nicholas, take off from here and tell us what you got today.
Absolutely, Jamie. So one of the biggest things I want to touch on is, and actually just right now, we have over 30 qualifiers that are out here competing this weekend. So again, to all our Dogtra competition field staff, good luck and way to go, guys.
All right.
First couple things I want to touch on is going to be recorded hunts. This is an amazing feature that I think anybody, competitor or anybody who uses Pathfinder 2 should really take advantage of. This again gives us the ability to record our sessions and then replay, download and replay later for review. Again, exceptional if you're trying to improve on your dog's times. Next thing, of course, is going to be offline maps. This is a big, important feature if you're going anywhere with an unreliable cell phone signal or just any signal in general. You can download your maps and get ready to go for off-the-grid fun. Lastly, of course, is going to be your alerts and notifications. This provides alerts and notifications if the dog's running, training, or on point.
That's awesome. Now, we have some questions here. A couple of them I'm interested in myself. You and I have talked a little bit here. So let's kind of jump in here and see if we can answer some questions for our viewers here today. Can you provide me some insights on how a competitor, a hunter, participant, can use the Pathfinder 2 GPS tracking system to help them better prepare to compete in a major event like this for $50,000?
Yeah, absolutely, Jamie. This is a great feature, and again, any hunter or competitor should definitely take advantage of it, especially when we're going out in areas with unreliable signal. Again, they won't have to run into this with a quick little setup before you leave your house. Again, once you have the app downloaded, you download your maps with a good cell service or good Wi-Fi. Once you got that going, the unit is ready to go off the grid. You head off the grid, of course, with Bluetooth and GPS satellites. The system operates independently of cell service and Wi-Fi at that point. And again, I just want to emphasize this is a great way to really head off the grid for offline use, offline maps, and offline reliability.
So when you download that map of that area that you're going to be out of service, that map stays there.
That map is there on the phone, and also it's unlimited downloads. So if you didn't download the right area or you didn't get the area that you wanted, you can go ahead and download again. If you go to another location, you could download again. It's unlimited downloads.
That's cool. That's very, very cool. Some of the interesting features that you would know about that maybe I, as a individual person that maybe not be the most knowledgeable concerning Dogtra. We know the offline maps. We hear a lot of people talk about that. I can say that would be very, very handy. But can you break down other features that might be beneficial to a hunter and how that it can benefit as well?
Absolutely. So again, this Pathfinder system is utilized by competitors and hunters and everybody alike. And one of the biggest things that I think is really a good touching point on is the price point. Again, it's $429.99 to get started with a complete GPS track and training system. Second off, app's completely free. The maps are free. It's provided by Mapbox, which is the same service that Onyx uses. It's a fantastic service with unlimited downloads, again, free with the system. This is a win-win for anybody just getting started.
Now, when you say $429 for track and train, that means the ability to track and the ability to tone or control.
Correct, sir.
That's what
Absolutely.
you're talking. I thought that's what. Just wanted to clarify that for our folks that are our hunters that are watching.
Yes, sir.
I know we have a lot of competition hunters that are watching us today, but there's also a lot of what we would call pleasure hunters, that people that don't participate, that they do our sport, they enjoy it, and it's their passion still yet. What are some things that they could use this for as well? Because we know the offline maps would benefit them, the tracking and training, but what are some other things that that can be done with
Absolutely, Jamie. Great question. On that note, we have a full library of Dogtra tutorials tutorials on Dr. YouTube for you guys to watch. So if you guys have any questions about any features that are going on, that's a great source of information, such as being able to set up your function button on your connector for correction on the fly. But I'm going to touch on a couple of my favorite key points that I think are really good. First of all is going to be sharing location. I can actually share my location with another hunting buddy to where I can see where his dogs are on my map and he can see where my dogs are on his map. As long as we're both Pathfinder 2 users, they will both communicate. Next is going to be smartwatch capability. This was a game changer when it absolutely came out. The ability to look at your watch, see where your dog is, what your dog's doing, notifications as well, and then be able to provide correction and compass just from the watch is absolutely phenomenal. Lastly, of course, is going to be the offline reliability. This is the #1 question I think I get asked most in our business, is essentially, how do I get off the grid with no cell service, no Wi-Fi, and still be able to rely and count on this system to work for me? Now, a lot of it just comes from GPS satellites and Bluetooth technology. Once you've downloaded your information, you're able to go off the grid for fun, live tracking of the dog, and just be able to, take care of it what you need to.
Yeah. Now, for me, I'm going to just say that the tutorials is for folks like me that you would be like, oh, help me. They're very beneficial. They're able to learn. And do you see a lot of people taking part in that?
Absolutely. A majority of the user tutorials that we've made are actually from user questions yourself. So essentially, how do I download my offline maps? How do I set up for offline use? We have all those videos that are in there as well. Also, how to be able to do geofence and all that good stuff to be able to set it up.
Now, what are you talking about geofence? I think I know, but I want to ask that.
So geofence is the ability, so like hunters, for example, we want to keep our dogs within a certain range and be able to be notified if the dogs start getting close to those boundaries. So geofence is just a digital perimeter that provides notifications.
Really? So it's just something to use right around your house?
Around your house, or if you're hunting somewhere near private or public land and you want to be able to keep your dogs where you're at, you can contain them within an area and actually be notified that the dogs are getting close to that boundary.
Wow, that's a cool feature. Now, when you said we could share, this system also could be used not as a tracking system. It could be a basic GPS system as well.
Well, yeah, so it's a GPS track and training system. Of course, with UKC or anything like that, a lot of our gentlemen will have the TRX version, which is going to be the tracking only collar.
Yes.
So it has no ability for output of stimulation. So in that sense, yes, it is purely a GPS system. But in the conjunction of buying a complete Pathfinder 2 system with correction, you can do GPS track and training, again, either from the phone, the watch, or from the connector function button itself.
Okay, that's interesting. Because I was thinking if I could get my buddy to do one and me do one, I could find all of his deer stands if I know where he's marking them.
You can actually drop points of interest on our app to be able to mark such things as like your buddy's
That's
hunting.
what my thinking is. So I thought that was a cool idea there. So that's interesting. One of the other things that I hear a lot of people talk about is the very clear maps. Can you speak to that? What do people see when they're looking on their phones? And then another follow-up question is how does your phone hold up to the app on the charge?
Yeah. So one of the biggest things that goes into it is, of course, touching on the first part, is it holding up. How does it hold up on the charge? Again, being mobile-based, you can lower your screen brightness. There's several things that we can always do to kind of utilize and make the most out of our battery. Background app refreshes. Do we need to have our mail giving us notifications all the time? Do we need to have Facebook notifications all the time? So disabling some of those features will make good use of the battery life of the phone. Also, you don't necessarily have to have a phone with an active cell subscription. So we can use an older phone that's tucked in a drawer as long as it's able to download and connect to the Google Play or App Store. You can download whatever information you want and be able to operate the system off an older phone. Trust me, I understand about taking an iPhone 13 out in the middle of nowhere. That's always a fun one. Okay,
so that's something that I hear a lot of times people ask, and was just wondered. Is there anything else that you would, as a specialist that knows this system, prepared this system, works on this system, sells this system, services this system, helps folks with this system, is there anything else that you would want the viewers to know that would, if they're sitting here and they're having questions. Do I buy this product? Do I not?
Yeah.
What would be something that you would say to them that would be a selling feature that is a must that you have learned over your, and I think you told me off camera, 5 years been doing this.
5 years.
5 years been
Absolutely.
doing it.
It's been a blast.
So what would be something maybe that would make me go buy a product?
Absolutely. So again, touching on offline reliability, once we download our information and everything we need, we do not need cell service or Wi-Fi to operate. Just need a good clear line to the sky, and then you got all the GPS you need. The system then operates or communicates via Bluetooth at that point. So again, that was one of the biggest concerns that I've ever heard from anybody is, what do I do if I don't have cell signal? Just at your hotel or before you head out, just download your app and download your maps and you're good to go.
So the download typically doesn't take long if you have good service.
Download doesn't take long at all. And then outside of that is going to be, of course, going to be the unlimited downloads for the maps. Again, no subscription fee, no mapping software you have to pay for. It's all included, again, free with the app. And again, the last thing I always touch on is going to be the price point.
Yeah.
$429.99 gets you everything you need out the door, including fantastic app, amazing maps, and everything you need to get going.
Well, I can tell you from my standpoint, I just want to say thank you for being here and for Dogtra partnering with UKC and being a sponsor, and from a houndsman that helps us take care of what we enjoy and love to do in hunting our dogs. I truly appreciate the effort in that, and just thank you so much for doing that, and we just appreciate it. And so we hope you have a great day, and again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jamie. It was an absolute pleasure.
All right, you too. We'll be right back.
Clayton Stark here, getting ready to take the dogs to the woods tonight using the Dogtra Pathfinder 2 GPS tracking system.
Did you know that your monthly subscription to Coonhound Bloodlines comes packed with upcoming UKC event information, official UKC event results, and articles of interest about coon hunting? It sure does. Read about the top competition hunters and hounds, as well as stories about pleasure hunting and bench show hounds. Subscribe today or renew online at shop.ukcdogs.com. Check out the United Kennel Club online store for all of our magazine subscriptions and UKC merchandise. Go to shop.ukcdogs.com and you'll find all the best gear to support your UKC lifestyle. Snag a new hat, hoodie, or t-shirt and subscribe to our many publications, including our world-leading coonhound publication, Coonhound Bloodlines. We even have research pedigrees and rule books available to purchase. Why wait? Shop now.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
Guess what? We have a podcast. The all-new United Kennel Club podcast will not only feature great guests, living the sporting dog life, but also rules and sport updates. Tune into the Hunting Ops podcasts with Ellen Gingrich and Trevor Wade to hear the latest coonhound rules and updates, beagle rules and updates, and all breaking news about UKC Hunting Ops programs. Hear it right here first. Subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss out.
And welcome back today to the UKC Tournament of Champions here in Greencastle, Indiana. I again am Jamie Estep, your host for tonight and tomorrow night, and I'm joined by Mr. Steve Burkholder and Rick Stretch. Guys, how are you doing today?
We're doing good as far as I can tell.
Doing great.
Are you ready for tonight?
Excited.
Excited?
Yeah.
You look it. You got it going on, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Well, we are ready. We're excited. It's a lot of fun to be here with you, but as I know for these guys and myself, we're glad that you're here, and we want you to just enjoy yourself and have a great time with us. We're ready to start our round 2 analysis of and meet some of the 6 cast winners that will be coming back in, and we're getting ready to meet them. And helping us over at the Hunt headquarters is Trevor Wade. Most of you know Trevor, and Trevor is our field reporter. Trevor will be introducing to us our round 2 winners before they head out for round 3. I'm not sure, is he ready for us tonight? Trevor, are you ready for us? We're checking to see if Trevor is ready. So guys, let's just talk just a moment here to why we're seeing with Trevor going. We're down to 24 dogs. All of us have got to see those winners, got to meet some of those winners and things of that. And tell me some things that you guys picked up on today that maybe that you could tell our viewers about.
Well, what I realized today was how good the scores were last night and how close some of these casts were. We had multiple casts out there last night that were determined between 2 or 3 dogs by 100 points, one cast by 25 points. It was a lot of shootouts in last night's matchups. And we saw the cream of the crop advance to today.
Yeah, and I think, not to cut you off, but I think we heard an announcement today, the average score, the average win was like 400 or right
375, I believe is what he came up with.
Right at 375.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And so that's 2 coons basically, or maybe 3, depending on how it would fall.
Right.
So,
I think there was 108.
There was an average of 4.5. I think it was right around 4.5 scored on per cast, which is remarkable for at this level. Yeah, for sure.
What jumped out to you? What did you see?
Just the 24 dogs that have advanced to this point. It's an incredible lineup. It may be the best. Not to take anything away from any hunt that we've ever had, because we've had some incredible hunts. But I think across the board, the 24 dogs that we have here is probably the best 24 lineup that from my memory in the last 3-4 years across the board. It's just an incredible. I mean, these dogs have won. I was doing some math today and asking some of these handlers. These dogs combined have won well over $1 million. With one of them being in our era the number one, money winner of all time. Regardless if it's in many different events.
And I'm not sure if folks have put it together when they were seeing the cast breakdown. One cast in particular had 3 handlers, and 3 handlers had won world championships.
Cast one tonight. Cast one. I mean, they're 3 out of the 4 was world champions. Yeah. So really incredible, honestly.
And have we found Trevor? Are we ready to see him? All right, we're going to get a report from the Hunt headquarters, guys. Hang on, here we go.
Hey guys, we're out here at the 3 Fat Labs event barn. It's been a busy day already. We got here about 3 o'clock. People started rolling in. 5 o'clock we had some food and some live music by Wurzo Miller. The casts are out in the woods right now. We got word that scorecards are heading in, so we should have some live updates coming soon. We're all here anxiously waiting, just as you guys are, so we're ready for it.
All right, well, we're back here at their live set now. So guys, what we're going to do before we get some live reports of casts coming in, we're going to talk about the cast tonight. We've got 6 casts out, 24 dogs, and let's just kind of go to Rick right now. Rick, you have cast 1 there. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
I do have, and this is the cast that we have 3 world champion handlers on here. All right. And the first dog we'll glance at here is Big Money's Collar Me Up. And he's owned by Kevin Cable and Fred Thones. And Kevin's doing the handling on him. He won his cast last night with 350 plus. He had 375 total with a 25 minus. So that's a dog that goes back to Kevin's Big Money dog for sure. Then another dog in that cast, another world champion handler, J.R. Gray, is handling his own Willie's Insane Cane. And she won her cast last night with 350 plus. So there's where that 375 average, these scores here is where we're coming up with that. JR owns that dog with Ellis Keene. Another world champion handler here, Ricky Bryant, and he's handling a dog called Double Whacked Blackjack that's owned by A.J. Brenner. And he had a score last night of 525 plus. Looked like he had first tree on 2 coons and a second tree on another. And those guys, AJ's out of Ohio there and Ricky's out of Michigan.
Okay.
And then the last dog on the cast, Freak of Nature, he qualified at the Tennessee zone with 2 cast wins and 650 plus down there. And he won his cast by treeing 2 coons with a last strike and first tree on both of them. And so, yeah, that's a Walter Hickman owned dog, and Josh Craig is handling that dog.
Okay. So that's cast number 1. And then now we'll move to cast number 2 and let our folks know who is in cast number 2. So go ahead with cast number 2.
Cast 2, the first handler we see here in first dog is Showtime Style, handled by Cody Sheets. And Kenny Zussman and Clarence Justice own that dog. You can remember they qualified up there at the Mount Gilead zone. Both them guys out of Langsville, Ohio. They normally you don't see this out of Style. He normally a little bit of a lower scoring dog, but last night he poured it on and he scored 750 plus in that cast there.
Yeah, I've hunted with this dog quite a bit.
Oh,
he's a coon treer.
He's one of the best. One of the best. The second dog in that cast is Whisper Ridge All the Rage. He's owned by Zach Faircloth and handled by, I believe Zach's handling him tonight. He's got a backup handler there of Kurt Sparks. He also come out of the Ohio zone. He won his cast last night, scored on 2 coons. He had 275 plus. The third dog in that cast, Buck Creek Whalen. He's owned by Robert Miller, another Ohio dog, and he's handled by Justin Simmons. Justin and I bumped heads a few times in the Premier race years back, and they had a score last night of 525 plus. And then here Steve mentioned, we're talking about the all-time money winner. Heather Island Wipeout Z, he's owned by Ike Rainey and Malcolm Raines. And this weekend he's handled by Oliver Wynn, and last night he scored 375 plus on 2 coons. And that's what it took to win his cast.
And again, this is cast number 2 that we just discussed. And just to kind of let our viewers know, as we get reports in, we'll give you some updates upon each of these casts, but we're just wanting to introduce the hunters and the dogs to you that are out there competing. So let's go to cast number 3. Who do we have?
Got cast 3 here, and it's going to be Sean Burden handling Flat Rock Pack and Scream. And they won their cast last night 400 plus. They scored on 3 coons. Looked like she had had first tree on 2 of them and 100 plus on another one. He come out of the Missouri zone, and Scream has, I believe this is her 3rd trip back, I believe. And she's owned by Terry Yoder, Bobby Burden down there in Kentucky. She qualified at the Missouri zone. The next dog in that cast, another world champion owner, Mike Carmack, Lance Belcher's Hannah's Creek Dolly, and she's handled by Daryl Workman. Kind of a local dog right here, maybe an hour away, a little over an hour away. And she won her cast last night, 275 plus, and she got qualified at the Indiana zone. The third dog in that cast, Myers Sullivan Millie, owned by Haskell Myers and Doan Sullivan, and they're out of Spencer, Tennessee. They qualified at the Tennessee zone with 2 cast wins. She won her cast last night with 425 plus, had first tree on 2 coons and a second tree on another. And then finally we come back to an Ike Rainey owned hound, handled by Dustin Weed, Max Out Mad Money, and this dog scored on 2 coons last night at 300 plus. This is a dog co-owned with Malcolm Raines, and them guys are out of Ocala, Florida.
And so that's their 4 dogs that's participating on cast number 3. Now we're going to move and introduce all that are on cast number 4. And so let's go ahead and go with cast number 4.
Absolutely. So in cast number 4, we have a dog by the name of Snooky's Jersey Girl, owned by Jack Bingham. and handled by Jack Bingham. And obviously this little female and Jack himself, they're no strangers to the finals of the TOC. It seems like every year Jack shows up here and has a dog that is usually hunting on Friday night. So she actually doubled up at her zone and won her cast last night with 5 1/4. And then next up we have another dog, very familiar to the winner's circle, a dog called Bustrow Creek Hawk. I believe he's a 3-time finalist here. Coming here and has advanced, I know, into this round at least twice, with one of them being tonight, and also was in the Final Four of the World Championship 2 years ago when it was held in Tennessee. He doubled up at his zone, won his cast last night with 325 plus. The third dog in this cast, we have Lone Pine Lady, who has absolutely just been as hot as anything out there lately. Truck winner. I know she punched her ticket to the national finals last weekend, and she got through her zone with a single cast win of 950. And then the fourth dog in this cast is a little female or a little male called Mitchell Creek, Turking It Up, and owned by William Cochran and Josh Watson, handled by Coy Watson, and she got through with a single cast win at her zone. And won her cast last night with 400.
All right, so that's our participants in cast number 4. We're going to move on to cast number 5 and introduce those guys.
Absolutely. In cast number 5, we have another female, a little bit older female, a female called Willis's Pretty Polly, owned by Wendell Bruton, and she actually doubled up, won her zone. And also won her cast last night with 300 plus. This little female has been very consistent over the years, and a good hound. The second dog in that cast is Warner's North Fork Dock, owned by David Warner, handed by Austin Lane. He actually got through with a single cast win at his zone with 650 plus, won his cast last night with 325 plus to advance. And then the third dog is a dog called World War Z, owned by Jonathan Moses and Joshua Sparks, handled by Jonathan Moses. He also doubled up at his zone to get through and won his cast last night with 425 plus. And then the fourth dog is Pine Bottom Electric Cowboy, owned by Brian Hudson, handled by Austin Gentry. Again, another double cast winner at the zone level, and won his cast last night to advance with 350 plus. So, you know, it's three out of the 4 here are double cast winners at their zones to get through here.
All right. Now we're going to look at cast number 6, and there's something cool about cast number 6 when he begins to introduce it. We find in cast number 6 there is a 1 black and tan and 1 English dog, and you will see that everything else that you have seen has already been Walker dogs. So, Steve, tell us who's in cast number 6.
Absolutely. So the first dog in cast number 6 is a dog called Bottomland Gaucho, owned by Chad McCoyne and Brad Heil, handled by Chad McCoyne. And a double cast winner at their zone to advance, won last night with 225 plus. That's the lone black and tan in this round that got this far. And then the second dog in the cast is a dog called Hard Time Awesome Spec, owned by David Norton and Anthony Hammonds, handled by David Norton. Another double cast winner at their zone level, won last night with 325 plus. The lone English left in the hunt, like Jamie had shared. And then the third dog is a dog called Legends Player Made Axel, owned by Emilio Galvin, handled by Emilio Galvin, a double cast winner, and won his cast last night with 200 plus. And then the fourth and final dog of that cast is another dog called Dirk's Deadbeat, handled by Trip Duke, or Duke's Deadbeat, handled by Trip Duke, or owned by Trip Duke, handled by Ronnie Davis, another double cast winner, won his cast last night with 300 plus.
All right. So now, folks, you've met now the top 24 that's competing right now. As we're watching this, we're waiting on them to return to the hunt headquarters. Now, a lot of you guys and folks watching us had participated over the last, I think from about Wednesday on, had the opportunity to participate in the pick'em, and I find this always interesting to see who picks and the percentages and things of that nature. I pulled this up, guys, and it's kind of interesting. The top I think 10 picks, and you guys can back me up on this, and you guys can see Lone Pine $1 Million Lady was our number 1 percentage, and she's there. She's competing tonight. The second dog and the percentage, Lady had almost 60% people chose her. Second dog with almost 37% was Scar. We have another one that people are recognizing winners.
Yeah.
I mean, that's then Wipeout Z is there with 36%. The next dog was Hobo. He got beat last night. Stogie got beat last night. Then we come in with Scream. Scream is still there with almost 25%. Buggy Whip got beat. Jersey Girl is still there. The Jack Bingham dog with little over 15%. And then the next two dogs got beat, and that was Uncle Walter and the Fortune Cookie dog. So it's interesting to me that people are recognizing these dogs. They're following them. They're seeing the winning that they are doing. And so, did y'all do the picks? Did y'all do the picks on through the?
Since there wasn't any money on the line.
Since there wasn't any money on the line, I remember I remember last year at the World Hunt, you got to pick first every time.
Yeah, and I forget how that went down last year. If we wound up about deadlock tight or something
I would have forgot too how it would win if I was in your shoes.
Because he was bragging earlier that you've never won a picking contest.
No, that's
not true. That's maybe it is, or it's.
What I said is there was many people in the arena yesterday saying, "Rick, please don't pick me because it doesn't fare very well."
That's the jinx.
That's the jinx.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I just remember you getting to pick first every time. I don't know how that.
So I don't know that we really done a lot of picking. I do think that Steve's got 3 right up there.
I think we're getting a report. Do we have a cast back? I think we're getting a report of that. I can't. All right, it's going to get excited here just in a minute, guys. We're getting a report that we're going to get a cast back. We're going to see who this cast winner is. I'm sure this cast winner is excited because he's going to be getting ready to go into the heads up round where we send out 3 two-dog casts, and they'll be going head to head to be in the final 3. So get ready. You're going to get to meet your first cast winner. What do you think these guys are? I mean, what would be going through your mind right now if you were walking in as a cast winner?
I don't think I'd be walking in. I think I'd be charging in right now. I think I'd be so excited to win this first round because now you're going out heads up now.
And I can tell you, hunting a heads up round, I don't care how good of a hound you have. What I mean, them heads up round casts, anything can happen.
Yeah,
anything can happen. I mean, it's just, from my experience, a heads up round for me is personally can sometimes be the toughest cast to win.
I agree. You can be down by a coon or two in just minutes. By a slick tree here and a coon over here, you're 2 coons down right away. Things out there can happen a lot different than if you were in a 4-dog cast.
Yeah.
And you really don't have when you're in a heads up cast like that, you really don't have in a 4-dog cast, you may have, your dog may be treed through there and you got time to treat it because, there's other scoring scenarios always in play or whatever. But you get a heads up cast, it's an intense 90 minutes. Yeah. I mean, it's you're constantly, something's going to be scoring, either you or the other one or whatever it may be. So, and to Rick's point, I mean, you can be up 200, 300, 400. Your dog make a mistake, pull an empty, another dog tree a coon, all of a sudden it's a 400-point swing because of the way the strike points work, and it's just flip-flops that quick.
Yeah. I've always said, I mean, the late round is just a total different bear as well. When you're hunting, the coon movement, everything is just totally different.
Yeah.
Totally different. Like, I know the guys at the club have done a really good job trying to keep properties that are close for the late round, that's not been touched, that's not been hunted. One thing that's kind of come into play, probably not as much, and I'd be interested to hear how it went tonight, but last night water came into a big play on some of the casts.
The water on the ground and the water falling from the sky. There was a ton of it here. I traveled the River Road the last 2 days getting up to the Fat Labs there, and the river's right to the top of the banks, and it won't surprise me if it don't come out there and get a part of that road in a few places because it's ready to just boil over. I don't know how much rain they've got, but they've got they've got a lot of it. It rained for 2 or 3 solid days here before we got here, and then rained yesterday.
Yesterday was rough.
And rained through the night. I don't think it let up till about noon today.
No.
And so I think you're right, Jamie, and Steve and I were talking about it earlier today, that the weather's going to play a little bit of a factor. We just don't know which way. Because we done a 180-degree swing from last night to tonight on it.
But that's the thing with competing. You don't know what. I mean, these dogs are the cream of the crop, and I'm sure they've hunted in different areas, different terrain, and that's why they're here. And from what the reports we're probably getting ready to get, I would say that they've shined tonight as well. But you can't control that, and they have to be ready to go.
You know, from years past, from my recollection, I thought last night, considering the conditions, I thought last night was probably for our first round was probably as good an average as we've ever had in the first 4 years of the TOC. From on scores and scoring an average game and points that way and stuff from my recollection.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we're getting ready to take you to our first cast winner. Enjoy.
Right now. Hey guys, I'm here with our first cast winner of the night. This is the winner of Cast 2, and we have night champion Heather Island Wipeout Z. Got their handler Oliver Wynn here. This is a dog owned by Ike Rainey and Malcolm Raines. Oliver, how you feeling right now, man?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, you just got done with your second round cast here. Can you kind of walk us through what happened in your cast here?
Well, he just went the wrong way to begin with, and they treat a couple coons, and then he just started treating them. Got to his last tree, he had a coon. Then Style had another coon, and I cut him loose with 15 minutes to go, and he fell treed in there about 75 yards and had another one.
Yeah, it looks like it was kind of a 2-dog race there at the end between Z and Style. So 450 plus, 3 coons, treat 3 coons last night as well to make it through this round.
Yes, sir. He's looking good.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about Z. How long have you had Z out?
We got him back down there in Florida about November.
Yeah.
We've just been hunting him a little bit around the house and going to some of the bigger hunts when we can.
You guys travel quite a bit, so I know hunting in Florida is obviously a lot different than hunting around here, but he's probably pretty well seasoned in all different terrains.
Yeah, he's won all over since he was a young, and he just keeps winning.
Yeah, weather was pretty rough today, high winds and things like that. It kind of died down for you guys this evening?
Yeah, I just got real lucky. We'd get up on some hills, and you could hear him tree there. He wasn't. Every time he was treed about 0.6 from us.
He's used to hunting late rounds. You ain't worried about tonight much, I don't guess.
No, we just need the breaks to fall our way.
Hey, good luck to you in the late round tonight. Guys, back to you.
All right. Well, there you guys. You have seen your first cast winner, Wipeout Z. As we heard Trevor say, he is very familiar to the winner circle, very familiar to late rounds, and so he's going to be a competitor going into that late round. But one thing that jumped out to me that Trevor said, it seemed like it must have been a shootout between Z and Style. We haven't seen the scorecard, but he alluded to that it went down to the last tree, and he had mentioned Style, so that would be interesting to see. Do you guys know much about this dog? Do you guys know much about Z?
We know quite a bit about him, but I was going to ask Steve about, did you talk to Oliver today? How long has he been handling that dog?
He's been handling the dog for I'm going to say roughly, I didn't ask him that, but from what I know, he's been handling the dog for about, roughly right at about a year from what I can recall.
Okay.
You know, just following him along in the hunts and that kind of thing. This dog, obviously, this is a dog that, I think a lot of us felt that's probably going to be, he was one of my picks. I think I've told some of you guys he was one of my picks. I originally picked that if they stayed away from each other, I felt like Z, Scream, and Lady would be your final 3. Just them dogs are hot right now. Z's obviously the all-time money winner probably in our era. I don't know if a dog that's won any more than him, especially in the last 4 or 5 years, for sure, if not all time. So, him when he shared a little bit on turning that dog loose with 15 minutes left, kind of down, that's been that dog's that dog's got so much hustle, so much drive. If you ever hunted with him, he can cover ground like nothing I've ever seen. I've never been able to beat the dog. I've drew him 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
I take that back. I think one night dog may have got out of pocket is the only reason. Dustin, I think, Dustin, we used to handle the dog a bunch, actually shared with me on that today. But I think the dog got out of the pocket's the only reason. One of the things that played in on it. But he's going to be tough to beat in any round. He's going to be tough beating his late round because of his hustle. Just like he shared, if you can keep him in pocket and you can hear him, when you get to him, you're probably going to score him. So
he's won everywhere. He's won everywhere in every registry. And no surprise that he's right where he's at here tonight.
Now, would you have any idea of what his money winning is?
Right at $400,000.
Yeah, he's right around 400.
I believe he told me today he was right around 380 from what they could.
And how old is he?
I believe just 6, right?
Z is let me see here and I will tell you. 6 years old.
Yeah, he seems like he's been around
so
for 20 years, but he's just
but he's got. I mean, think about that. I mean, he's still got. If they can keep him healthy, a dog very easily still has 3 more years.
That's what I was
good
say,
years
3.
left in him. If they, we've seen how many times have we seen in the past, especially world champions and stuff. 6, 7, 8 years old. That's kind of when they hit their prime. So,
it would be interesting to know too, and maybe you guys can answer this. Has most of his winnings come under Dustin and Oliver, or has there been other folks involved there?
I think primarily them two. I mean, there's a few others that have handled him, but primarily from Dustin and Oliver. That dog was. A lot of people don't know this, but that dog, from my recollection, Rick could. Maybe weigh in on this. That dog was actually bought from Ike Rainey for, I believe the figure was somewhere around $100,000. I think at the time he was 3 years old, and that was, that's kind of, you think about that. That was quite the investment, but I can guarantee you they've won their investment back and way more.
And way more.
Yeah.
And I know they bred the dog a couple times, and I know he's got some young dogs coming up out of him they're doing some pretty big stuff or whatever. So I know the dog had won quite a bit before. Ike Rainey bought him, and then Dustin handled him, obviously for quite a few of them years, and now Oliver. So a dog can certainly win underneath. He's had at least 3 different handlers we know of, and he's won with them.
Yeah.
So or 4. So and we've been around a lot. I mean, that a lot of times don't happen. A lot of times a dog and a handler, a dog usually can't be switched up. It seems like when they change hands or whatever and get a new handler on them, it just loses that mojo. We've seen it happen many, many times, and Z's obviously not one of them.
Yeah, doesn't seem to matter to him.
Doesn't seem to matter to him.
Well, people are paying attention to him because, again, going back to our picks, 36% picked him to win it, or in their top pick. So I guess folks are recognizing him being hot and recognizing following what he has won. And I would say that being able to switch handlers and the dog continue to compete, it just still speaks volumes of the dog's ability and the dog's hustle and the dog's heart that he's going to compete, that no matter what and who is behind him. So I would agree that he's going to be tough to beat going into the late round. Do you know which dog he is off of? Which wipeout dog?
He's off of Zeb 3.
He should be off of Zeb 3.
Yeah, he's off of Zeb 3.
Which, Zeb 3, Zeb 3 in the reproduction side of things. He was a good hound himself. Won, I don't know how much Zeb 3 won a bunch. Them guys couldn't lose with him at one time, but has also had a lot of. Has reproduced a lot of big-time winners.
Yeah, that's good. One of the things that I want to kind of make mention of as we wait for our next cast to come back, that I always find it interesting, is the puppies that we have. We might have a report here. We got a report here, so let's go to. I think we got a scorecard here that we can talk about. Guys, take that, and I'll set us up.
Yeah, we do have a copy of that. Scorecard there of Z, and just glancing down at it, my goodness, it kind of was. It was between Style and Z here. Looks like Z has scored on 3 coons. He had 3 25 strikes and 3 125 trees. So he had 3 last strikes and 3 first trees, and Style had a third strike and a first tree and a fourth strike and a 125 tree. But yeah, he won his cast with 450 plus, and Style had 325. Also in that cast was Buck Creek Whalen, had a circle tree, and that was it. And Ridge All the Rage just didn't have, he had an off night tonight, had a little bit of minus, and one circle tree.
Now, did you say he had all 25 strikes and first trees for Z?
For Z, yeah. Which is a little unusual for him. I don't know what went on there on the first turn loose. To seeing the other strikes being 25, he probably had to recast into to the other dogs. But he's normally a strike dog that's pretty high up there, and he didn't have it tonight. But there again, you know, three trees off to himself and 3 coons.
All right. Well, we're going to jump back to the hunt headquarters. We got another cast in. Let's see who our winner is.
Stand by. Hey guys, we're back here with the winner of cast number 5, and I got Wendell Bruton with his Avril Willis's hound, Grand Night Champion 3, Willis's Pretty Polly, and you're the winner of cast number 5. Tell us a little bit about your cast, man.
Oh, we cut him loose right there out of the truck, and old cowboy Austin Gentry struck for 100, and Polly struck for 75. He treed through the country, and Polly treed second, and they were just all split out all over the country. And they had me a little worried right there at the get, because I went to go handle Polly in through there, and hell, that other boy had about 225 plus, and I knew she had a coon over there, but I said, man, I don't know if they'll get to me enough time to get her cut back loose, you know what I mean? So they got back over there to me with about 45 minutes left, and we looked up there, and she had a coon there, and I cut her back loose, and she went about 100 yards and then just died on a coon right there, and that kind of put me, set. Yeah. And I knew that other guy's dog was kind of out of hearing, so he hard to hearing.
Yeah, so I know we've been fighting the conditions all day. You've been obviously we had some rain yesterday. Today has been super windy. When you're out there hunting, did the wind play a factor at all for you hearing dogs? Or?
More like the hills. The hills did, yep.
Yeah, you came through the right?
All right, well, we're having some issues there at the hunt headquarters, but the good news is we do have a copy of the scorecard here, so we can begin to break that down. Just to remind you, that's cast number 5. Polly was your cast winner, and we're going to go to Steve. Steve has that scorecard, and he will begin to break that down.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at the card, just to Wendell's point, I mean, he wasn't the first dog. I mean, and these casts are hard to win. He wasn't the first dog treed. The dog that had 100 and a quarter on that cast got treed before they could get him to him and get scored. He was struck for second. The cowboy dog was struck for first, and got to him. Had 15 minutes left to go. And what's pretty impressive about this cast here is there was 5 coons scored on this cast. Polly treed 2, and all the other ones treed 1 each. So. They ended up taking, and he got cut back loose and got treated at the very end.
We think we could get back to them and hear the rest of our interview with Polly. So let's go there.
After this, I'll follow him. We're part of it. Hey guys, I guess we lost you there for a second. Wendell, I was asking you about Polly. She's 8 years old. She's one of the older dogs in the hunt. This late round tonight, is this something she's accustomed to? Or are you worried about her breaking down on you at all?
No, she's kind of, she gets better during the late round.
She's hunted a few late rounds in her life?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you're feeling pretty confident going in late round tonight?
Anything can happen in head-to-head.
Hey, congratulations, man. Shoot it back to these guys.
All right. They're coming back to us. We're going to jump back to Steve and let him finish up there. He'd bring you up to date. 5 coons scored on that cast. Polly scored 2. The rest of them scored 1.
Did Cowboy get restruck? Did they? I mean,
he got
probably got some time there.
Cowboy and Doc both was restruck. Have a line drew through their strike, so obviously they didn't either didn't get treed or got treed, couldn't hear them or whatever at the end of the hunt, to where they couldn't. So I will tell you about this Polly female. This female's up from my country. just north of me up there. Them guys have, this female here, I hunted with her when she was young. She's obviously 8 years old now. That's back when I hunted, as Rick would say. But this little female right here, she's going to be tough to beat. She's just one of them hounds. She's 8 years old. She's seasoned. She's always been a coon treer. I mean, I taught them guys earlier. I think they've won right around $25,000 with her in her lifetime. And them guys work. So they're doing this in and around their work schedule. And I know they said that if they, if they would have had somebody that could travel her up and down the road like a lot of these dogs would, the little female would have probably won a lot more than what she did. So they just go whenever they can. And now that she's in the top 6, she's gonna be a tough one to handle. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if she would win this next round, regardless of who she draws and advances to the final 3 tomorrow night. It wouldn't at all.
Now, with her being from your area, do you know what she's out of?
I do.
Is she on Stylish Rowdy? Did I see that?
I do not. I don't.
think she's on Stylish Rowdy, I believe.
And I know she's just. I was talking to them guys. They bred her. I was talking to them today. They bred her twice. Once to rodeo, and I'm drawing a blank now on the second dog that they had said they had bred her to, and them pups are only 4 months old. So she's just basically gotten back into shape and just in the last, last little bit. So
now, did you see on the card when he got her cut back loose to treat a second coon? Did she treat it in less than 15 minutes? Is that what you?
He cut her back loose, but he said she only went about 150 yards and treated the second coon.
Treated the second coon.
So, okay. And I tell you, I mean, we've seen this happen, more than once. So, and when you get struck first and treed first, and are struck back in for a quarter, that's tough to overcome.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, absolutely. And like I said, them guys are hunters too. Them guys, Wendell and his dad Charlie, they've hunted for a long time. And
are they Indiana, Michigan, or
Michigan?
What? Michigan.
Yeah, they live in Michigan. So absolutely.
I've seen the name forever. That's the first time I've noticed him.
Now, is the owner from up in that area as well?
It says the owner here is Arvel Willis, is from Franks, Kentucky.
Okay.
So.
But the Wendell Burton, and those guys have had her.
Charlie, yeah, they've had her. I think from pretty much a year old on. I believe, from my recollection.
Okay. So now we know 2 cast winners that are back with us, waiting to head back out into round 3. As we're waiting for some other cast, and we're getting ready to. I think we're getting word that we're getting ready another cast. But until we get that exact time, let's go back and talk about some of the dogs that produced the dogs that are here. There's some common themes there. Looking here, all right, we're ready to go to our next cast winner. That's more important. Let's go.
Camera shot. Anytime he gets in front of a camera, he goes and runs for him.
Guys, we are back again. This time I got the winner of Cast 4, and it's Grand Night Champion 2, Bustrow Creek Hawk, and the owner and handler, Wyatt Monin. Wyatt, what's going on, man?
Oh, not much. We had a heck of a cast. We had a shootout, I tell you. Excited to be here for sure.
I was kind of getting some alerts from the backup judge in the field, and it came down to the final tree. Tell us a little bit about how that all happened.
So, I mean, you want me to go through the whole cast?
Go for it, yeah.
All right. So we cut loose, and I strike last. The other dogs all struck in front of us, and I struck last. He opened about 4 or 5 times, and I booked him. He was treed, and he was right there on a hedgerow. Had a coon. I sent him down it. And we head back to score other dogs. In the meantime, Lady gets treed. We go score them. One dog, Jersey, took some minus. We plussed up Turk, 75 and 50, I believe, or 75 and 75. And we end up heading in there to Lady, and I'm treed in the meantime, so I strike and tree when we pull off a Turk's tree. He's about 8/10 from there. Go to Lady, she's about the same, different direction. And she had a coon. He gets her recut. We go score Hawk. He's got a coon. Pull off of that, and Lady struck and treed, and I recut, and he maybe had 2 minutes on the ground, and he went and whacked one, but then he sat there for an hour, and shoot, we were going in there, and the hunt's over now at this point, so John's got me on, strike and everything. So we go in there, and the 2 is working on me when we get about 100 yards from him, and he was on a tiny, he breaks it with about 30 seconds left, and he's on just a tiny, tiny tree. and the coon moved and he finally opened right there. What he was looking at is what he was doing, so it was close for sure. But it was good group of guys and good judge and good spot. It was great. So.
Hey, I kind of joked with you yesterday as you were checking in. It's kind of become a custom for you and Hawk to make some noise at the major events. You know, you made a run. You won a cast here last year. You made a run at the World Championship back in Dyersburg, Tennessee a couple years ago.
Yes,
this is the furthest you made it at this hunt, am I right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, last year I caught a bad break. The dog kind of gave it away last year for the top 6.
Yeah.
And just part of it. And, I mean, just got to keep going. If it's meant to be, it's going to be.
Well, what do you think? We've talked. We got a couple of dogs on deck. We have a good feeling of at least 4 of the 5 of the dogs are going to be. You've hunted with a lot of them. You feeling pretty confident going in the late round?
I tell you what, at this point, it's just kind of. I mean, even the last round, all these dogs in here. I think this is the toughest top 24 that I've ever seen at the TOC, and it's just going to be what it's going to be. All these dogs are super solid. I know a lot of these dogs. They got a bunch of money won on them. I mean, I know about all of them. I've hunted with most of them, and they're all good ones. So it's anybody's game. So at this point, it's going to be what it's going to be.
Absolutely, man. Hey, congratulations on your win. Good luck on your late round.
Appreciate it.
We'll throw it back to those guys.
Thanks so much, Trevor.
All right. Now, Hawk is a winner. I think we have that card here, and we're going to talk about it. Steve, I think you have it. Tell us what you see.
Well, what we just seen there is a coon dog. You can't win as consistently what he's won with that dog the last 2-3 years, and not be any count, I guess you could say. And you know, it just looking at the scorecard here, and just kind of to his point, I mean, it come down to he had to tree one more to win this cast from, and you know, I mean, it's a shootout between him and Lady. He beat a really good hound.
Yeah.
It was one of my picks. It was actually my pick to win this thing overall.
Right.
And but I was sitting with John when they was doing the draw or whatever, and he looked right at me and he said, "That's a good one right there." So
how many coons did they score on?
They scored on 5. Lady treed 2 and Hawk treed 3.
Okay.
So you know, just the dog is consistent. Again, you know, if he can keep him in the pocket and hear him, hear what he say, he was 0.8 or whatever through there or whatever. That dog, if he can keep in the pocket and he can hear him, I think if we recall from the World, he kind of got out of pocket on him.
Yeah.
And you know, when he parks it, he's normally, you know, you're normally going to plus him up. So
the year at Tennessee, I was able to be the field rep that went out when the cast that a field rep goes out on each cast, and he put a show on that cast. He treated 3 singles, and he just moved around wonderfully. I mean, you could just tell he'd tree a coon here, tree a coon here, tree a coon here. And so here we go again. We got another one back in already. So let's go to the hunt headquarters and see who our winner is.
All right, guys, things are kind of happening fast and furious here. We got a bunch of cast winners rolling in, and here I got the winner at cast 3. We got Dustin Weed hunting another one of Ike Rainey and Malcolm Rain's dogs, and this is night champion Maxed Out Mad Money. Dustin, tell us a little bit about your cast win tonight.
We had a good hunt. I think we scored on 5, 6 coons. He stayed by himself, treed 3 coons as fast as I could unsnap him. We had a good cast.
Yeah.
Did a lot of walking.
Did a lot of walking.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I assume that this dog's hunted in quite a few late rounds. You guys get them prepared for that type of thing. You're pretty confident going in the late round tonight?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, you hunted against quite a bit of the dogs that have probably made it into the top 6 so far. The ones that we know of, anyways, is you think that you guys stand a pretty good fighting chance to get them?
I think so. If we can stay in pocket, I believe we'll do our best. That's for sure.
What would you say are some of his strong points that kind of make him able to make a run like this against? There's some pretty dang good dogs here.
Yes, sir. He just, when you unsnap him, he's going to give you his all. He's going to do something.
Yeah.
And he tries to have a coon.
Yeah. Yeah. Having the coon sure helps. If you look at this here, all these plus points is what wins the man a cast and helps him get deep in the weekend. So.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, congratulations to you on your cast win. Good luck late round, and maybe we'll see you here tomorrow, too.
Thank you, sir.
All right, now, guys, do we have a copy of that card yet? We do? All right, let's see what we got going on here.
Yeah, we've got the card just come in here on us, and yeah, like Dustin said there, he scored on 3 coons by himself. He had 325 strikes, and 3 first trees for a total of $450. Looking up here, I'm kind of glancing up here at Dolly and Daryl Workman here. She had treated a coon. Looks like maybe she might have got scored on one on the ground as well. Down here at the bottom towards got Flat Rock Pack and Scream is in that cast, one of the favorites as well, and she's treed 2 coons by herself, but also looks like she took a tree minus. And at the bottom here we had Millie, and Millie was cold treed one time, it wasn't scored on it, and that's about what we see on her end. But yeah, it was just looking at this scorecard here, that money really put on a show out there tonight.
You know, something that Dustin said that it's kind of similar to what everybody has said, and it could really come into play, and it talks about the gear of these dogs, the hunting. Yeah. Everybody is saying if they can keep them in pocket, if they can hear, if they can. So, I mean, that just sometimes speaks to the right breaks as well.
If they'll start looking at the moment they get turned loose around here, they'll stay in the pocket.
Yeah.
You know, it's obvious tonight that at least what's come in tonight, the coons are moving great around here again.
It's impressive. You know, I from what I see early on, I mean, that's the youngest dog now that has advanced from what I see. You know, I think the Hawk dog and the Poly dog, I think they're both 7 and 8.
Yeah.
In which we see that show up a lot at this level. You see a lot of them older dogs seem to be able to advance through these rounds, but I think this one here is 3 years old, I believe, from looking at the card and looking what they have in there. And Z is 6, so 3 out of the 4 cast winners up to this point, 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of I know you wouldn't consider maybe in today's standards as 3 being a young dog, but it really is in this crowd a young dog.
Yeah.
So we've got 4 cast winners back right now. We're waiting on 2, and kind of hearing them say that we must know some things coming in. Who we still out?
Well, we got cast 1 by my record here that we don't have in, and we got cast 6. So on 1 we're still waiting on Style, All the Rage, and let's see here. There's another one here. Waylon and.
No, Z's that cast.
No, that cast is already in. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Cast 1 is in because that was.
1's in. Z, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
one is still out. You got
One,
color.
yeah.
That's the one that had the 3 world champion handlers in
we
it.
got Kevin Cable and Ricky Bryant and J.R. Gray in that cast.
Yeah, in that cast.
Yeah,
And then cast 6 is the one that has a black and tan and the English dog in it, and then obviously Axel and Deadbeat.
Yeah.
That's in that cast.
If I can keep you from moving these around, I'll be in a lot better shape tonight.
You can. I haven't touched them cards, Rick. Okay.
I won't go into it, but I seen when we were flipping around here, I seen on Facebook, I was looking at my phone real quick, cast 1 must be over or somebody pulled because somebody has already posted that their run for the TOC is finished. Oh. So we should maybe know something on cast 1 here shortly. We got cut off just a second ago to go to another cast win, but let's talk about something. One of the things that they wanted us, or one of the things we've seen all week long, we talked about the sires, and Willie had so many pups here. There were some other people some other dogs had pups here, but the dogs that made it to the top 24. Looking at this printout, there was a couple of sires, actually 3, I think, had 2 each in, and that was Willie had 2 in, Money Maxed Out had 2 in, and Johnny Be Good had 2 in. Now we're seeing. I think probably the last dog that won, the 3-year-old dog, is probably out of Money Maxed Out. Am I correct on that? The dog that Dustin was handling?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And so we know that. I know Style is out of Johnny Be Good, so we know that he's already, I'm not sure what the other one is out of Johnny Be Good. We know Scar is out of Willie. I'm not sure what the other one is out of Willie, but it's kind of interesting to see that you hear a lot of these dogs at every event, especially on the Willie side. You hear Willie showing up, a lot of pups showing up out of him. And so that's interesting to me. What do you guys, how much do you guys put emphasis on the breeding side of it? What do you think on the percentages and things of that nature?
Well, I don't think it's any surprise now. I mean, we just keep seeing these young dogs out of Willie just keep showing up. and you know, time and time again. And it's not always the same 2 or 3 pups out of him that's showing up. You know, there's several pups out of him that are doing well, and you know, he won the World Hunt right there at Mount Gilead in 2018, I believe it was. And so he shot up in popularity. So several females were probably bred to him, and that's why we're getting a good selection of pups out of him that are hunting in the hunts now and showing up in the winner's circle.
Yeah, and I pulled another list here that I found. I was studying it this evening. We know Bushwhacker had 4 pups advanced to the top,
at the start of
at the start of it.
Yeah. One
thing that jumped out at me, and this is a probably. I'm going to say newer, if we would have said the Fogger dog. He had 4, but he didn't have any grand nights here. They were all night champions. So that probably tells you he is in the younger stud side. And so he's just getting ready to put a big push on. And I would say we're going to be sitting here next year, and he's going to have probably as much as more than any dog coming up, because he has a lot of young. I know he's hot right now. I know of several litters in West Virginia that are out of him. Cuz had 3 dogs. Big Money had 3 pups here. Fred Bear had 3 pups here. Johnny Be Good had 3 pups here. So here it tells us Waylon was a pup from Johnny Be Good Style, and Johnny Be Bad was a pup from Waylon. And I think we have a couple more here that we can share about. And then Wipeout Hunter had some pups. He had 3 pups here. 2 pups in the final was an English dog, Singing Tap Whitey. Money Maxed Out. It's kind of interesting. Both, I didn't know this, maybe you guys did, both of Money Maxed Out pups made it to the top 24. That was the Lone Pine $1 Million Lady and Mad Money, Bone Collector 2, Josie Wells 2, Wipeout Zeb 3, 2, and Mojo Mason 2, and Electric Rodeo 2. So a lot of names that we all recognize in the coonhound world, and so I find that interesting. On the mama side, we have one dog that had 2 pups and another dog that had 2 pups. The Muscle Chick female had 2 pups here, and little Joey had 2 pups here. And one of the dogs out of that come from little Joey, I'd spent some time hunting with, and that's the Rip dog, and that dog is out of Fred Bear as well. That dog has a mouth on him. He's a coon treer as well. What do you guys think about? Out of all these sires and dams, what do you think we'll see in the future?
That group right there will keep repeating, and probably, I mean, you see a lot of them on social media and things like that, and probably rodeo will squeeze up there a little bit higher in the years to come. But that group right there, they're going to have winners hanging around for quite some time.
Obviously, Zeb 3 is getting a little bit older. His pups are getting a little bit older, but you know he's made a huge impact. Like Rat Attack was around long after he was gone. You know, Bushwhackers, obviously, you know, probably the 2 that I see right now. Willie, world champion Willie, and Bushwhacker. You know, they had a lot of pups here last year. They had a lot of pups here this year, and I think you're going to see that continue.
I think the Bone Collector dog would be getting. His puppies would be getting older.
Bone Collector is up to older, but to Rick's point, man, there's a lot of. I tell you what, there's a lot of electric rodeo pups on the ground right now, and they're showing up. You know, they're starting to show up.
So these stud dogs that we're seeing these young dogs out of, they're highly titled. You know, Willie wins the World Hunt. You got Frogger there, won the AKC World Hunt. Bushwhacker, and Rodeo win the World Hunt. You know, and so. Their popularity drives folks to wanting to get a pup out of them or breed a female to them. So that's what, you know, that's all we're seeing right here, just popular stud dogs and their young offspring showing up.
And I tell you, Rick, you guys brought up a good point there. It is pretty impressive if you think about it. in years past, a lot of times there's big winners just usually didn't produce big winners. You know what I mean? That's just the way it is. But, you know, we've been really fortunate. It's a true testament to a lot of these guys that have bred these hounds and done a lot of, you know, have really studied the breed and done a lot of work behind it. You know, you take a dog like Willie, who wins a world hunt, and now look, I mean, he's consistently one of the top reproducers here at this hunt. You know, and now rodeo, you know, he won a world hunt, and that's happening. Obviously, that makes him popular, but we've seen a lot of world champions over the past years, or really good ones. You know, I had a couple myself that never really produced what they was, you know, and these dogs are you know, are.
Now, you're speaking to rodeos pups. You said being young, getting ready to just make a big push. Both of his that made it through were night champions as well. I mean, he might have grands on the ground, but when I noticed that some of these other dogs, all that made it through were grands or something like that, and so it kind of speaks that he could possibly have some younger dogs on the ground as well. Let's talk about, as we're waiting here, let's talk about the regions for just a moment. We know we had 6 regions. We had the Missouri region, we had the Indiana region, we had the Ohio region, the Tennessee region, the Arkansas region, and the South Carolina region. All of them, fantastic job. I mean, fantastic job. You're probably a little partial to the Ohio region, right? I mean, can you tell us?
I'm familiar with it.
You're familiar with that one?
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, and so I'm a little familiar with that one too. It was a great job there. I have to give a big shout out to the Mount Gilead Club. We had a great job putting those dogs in the woods. We had a really good guide coordinator that bailed on us, but anyhow, I mean, he cut the mic on this guy. He cut the mic on this guy. I mean, can you imagine planning your vacation right in the middle of one of the biggest hunts in the country? I mean, who would do something like that? Who would do something like that?
My wife.
Your wife did it.
And I'm going to go where my wife goes most of the time. So, Saturday morning I bailed out on you guys, but it was in good hands. And you know, credit to the club there, and credit to all these clubs. But we could have hunted several more entries at Mount Gilead on Friday and Saturday night. I mean, Friday night I counted the number of guides that we had to turn down or ask, you know, to come back at another time or something. But we could have hunted way more hounds than we did, and you know, that's just we're just a rock solid club around there, and just like all the other ones that are there. The one thing that we talked about, and I don't know if you're going to get to it or not, but I'd say people are probably getting tired of listening to you, was the amount of double cast winners.
Cut his mic, I'm telling you.
The amount of double cast winners this year, and I was kind of shocked to look back on Mount Gilead, and I thought, wow, we had 15 double cast winners, and
it's because we put them in good woods. You know, when you left, I
guess so. But the amount of double cast winners this year was phenomenal. I mean, it's crazy how many we had.
And to take that a step farther, so we have a lot of them double cast winners, okay, but it carried on through here. 17 out of the top 24 cast winners last night was double cast winners.
There you go. It's the same.
You see, and
consistency.
It is, and we all know how hard it is to string together in this type of competition, to string together 5-6 cast wins. So if they doubled up there, and now they have won last night and tonight, that's 4 cast wins, and you know, win 6 casts in a row. How many times have we heard this? To win a world hunt, you have to win 6 casts in a row.
Yeah,
scenario.
And this is the caliber hunt that we're putting on, even though it's not a world championship. It's the same caliber.
Yeah. And something talking about the double cast winners, it's never happened before as well in the history of this hunt, probably in a lot of history of any hunts. In the Conway, Arkansas region, they advanced 12 dogs, but had
16
in Conway. And they had 13 double cast winners.
Okay,
and so
Alan was telling me, I thought it was 16 and 17, but it was 13 and 12 and 13.
They advanced to 12 advanced, and they had 13 double cast winners. So there was a double cast winner that didn't even advance.
Yeah, I know they were talking about it here a little bit this weekend, and So they're going to try to figure out a way to get around that the next time. But yeah, that's phenomenal that everybody that advanced out of there was a double cast winner. It's just crazy.
Yes, just to give some numbers so that folks will know. Region 1, the Missouri region, 157 entries, 18 advanced, 13 double cast winners there. Region 2, Indiana, 151 entries, 17 advanced, 12 double cast winners. Region 3, the Ohio region, 230 entries, 26 advanced, 15 double cast winners. That hunt costed me 2 dozen of donuts for this man to my left right there.
I only got one. I can take one look at you and see where the other ones went.
But if you would have stayed longer, I mean, you were look at the suntan that you still got from, I was just scared he had his Speedo on. When
I got a little bit more to comment on that, but I'll wait for a little bit later.
Okay, all right then. Just block his mic for a minute while we're doing this. Region 4, Decatur, Tennessee, 139 entries, 16 advanced, 12 double cast winners. Conway, Arkansas, as we said, 110 entries, 12 advanced, 13 double cast winners. South Carolina, 63 entries, 7 advanced, 3 double cast winners. And so 96, this is interesting. 96 advanced out of all 7 regions, or out of all 6 regions, 96 advanced, 68 double cast winners.
That's incredible.
That is incredible. That's
68 double cast winners. I'm gonna come back up, and I find this interesting. In Kirkville, Missouri, it took 750 in a single cast winner to advance. In LaGrange, Indiana, it took 650 single cast to advance. In Mount Gilead, Ohio, it took 800 single cast to advance. Tennessee, it took 550. Conway, Arkansas, it took 225 combined score. So the guy probably was lower than 225, so it wasn't a high, but he was consistent. And then Manning, South Carolina, it took 400 to advance. And I know in Mount Gilead, because I was the Master Hounds, we had 2 dogs, I think 2 dogs or 3 dogs tied at 800. So 2 dogs had 800 cast wins and didn't advance. They were on the bubble. And I think we had a couple in the 7s and some in the 6th. And I know a couple of those chose not to hunt because they thought they were secure getting in.
Well, last year, where was we at last year? 550 or 575?
Something like that. Yeah, it was
something like
that.
And so, you'd think you'd stay a little more consistent there, but add another coon and a half to the score,
Yeah.
Well, and I think that one thing that I've always loved about the TOC format from the first year to it is now. One thing I will, a big shout out to United Kennel Club and some of the committee that puts some of that together. I know Alan and Trevor worked extremely hard on this. They'll take a look at that. They'll sit down and take a look at the end of this year's event, and they've never been afraid to keep improving this hunt to make it better. And I know our goal for the Tournament of Champions is to try to try to get the best dog to win for that weekend. Yeah. And it's all of our belief. It's all of our belief that if that we want a format to where if you just simply keep winning your cast, you keep advancing.
Yeah. When I filled out my report as a field rep on the Mount Gilead thing, all I'd done was just please check Rick's calendar is all that I wrote on my comment
well,
section.
Jamie, we're done on that because he goes on his trip every year about this time of the year.
Yeah.
I know a few years ago when he miraculously got the red dog through, he said when you get a red dog through and punch him to the finals of the TOC, you just simply go to Aruba for vacation. So.
Mahomes goes to Disneyland, I go to Aruba. I've done a little bit of work on that now, and I'll be able to hang around probably next year.
You will be able to.
But
it cost me 3 dozen of donuts.
3 dozen donuts, and make sure I know about it when you bring them next time.
You were the first one in line.
I wasn't the first one to get one, I can tell you that. But
they didn't even have your favorite ones this year. So
no, I've seen that. Yeah, well, they probably did, but I didn't get one of them when they wound up there. But Yeah, it takes so much preparation, and it takes these clubs that I was kind of looking at the towns where these hunts were held, and those are old time towns, old time clubs, and they put these regionals
been around for
together.
a long time.
They've been around for a long time. Conway, Arkansas, in 1980, I placed 9th in the world hunt at 15 years old at Conway, Arkansas. And so, they were around way longer than before that. So they've been there forever. But yeah, it's amazing to me that you still keep going back to the strongholds of areas that produce you some good winners.
Why don't you, I do know the effort that it took from Mount Gilead to do this, and not just that club, but the multiple clubs around there, to put 230 dogs in the hunt. I mean, and we were probably sending cast probably max of an hour and a half drive at the most.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that, because if people come to larger hunts, you can't hunt everybody within a few miles rate. We understand that.
Right.
Talk for just a moment from the standpoint of a guide coordinator, a member of a club in that area, the effort, the work, just like the two young guys that was working hard there, and how they're there on Sunday cleaning up the prep. Talk to people through that, because we show up and hunt, and then we leave, and there's so much to do after, there's so much to do before.
Well, I guess the first thing, we would accept the invitation of holding the event, and
you requested me, right?
And no, but was told we were getting you, but so we get the invitation to hold the event probably in the early fall, late fall time, and we secure the fairgrounds. We had a dilemma with the fairgrounds this year, and the way the calendar hit, they use our building there for storage, boat storage and camper storage and things like that. So whenever the calendar kind of swapped around on us there a little bit, the boat storage was actually supposed to probably run another week or so. And the fairground board got together and contacted everybody, and we were able to get all that stuff out of there prior to the event. But we probably started in on our guide list, I don't know, it was Pari and Mark and I probably started on that thing 2 to 3 months before. You really can't put it together until you get your list of hounds that are entered in the event and who's handling those hounds, because we have a lot of hunting guides around there that entered the event, so we try to utilize all of them. And this year, I think we were at 54 or 55 casts first round, and so I lined up Bucyrus and Herod, and that Herod Club has really pulled through for us. They've done a great job for us, probably Darby-Dale took 2 casts. We had another Nova took 2 casts up there. So we had, I think, 19 casts that might have traveled a little bit farther than the others. We had 2 or 3 guides right there that are there every time we have a major event, and they have good hunting. Maybe you don't want to drive an hour and a half or so to where they go. But since they're there all the time, we utilize them and we appreciate them. And so there's a lot of work and effort in it. And then when we have the hunt, we're constantly dealing with scorecards. We're helping you, Tony and little
When
Pari.
did you do that?
I had it in my mind to help you.
Oh, you did? Okay. I might have missed that when I went to the bathroom or something.
I couldn't believe they asked you to come back after last year. But anyway, there's a lot going on there, and Mark Bear, I've always said Mark Bear's got a phone that's worth $10,000 when it comes to putting a coon hunt on, because he's got every coon hunter within 200 miles on his phone. And if we need some help, he can reach out. If I look over there at him and say I need 3, he'll have me 3 in just a few minutes. And it's a team effort, I'll tell you. It takes a lot of work, and I'll guarantee you all these other clubs went through that same process.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. And you guys did a fantastic job. And like you said, we could have put I mean, we could have put another.
I'm always surprised at how many don't come back on Saturday night. And like you said, there was 2 or 3 scores maybe on Friday night that felt like they got, and there was probably 5 or 6 scores that did get in from Friday night. But you know, we could have easily hunted another 100 dogs there that weekend, and because we had the guide power to do it. And then whenever we come back on Saturday night, I wasn't there, of course, but we hunted somewhere around 178 or 175 or something like that. Well, we had lost about 50, 60 entries there from Friday night.
Yeah.
So that put us in a hardship there. I know I've been caught in that place myself, and we had to pass on some guides that we normally would use day in and day out, but we just didn't have the dogs there to fill them up.
Yeah, and if I could say something to folks that attend these events and maybe they don't get to guide, maybe they set things up to guide and they didn't get to, you know, don't give up on that. Keep working hard. You're going to need them eventually.
We need them every time. We need them to tell us they can do it every time.
That's right.
You know, and I feel bad for the ones that wanted to guide and had good spots. We just didn't have the dog numbers on Saturday night.
Yeah, and I have to, as bad as I hate to say this, it makes me cringe. You know, you were still working even though you were sitting beside the pool in Aruba. You was taking phone calls and getting calls back to us. It
was in good hands with Pari and Mark and Tony and Little Pari. But those guys. You know, I contacted quite a few of them, and then they would let me know, you know, whether they're able to guide the next night or not. But Dickie McKeever up there at the Herod Club, I can't thank him enough for all that he's done up there. He's put 6, 7, 8 casts for us from all the major events that we have, and Herod is one of the premier clubs of Ohio. Steve remembers going to Herod whenever Bud and Candy Newland put the hunts on.
And I mean, good hunting.
Yeah.
I mean, good hunting.
I'd rather hunt up there than hunt around the house.
And Dickie was here judging last night.
Yeah.
He was here judging. He was here judging last night. And so, but just a really, really good job there for the Mount Gilead Club. And like you said, I'm sure all these other clubs, the same process.
You know, Decatur, Tennessee, how long has that club been around? You know, they all go through the same process. And probably 150 dogs for those guys, for those clubs, is the same as us probably, you know, having 230. They got to go through the same workup.
I know the field rep and the guys working the Decatur Club, they sent me pictures of the food that they had, that Alan Roberts, their contact there, gave them, and I had my granola bar that you gave me. You know, you know, I mean,
trust me, there was a handful of us that thought you needed it. You need to stay out of that McDonald's as much as you can.
That's awesome.
I know you love it, but man, you need to say you're a coon hunter from West Virginia, your body don't show that.
I can tell you right now, I agree with that.
Good Lord.
Well, tell us
I don't think any of us are going to break no speed records going to a tree. I talking of that. You know, I was just thinking. I was looking over the crowd today, and there was quite a few, several. You know, there was a few there that was, I guess, our age or whatever. Competing. Well, we can't let Strickland out because he wanted to make me very aware of that. You know, but I tell you, it's crazy how over the years that this game catches up with you, and you're looking at the crowd there tonight. There's just a lot of hunters that is younger. You know, it's just it's just the way it is, and not that our age can't compete, because they do, but it's certainly the competitiveness and what it takes. That somebody was asking me today, you know, as far as, you know, me hunting in one of these, and I said it's not that I wouldn't want to. I just know over the years, I've done it for many years, up until probably 3 years ago, on a very competitive standpoint, and I know what it takes. Well, I think we all know what it takes to have one to compete at this level, to be ready for this moment, this next round that they're going to go into, and it just takes a lot of effort, and it's a young man. I'm not saying it's a young man's game, but it's you have to be willing to sacrifice and really have a passion for it, and you know, it's just it takes a lot for him to get there. But just looking at the crowd tonight, I kind of felt Kind of felt like I was out of touch with some of these guys, you know.
We are.
I know, it's just crazy. You know what I mean?
And another thing you've seen, and you might not have paid a lot of attention to it, and I did notice it last night from the Master of Hounds side. We had some younger guys judging. You know, we had Kyle Oakes was judging, my son was judging, we had some other,
and that's exciting to see.
Did great jobs. And I mean, and these guys are, you know, that's been raised in it. Now they're stepping up and doing some jobs judging. Both of them are judging tonight. I think they're both going back out on the late round to do the technology stuff, so you got to keep those younger guys out there doing the tech side to get the reports back to. So not only seeing the younger guys hunting, you're seeing the younger guys also on the judging end. So it was kind of funny last night. We were placing judges on cards, and they said we got this draw. It was going into the steep hills, and it was like, let's put the West Virginia boy on that one. So Drew got the hills, and he sent me a text. He said, "Dad, this makes West Virginia look easy," and he sent me a picture of rock cliffs, and I said, "You're making money. Just keep going." That was my answer to him. So that's
the one thing about Greencastle, and we say it every year, but you go south of 70, you're going to be in the flat bottoms and creek bottoms, river bottoms, and things like that, and you hunt right around here in this immediate area, you're going to be in some slightly rolling hills. And I just remember hunting over here several times, and man, I wanted to get out of these hills because they're short and kind of steep, and you cross 2 or 3 of them, and my goodness, now they'll wind you. If you're not from West Virginia, they'll wind you. And some of them have got them little hog wire fences around them and things like that. You go on up north a little bit farther, or maybe a little bit farther west, and it flattens out again. But some of them got in some hills here.
For me, as I got older, when I come to Greencastle to hunt, when they said, "Well, we got to drive 45 minutes," he was jumping up and down.
Yeah, that was good.
You didn't want to, hey, we're going 10 minutes up the road. That's not what you wanted to hear. Whereas most places, when you go out of town to hunt and say, "Well, we're just going to drive up the road here a piece and go hunting," and you're like, "Good, I ain't got to drive an hour." Here, when they said we're driving 45 minutes, that was a win.
Yeah. And it's the same amount of coons. You know, you're going to have the same scores, and no matter where you go around here. But my goodness, if you can get out of these little rolling hills, you'll appreciate it a whole lot more.
Well, Drew must have drove the wrong 45 minutes, because he drove about 45 minutes, but he was still in it last night.
Maybe northeast, maybe?
Could
or
be,
northwest.
He was over
northwest.
around Rockville.
Northwest.
Right on the edge of a hunting some private ground, right on the edge of a park over there, a game land, Turkey Bone, Turkey Run, something like
Turkey Ridge?
Turkey Ridge, maybe.
Yeah, he went northwest.
Over there. So they treat, I think, 3 coons, and had some dogs get up on some of the high walls and things like that, but he survived. He's okay.
Yeah.
He can handle.
He's a punk.
He's got them long legs. He's got them long legs. He can. He can handle it, and But now let's ask a question and get some thoughts here, because we haven't had a report in a while,
right?
And still 2 cast out. And give me some thoughts. What do you think's happening there? Why? Because we hit it quick there. Do you think we're running into some dogs being split up, dogs maybe out of pocket? Give me some thoughts. Talk to our viewers about what could be happening out there.
Well, I do think a report. This is unofficial, but I do think a report. I think we have a, and I don't know who it is. I think we have a cast winner on one of the casts, but I believe they're trying to catch. I believe they're trying to catch the dog up. From my understanding.
Keep going. Well, we don't have one. I thought we had one coming. So we do think we have a cast win, but they're just trying to catch dogs and stuff.
From my understanding.
And if they drove a little piece, I don't think they had to go very far, any of them tonight. But if they drove a little piece,
what was the deadline to get back tonight? Was it 2 o'clock?
2. It was 2. It was 2.
I got news for you. It's 1:38 now, I believe. Isn't that what? Yeah. So we I would think that we would get a report here directly on.
Are you having trouble seeing that? It's big numbers right there on the top. Your age catching up with you.
I believe he's getting a report. Well, what you can hope for in this round, especially, is maybe that they have enough time to get the hunt in, because you can call timeout, have to move, anything like that. Try to catch up with these dogs can be a little tough, so.
Yeah, it's just
who knows what's going on out there.
That's the truth. I mean, you can have all kinds of scenarios.
Yeah, you can have all kinds of scenarios, but we need to get them 3 world champion handlers back in here, and the other guy to determine who's going to wear the crown for the next round.
Yeah, that was kind of caught me by surprise that cast is not back, because like I said, one guy posted that his run was so he must have bailed out early or possibly or something, but we'll see as it comes back. So let's talk about the venue for a second. I mean, you guys have won major events, participated in different types of registries and major events, but the venue here, the atmosphere, the job that UKC strives to produce, even today, having the singing, the entertainment. I thought you were going to get up and dance one time. I mean, you were.
We even had one of our own get up there and sing a few songs.
I got a video of them doing the Bob Seger, Alan and Orville. They were doing the Bob Seger song there.
I've actually heard you sing a little bit yourself.
Yeah, I could. I should have went up there probably. I mean, I don't typically do it without a little bit of a strong drink right to begin with, but
with a little bit of outside influence.
I really wasn't ever invited. Orzo kind of kept the floor all to himself there, and what a great job he did. What a great job he did. He's from over there around home where I grew up, but Steve's got way more experience with him than I do.
I tell you, I had the pleasure of a few years ago. I had a concrete construction business for a lot of years, and we put in a big tunnel, a concrete tunnel right there in Hillsboro, and we're looking for somebody to carry us out hunting, and so we started checking around the area and started attending a few of the hunts, and of course this name Orzo would come up time and time again. He lived right there, you need to get with Orzo, and I think some of these guys was trying to set us up from our early understanding. And so me and Shane Groves, a business partner at the time, we decided to go hunting with Orzo, and I can tell you we hunted over there for 2 years, pleasure hunting, and some of my fondest memories on just hunting. Had good hunting for that area. Obviously Hillsboro can be a little hilly. Yeah. But it was good hunting. But I can tell you, even if the dogs didn't look good, and we may have not treated a whole lot of coon, it was a successful night when you got to hang out with them 2 clowns, because that's what they was. Yeah. We would ride in a straight cab Toyota truck, and there was 3 of us in there, and none of us was necessarily skinny minis. And Shane would sit in the middle, and Orz would be driving, and I'd be sitting in the passenger seat. And we was so stacked in there that Shane would have to run the gear shift in order to run the gas and the steering wheel. And you can only imagine what that thing went up and down the road like most nights. And but we had a lot of fun. He's always been a lot of fun to be around, and he's packed that guitar around to them local clubs for a lot of years. And sang, and he was outstanding tonight. He was enjoyed by a lot of people there, and Alan. I've heard Alan sing many times. I do think we need to have a heart-to-heart with Alan, because the coon dog song that he sings on the Good Red Bone, he's going to have to change them lyrics at some point.
Yeah, no doubt. Orzo was here last year too, but without a guitar and handling a hound. And he won the first round last year, and Alan tells the story, and he told us in a big group here today that on this round, I believe it was on Friday night last year, that they stepped outside and heard a hound treeing for 30 minutes, maybe close to an hour, and come to find out, Orzo's dog had got away from him, got out of pocket on him. And he wound up back up in here close by, and But yeah, Orzo, not only can he pick and grin, he carries a good hound to these hunts as well.
He told me that he didn't figure he would do it, but he just shared with me tonight that that dog he called him Hank. That was when he had her. He actually sold him yesterday. He got picked up last. Yeah, the dog got picked up last night. So, but and that was a good dog. He's done quite a bit of winning with him.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's but. You know, there's just, I don't know, there's the TOC, to your point, Jamie, as far as the venue, there's just something about when you pull into this event and, you know, they got all them lights strung up out back and they got the lights strung up when you come walking in. I know somebody mentioned yesterday or something about, you know, hunters being able to come walking down and people give them a high five when they're walking down that sidewalk or whatever. You know, that kind of started the first year that it was held here, and it's just kind of something that has continued from there. And until you come experience it, it's really hard to explain. Yeah. I know for me, I competed in the first year here, got in the top 6. That was when they had 64 dogs, got in the top 64. And I just know it. You know, I remember vividly winning that cast and coming walking down that hill because you had to bring your dog in and get pictures taken. And I thought to myself, man, I can't be at a coon hunt. You know, this is just not a, you know, this is just not a coon hunt. And but it is. You know.
I pulled in here yesterday evening and you know, I drove about 4 hours there Wednesday to get here, and my windshield wipers were on low and high all the way over. And then yesterday, they were on most of the day, you know, when we were riding around some, and then pulling here yesterday evening, and instantly you see the class of the type of venue that you were at here. They have got 4 to 6 people parking us out there. And that just tells you right there that they want to take care of their grounds and everything like that. It is just a showplace event to be at. And I was really appreciating it. And then you step in here and everything's taken care of, you know, at the venue. And the food was great. This you know, it's always been great, but this time is a little bit better than great. Yeah. And I thought
even today the food was.
Yeah, it's a world-class event. I'm telling you, it's just,
and I think
I've never been to one like it.
I told my dad this. I said the cool thing about this event is you would think, hey, we're going to take care of the folk at the beginning, but it doesn't just stop with that. I mean, you know, it continues. And tonight, in between the second round and the third round, they're providing pizza for everybody, you know. So it's the atmosphere. They're continually trying to take care of the hunters right on through through the whole event, and that speaks volumes of the team that's around Alan, Megan, Nicole, a lot of the girls that work with UKC that are coordinators and president that do a fantastic job of making this event possible. And so it's and the barn itself, or the headquarters, is just it's a nice place. It's a very nice.
And then add $250,000 purse to it.
That looks pretty good, don't it?
Yeah, it's quite a weekend.
That big $50,000 check somebody's. How many times could you go to Aruba on that? Just think about that.
About 10 times, probably.
About 10 times.
Yeah. So I don't. But maybe we need to get a dog. I don't know. Why would you bring that up again?
I'm still kind of bitter over it leaving us there to work so much. You know, I mean, it's we got through though. We made it happen.
You got through. It was a miracle that you did, but you did. Yeah. So hey, where are we at on the clock?
146.
Well, we're down to 147. So we got 13 minutes left from our understanding. If the deadline was 2, it was either 2 or 2:30.
I'm pretty sure it was 2 o'clock. Can you see on one of your cards?
I probably could. Let me pull that up. You say that.
He hasn't looked at a scorecard in so long he forgot the deadline was on it.
Well, I don't think the picture that I got, I don't think I can see.
I'm pretty sure the 2 o'clock deadline. It is 2 o'clock deadline.
Yeah, you're right. 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Yep, 2 a.m.
Yeah, that was or at
least for that cast. Maybe they changed it around. You guys don't change it around for cast.
We
keep them all the same.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
Consistency usually helps.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, so now we're 15 minutes in towards.
I got news for you. If I'm a hunter and I'm trying to get back to that clubhouse,
how fast would you be driving it now?
Well, I'm thinking the scorecards are in, but we don't have anybody to interview.
That could very
chance-
easily be. I don't
any
know.
chance of that?
I don't. I have. Now that I don't know.
Yeah, they got to get the scorecard in, and then.
I've not, and I don't have a report on that. If the scorecard is back.
So Jamie, this late round, are they going to wait until if all 6 of them make it back? Are they going to wait and draw them as they come in?
No,
or they're going to wait for all 6 of them to
They're
draw?
going to wait till all 6 of them are there
Okay.
to draw.
Okay.
I'm not sure what will happen if by chance one of them misses the deadline. I'm not sure how they will handle that in a total elimination format. I'm not sure how that will be handled.
I'm sure there's discussion going on out there. I know at the World a few years ago, if you recall, we had this discussion as far as having a Final Four from my recollection.
Yeah.
So
But they'll just repeat the process. They'll have the numbers laid out. You'll come up and draw your
So that's the thing about the handlers draw their cast all weekend long. You know, we don't have anything. UKC doesn't have anything to do with the draw except for allowing them to draw. But they draw.
Even the first round, when you come up and you check in and you get your placard, and then you list with Trevor, and then actually you came to me, and I pulled your ticket, and
they actually had you at the desk
again. Can you believe that? I mean, aren't you impressed?
You should be a politician because you got a lot of people fooled. I can tell you that.
It's good.
Well, you know, I like that. You know, they haven't always done that, and I like the way, I love the way they do their format where you reach in a bucket, draw your cast. You know, you know, that's it takes all the guesswork out of it, really.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is, you know, when they come to me, I listed their backup handlers, and then they went down, and even at the 94 dogs, they put their hand in the bucket and drew their cast.
Speaking of 94, so 2 of them didn't make it. I know one of them was Greg Maynard and Adam Campbell. Man, they had a tragic event there. I don't know. I think it happened over the weekend. Their dog fell out of a tree.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Yes, yeah, I got pictures and video of. I guess, you know, it looked like me. He's about 30 feet up in the tree, on a leaning tree, of course, and it was that Men Among Boys or something.
Oh,
I was
there. Yeah,
he was at our zone and scored a big score on Saturday night. I think it was. And but yeah, he was one of the 2 that didn't make it in. Now the other one, I'm not sure.
Both of them was out of the Ohio zone.
That didn't
show. They actually came up. It was I don't know the one guy's name, but David Mills from around Gloucester, in that area, hunting an English female.
Okay.
She came in season.
Oh, okay.
They actually came up, got their picture taken, and ate dinner. But didn't here.
Okay.
But didn't hunt. Knew she was coming. Knew she was in. So
that's the only thing about a female.
Yeah.
And this big hunt and any other big hunts in the month of March and April, man, it just seems like Mother Nature calls them to come in season. And man, when you're hunting a female, you risk that chance. And we've got some statistics on males and females for this weekend, which the numbers was astronomically different.
60 males and 36 females.
Yeah, almost double.
Is what it came down to. This was interesting to me. You guys might have the note. I don't have all the information here, but from the dogs that advanced to the top 24. Okay, the top 24. What state do you think was greatest represented?
Man, it's going to be a tie between Kentucky and Tennessee, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Tennessee was number 1. I don't really know what was number 2. Looking at the breakdown that made it to the top 96, there was 14 from Ohio, 10 from Tennessee, 9 from Missouri, 8 from Indiana, 7 from Kentucky, 5 from Alabama, Georgia, and Iowa, 4 from Arkansas and North Carolina, 3 from Florida, Virginia, West Virginia, 2 from Michigan, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Texas, and 1 from Connecticut, Illinois, Kansas, Louisiana, New York, and Pennsylvania. And so that was the breakdown. But I do know that the most dogs advancing to the top 24 was from Tennessee. I seen that today, and we had something that you guys had mentioned earlier that we can kind of go back and mention with some statistics here with it. We have 5 dogs that are older than that are over 5 dogs that are at least 8 years old or older. So that's
the top 96
yes,
tonight.
The top 96.
Okay.
You have 5, and the youngest dog, we have several at a year old. But the youngest dog, and again, here we go, speaking to reproducers and winning dogs reproducing. The youngest dog was Ocean's Drive Fortune Cookie, which is out of Cookie that just won the World Hunt last year.
And what male, Steve?
That's a Bushwhacker.
Bushwhacker pup?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And she just, she's a 22 model pup, actually November 1st, a 22 model pup. So she was the youngest. What do you think the average age is of dogs that are participating here this week? This is going to catch you. Caught me a little bit here so I'm going to see what y'all think here. What do you think the average age is of the 96 dogs?
I'm going to say 5.
Okay.
He's too old by half a year. I'm going to go with 4.5.
Yep. It's actually 3 years old and 11 months.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I wouldn't have thought that.
3 years and 11 months? Huh.
And
so
you finally got me.
Well, that's not the end of it, I can tell you that. So Steve and I had the great pleasure of talking to the youngest hunter here yesterday.
Yeah.
And what a good conversation we had. Elijah Hamilton, sired by Wes Hamilton, I guess if we're talking about sires, sired by Wes Hamilton from out there in Nebraska. And what a story, what a story that was. Now his run came to an end yesterday, and I probably picked him to make it to the final 3, so that's probably what happened there. But he drove out here by himself at the age of 16. From Nebraska, 9.5 hours. Is that what he said, Steve?
9.5 hours. You brought what, 36 route? Was it 36?
Yes, he brought Route 36, and I don't know where they live at as far as how it lays, but I surely would have thought he'd have brought 70 across. But and then about halfway out here, Wes realized that at 16 years old, he's not going to be able to rent a motel by himself. So Wes got a hold of Wyatt Monin, who's getting ready to go back out on this late round tonight, and I guess maybe Wyatt helped him get around last night and find him a room and things like that. But what a great kid that kid is. He's got a 1-year-old dog. He had one of the 1-year-old dogs.
We did. Well, we got might be pushing it a little bit, but I think we have a report from the headquarters. So let's see who we got waiting on us. I hear him. There we go.
All right, guys. Finally back here live with the winner of Cast 6, and I got Mr. Emilio Galvan from Oklahoma. Did I say that right?
Emilio Galvan.
Okay, I was pretty close.
You're doing that.
And the main star of the show here is Grand High Champion Legends player mate Axel, the winner of Cast 6. How'd your night go? Kind of walk us through your cast a little bit.
We pretty cool for 50 and 100, and then took a little hickey right there. We had to move to a different spot, and then treat another kid, and then pretty much was that at the end.
Yeah, you guys were kind of cutting it close to the deadline here. You had us a little worried.
It was close. Yeah, we didn't have much time to spare at all.
Well, tell us a little bit about Axel here. Axel's a dog. How long have you had him?
Oh, I raised him as a pup, and then had my old male dog and a female.
I got you.
Coma bred on top and bone tape on the female.
Yeah, 4-year-old now. You guys won a few hunts together at this point?
Yeah, he's a patent champion.
Yeah. Yeah. So late round, something that you're accustomed to, I assume.
No, not really. No, not really at all.
So are you you're kind of unknown about this late round? We're doing a heads up cast.
Well, we lost him again. Well,
Hey, congratulations to you. Good luck late. It's not going to be very long with Cass and sending you out, so good luck, man.
I appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
all right, so now we're down to one cast. That would be cast number 1, and I got a report from that cast, but I think they're maybe answering a few things on that cast right now. So
from our understanding, from our understanding is the last cast is in.
Yeah.
They're having some discussion on the cast, and then they will obviously let us know when they can from that point. But from our understanding, all the casts are back in, and they're sorting some things out, and then they'll get back with us on whoever won the last cast. But I talked to this gentleman earlier. Didn't know this, but this dog is not. He's not a winner. He's not a stranger to the winner's circle. He's won about 24,000 or 25,000 with him.
Oh wow!
So it's. He said he's a platinum champion and PKC, and he's done a fair amount of winning with him. He's a 4-year-old.
Yeah, this dog is the dog that Drew judged last night, and he had a coon, and then Drew feels really strong that he had a coon at the end of the hunt in a den. Drew felt like he had that one as well. So Drew liked the dog last night. So we're almost ready to see who the final 6. I know, Steve, you're writing them down here. Just remind everybody who we have in as cast winners right now.
Well, we obviously have the Wipeout Z-Dog that advanced. We have the maxed out Mad Money, Buster Creek Hawk. We got Pretty Polly, and now Playmate Axel. So, 5 very, very good hounds.
Yeah.
5 very good hounds, and I'm sure after they redraw, we'll go more into detail on these hounds. I will tell you this. These dogs are, so far up to this point, other than Z, have all was double cast winners at their zones. So, but like to your point earlier, it's kind of, it kind of goes along with the theme of this hunt. There was 2/3 of the dogs was double cast winners at the zone level anyway, 68 out of 96. So it just goes back to the consistency. Of them. So I don't know I didn't get the score of what Axel was, but I do know that the score tonight on Mad Money's cast was 450. Buster Creek Hawk was 450. The Pretty Polly female was 350.
I believe Z was 450 as well.
And Z 450. So you're looking at.
And a lot of these dogs, some folks might think 450 is just 2 coons. But a lot of these are 3 coons, and because they're getting low end strike and getting their first. So they're treeing more than 2 coons. They're treeing a 3 coon cast. And so that's
they're scoring on 3.
Yeah, scoring on 3. The cast might be scoring more, but the winning dog is getting on 3. What do you think these guys are as we give them time to settle the question there? If you were, and I'm going to take this question to you because of something that hearing you speak last year at the West Virginia State Youth Hunt, and what would you be doing if you was one of these guys sitting here waiting to go back out?
Well,
what would you be doing right now?
So before it depends on the dog a little bit, but before I left the woods, I'm probably giving my dog some kind of a little bit of a snack or something like that, kind of get their energy level, maybe get their energy level back up to for this late round. Offer them water, of course, and then come back in here and I was always one, everybody wants you to come in. Maybe these guys are bringing their hounds in and things like that. I never really let mine lay in the box very long. Some of these guys maybe they do, but I wanted to walk mine around and keep them limbered up. It's cooler now than it was 4 or 5 hours ago whenever they started this process. So a dog can lay in that box and get a little bit cold on you, and they're a little less eager to go out on that late round. Now, these dogs here, they're used to that late round. But for me, I always give mine a little bit of a handful of something, you know, some kind of a good food or some kind of a canned food or something like that to give them a little more energy. At least it made me feel better about them going back out there for that late round.
Keeps you limbered up too. Right?
Well, it kept me limbered up too. I didn't need to be limbered up back in the day, but now this time it would be. But that's, you know, a dog's health plays into this something tremendous. I mean, it's just, you know, we eat 3 meals a day. Those dogs eat 1 to 2 meals a day. And for these hounds to get as far along as they are right now, I promise you these guys are taking care of their dogs just like they take care of themselves. Yeah. And, you know, it's a great thing that we've got a supporter like UKC behind us to helping us with things. But energy levels and nutrition, things like that, play everything into these hunts.
I know it's huge. In my opinion, it's huge. Is when you're traveling with a dog that you're going to be competing with, is trying to keep him on, or him or her, on as much normal as you can. Bring the dog food with you that you feed. Don't change them. Don't just buy dog food because you know, but as much normal as you can bring that dog with you and keep him consistent. I think is huge when it comes to travel.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. It's we've all had them dogs that we drug around that didn't eat right, they didn't sleep right, they didn't drink. You know, I used to carry jugs of water for 2 or 3 dogs that I had in my career that they wouldn't drink strange water. They drink out of a dang creek. They drink out of a mud hole or something like that. But pull tap water out of a motel room and try to get them to drink. They had no interest in it. I don't know if it's chlorine or something like that they would be smelling in it. But many a times when we would go to the ACHA World Hunt back in the day, it'd be a 6-night deal, you know, and my dad, man, we'd take 2 5-gallon buckets of water from home. And we would water our dogs out of that. And knowing that when you turn them loose, you know, maybe they'll get a drink here or there, but we didn't rely on them drinking the water where we stayed at. It's hard. Some dogs adapt to it and some dogs don't. You know, we occasionally see a dog show up at these hunts that's a little thinner maybe than we would like to see or something like that, but that's probably one of those dogs that just doesn't acclimate to the travel time and things like that. Steve, you probably had 1 or 2 like that as well. Oh
yeah, you know, I always said that I've seen a lot of dogs that was good around the house, and you simply put them in a truck and try to take them 50 miles or 100 miles or even a long trip away, and you know, some of these guys would have to leave and get them there 2 days early to let them settle down or whatever. Some of them never did settle down. But I think now in this day and age, again, people are starting to travel these dogs at a lot younger age. Yeah. They're getting a little bit more used to it or whatever. But a dog that travels well, you know, and they rest when they're there. They're again, it's half your battle right there. Really, you know, it really is. I will say this on the Axel cast, we did get the card in, and this is kind of a rarity that this happens, but this cast actually scored on 5 coons and the cast winner at 100 plus.
Wow.
And looking at the cast, now we wasn't there, but kind of listened to them. From what it looks like to me, that all these dogs at one time, what it looks like or could have played out to, had a lead. And at the end of the day, they pulled mine. I mean, it looks like the wheels fell off during the night, and it just, you know, they started going backwards, and it looks to me like the Axel dog, and kind of listened to him, treated coon right at the very end. I had to tree a coon at the very end, and a couple other dogs pulled minus at that drop. And eventually made him the winner. So
remind us again who was on there. I can't.
It was the awesome spec dog. That was the English dog, lone English dog. He'd pull a little minus right out of the truck and then treat a coon. If he doesn't pull that first tree minus, he wins. And then obviously the Axel dog won. The Axel dog had 175 on the first drop and then pulled 225 on a slick. And then treated coon at the end for 150, and that's what ended up getting him the 100 cast win. And then the deadbeat dog.
Here we go. Okay. They jumped us straight there. Here we go for our cast 1.
All right, guys, here we are with our last winner in round 2 of the Tournament of Champions Finals. I got the winner at Cast 1, and this is Night Champion Freakin' Nature. And I got the handler, Josh Craig, here. This is a dog that's owned by Mr. Walter Hickman in Tennessee. Josh, Freak here, he's excited about the pizza that's behind us. Hey, if you can, tell me a little bit about how your hunt went tonight.
Well, it was a pretty good hunt. I mean, everybody got along. Had to grind it out. It got down to the wire.
Yeah. Sometimes you have a good smooth cast. Sometimes you got to grind it out, right?
Oh yeah. Sometimes, yeah, it makes it good.
Yeah. He's I don't know. Maybe we can get somebody to take him back for a second. He's a little painter, boy. He's pretty fired up here. So I was going to ask you if you think he has some left in the tank for the late round, but I think we kind of know.
Get a little pinch at him.
Well, we're about to get tied up here. We're going to get drawn out for for round 3. So stay tuned, guys. We're going to figure out who's going heads up next.
All right.
Old Freak, he was ready to be like you wanted that snack, didn't he?
Yeah.
In between the
Did you
rounds.
see how many pizzas they had on that table?
Yeah, we have
What
3
is
or
up with
4.
that? Can they get some of them delivered over this way or what?
I don't know.
What are we going on here? But
you've been getting text all night. Why don't you send over and tell them to deliver one?
Well, that's my Aruba friends down there. They're trying to get me to come back down there tomorrow. Freak of Nature. He won the first round last night. 2 coons. Looks like 2 coons by himself. Last strike on 2 tracks. But the big story with Freak of Nature is and Josh Craig. They bested the best.
Yeah. 3 world champions didn't bother him. I don't.
Didn't bother him in the least, and that's what Steve was alluding to yesterday when we got down to this 24. Any one of the 24 can win this thing.
Do we have his card? Do we have his card yet?
Do not have his card back in yet. You know what? We may have just got a report on it, honestly.
Okay. I think we're going to go to a break right now. Oh, we'll talk about.
I got his card right here.
Okay, we got his scorecard right now. All right, let's do. All right, scorecard. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, sir. I'm pulling it up right now. Okay, so it looks to me. Oh wow. This is a cast that it looks to me like he won with 25 plus. Just looking at it preliminary, they it looks like they scored on 4 coon, but just a lot of them had troubles. A lot of them had a lot of trouble hanging on to their
keeping their nose clean.
Keeping their nose clean.
Yeah.
It looks to me like there was some. Looks like there's some slick trees made. Maybe some dogs leaving trees. And honestly, there's the blackjack dog here had two. It looks like he had possibly 2 empties and 2 coons. He ended up having 25 plus as well, and obviously got beat on the tiebreaker. So may have left a tree or something like that. So
what did Freak? What was his?
Freak had he treed a coon for 150, and then he had 125 tree minus. So ended up with 25 plus for the cast win. So again, you know what? Again, I've said it many times here. You know, it's just it can happen. You know, you can get in an area where just things just fall apart on you.
Okay, I think they're ready for us to go back to the headquarters. We get to watch the cast draws. So for round number 3. So I think we're ready to go there. Go ahead. We're not ready yet, so we're going to keep.
That'd be interesting.
That's about 17 times you said we would cut to somewhere. We never cut to anywhere.
I'm struck, just kind of like you.
Listening to the radio
I don't know what I'm listening to tonight. I mean, I'm struggling. I can tell you. There's one thing I can tell you that I can hear. I can hear you two very well. I can tell you. I might not can hear anything else, but you guys are loud and clear in my head.
Somebody today, and totally off coonhounds, and totally off Aruba, and totally off everything else. else. But
I got more voices right now going on in my head. I don't know.
Somebody asked me a question today, and the only guy I know that could answer this question is right there, Mr. Know-It-All. And it's totally off anything we were even talking about.
Well, I think we might be ready to go this time. If not, it'll be the 18th time I've been wrong. Oh, she said she would let me see his voices.
Yeah.
All right, go back to Mr. Rick.
Hey, and I heard this from Orzo tonight, but now I'm going to ask you something like that.
Oh God, I'm scared now.
Why do kamikaze bombers wear helmets? Have you ever thought about that? Orzo asked me that.
Hey, this is perfect timing. We are ready. We're going to headquarters.
I'm thinking you're wearing a helmet tonight. Is what I'm thinking. There we go.
You'll let me know.
Josh, any backups? No backups still?
Does Alan know he's live?
Okay, go ahead.
There we go.
All right, guys, here we go for the late round. You guys are going to hunt for 90 minutes. We'll go over that in just a minute here, but we're going to have you come up and do your...
All right. Well, now we know the top six.
Yeah.
looking at them still standing there when we come back to what do you think they're thinking?
Well, they're nervous. You know, they're they're glad to be where they're at. You know, they're not headed home. They're headed back out to the woods there, and man, it's going to be a tough show. I didn't catch how they all drew there, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be a good showdown tonight.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll be getting updates or emails to see the actual six of who got who, and once they get everything ready and get it up and running and things.
So they're actually hunting. I think you talked about that a little bit earlier.
90 minutes.
90 minutes tonight.
Yeah, they're hunting 90 minutes on this round, and then we'll know who the final three is at the conclusion.
Tonight. There's some.
Let's see what we got here. They're probably drawing judges.
They're drawing judges and guides, and then they'll be headed out. And
now let's see if we can tell who Brian's got here. So he's.
There you go.
You got
Dustin Wyatt.
Dustin and Wyatt. And looked like I don't know who's guiding that cast there. But yeah, that's two tough hounds right there.
That's going to be Mad Money and Hawk.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Mad Money and Hawk, and then I'm pretty confident that Wipeout Z and
most all are here, right?
Yeah. And Emilio.
Yeah.
Axel Dog.
Yep. Yep.
So
each other out.
Cody must be judging. There's the long-legged boy from West Virginia.
Yeah. Yeah, they're getting their instructions now, and then they'll be driving off here in a few minutes, and 90. Oh, I don't know. 2 hours from now, we'll be figuring out who's won the first round or won the first cast, anyways.
Drew looked lost there without his dad.
But yeah, they're probably the energy level that they have is probably high. The adrenaline's probably high. They know now that they got a 50-50 chance of winning this round, and that will put them in the final round for a $100,000 purse tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So
incredible.
let's kind of take a big circle here, okay? A big circle here, and let's give some credit to last year, maybe even a couple years back. We know this is the fourth TOC.
Yeah.
Butch won the first one. Conor McGregor won the second one. Hobo last year won the third one, and we know Hobo was back this year.
Yep.
And was actually one of my choices that to repeat or to make a deep run. And I'm not sure what happened on his cast last night. I'm not sure of that, but I know they didn't win.
Yeah.
And how do you think Jeff felt last night coming back and compete? Because he's no stranger to any hunt, winning any hunt. What do you think was his thoughts last night coming back? Or do you think there was just not just another hunt, but what do you think?
Well, I think he was still proud from last year's win, no doubt, you know. And but boy, when he's driving down there and thinking about it, repeating a hunt and winning a hunt like this, it would be extremely difficult. And yeah, I don't recall what went on there on his cast there last night either. But Jeff's been around the horn so many times. Jeff and I go back, and Steve goes back with us for forever. And Jeff has always had a good hound on his leash. He might not have trained a few of them, and maybe trained a couple of them. I'm not sure how it all stacks up. But when a hound is on the end of Jeff's leash, somebody gives Jeff a hound to take care of and get it ready for the hunts, they get their money's worth from Jeff. And that's what I've noticed out of Jeff over the years, is that he keeps a good dog good, and he keeps a great dog great. And if he needs to tune one in a little bit and straighten it up, he's able to do that. That's why he's at the top of the leaderboard for all-time winners as well.
All right, well, let me talk to our viewers here for just a second. We know that our three cast of Heads Up is heading out to the woods. We'll be getting updates throughout that cast so that we can update you on what is going on. We're going to take a break right now. We hope you stay with us. Don't leave us, and we'll be keeping you up to date. We'll be doing more talking here at the live stage. And for myself, Jamie Estep, Steve Burkholder, and Rick Stretch, thank you for being with us, and we want you to come right back with us. We're going to take a break, so we'll see you just in a few.
The Tournament of Champions to me means a lot because it's something that we shoot for every year. There's a lot of work that goes into this that a lot of people don't realize. I've hunted for John and we've been friends for many, many, many years. There's a lot of hours spent on the phone and working dogs and discussing what we're going to do and how it's going to happen and hopefully what's going to happen. So he's young, he's just 3. And we won a lot with him, but it's been like 3 months worth of bad luck. Things have happened where you're right there to win something and something happened. So that makes this even sweeter that this happened now and it's such a big hunt. I'm 60 and I've been doing this since I was 9. I've won trucks, you know, I've won Futurity Championship, Super Stakes. I've won a lot of things, but this is by far, money-wise, is the most and probably the most prestigious thing. I've not won a world hunt. I've been in the UKC World Hunt Final Four before, but so yeah, it's amazing. It probably hasn't sunk in all the way yet. It's been unbelievable. The people texting me and calling me, it's been amazing just for 2 days. Every time I win a cast, man, you're right there. You're gonna win it. You're gonna win it. Yeah, it means a lot. But what I do want to say about this dog is he's probably got as much or more heart than any dog I've ever hunted. You know, Mike Gilbert here, local, raised and trained him. We bought him when he was 16 months old, and he's all coon dog. I mean, that's all this dog lives, breathes, eats, sleeps. I promise you, if he don't eat or if he doesn't go hunting or something wrong, he's probably about to die because this dog has got all heart. My wife's a huge supporter. I mean, it's hard to be a coon hunter's wife when we go to a lot of hunts. I'm very fortunate to have somebody like John and Doug that I get to go anywhere I want. It doesn't matter what the entry fee is, or if I told John, hey, there's a hunt in Japan next week, he'd say go. So it's a blessing. It's been a good ride for both of us for a lot of years, and hopefully we'll keep going.
The United Kennel Club's Tournament of Champions has been brought to you by our official performance dog nutrition partner, Eukanuba. Fuel up, train hard, get after it. And by our official GPS collar partner, Dogtra. Make every dog exceptional.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
Guess what? We have a podcast. The all-new United Kennel Club podcast will not only feature great guests, living the sporting dog life, but also rules and sport updates. Tune into the Hunting Ops podcasts with Ellen Gingrich and Trevor Wade to hear the latest coonhound rules and updates, beagle rules and updates, and all breaking news about UKC Hunting Ops programs. Hear it right here first. Subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss out.
Clayton Stark here, getting ready to take the dogs to the woods tonight using the Dogtra Pathfinder 2 GPS tracking system.
Did you know that your monthly subscription to Coonhound Bloodlines comes packed with upcoming UKC event information, official UKC event results, and articles of interest about coon hunting? It sure does. Read about the top competition hunters and hounds, as well as stories about pleasure hunting and bench show hounds. Subscribe today or renew online at shop.ukcdogs.com. Check out the United Kennel Club online store for all of our magazine subscriptions and UKC merchandise. Go to shop.ukcdogs.com and you'll find all the best gear to support your UKC lifestyle. Snag a new hat, hoodie, or t-shirt and subscribe to our many publications, including our world-leading coonhound publication, Coonhound Bloodlines. We even have research pedigrees and rule books available to purchase. Why wait? Shop now.
Well, welcome back to the 2024 UKC Tournament of Champions. We are here in Greencastle, Indiana. We have went from 1,400 dogs qualified down to 850 competing, down to 96, with 94 confirmed, down to 24, and now we're down to 6. We're getting ready to get reports. They're probably on their way to the woods right now. We have field reporters on every cast. They'll be sending texts back to Trevor. Hopefully we'll be getting those back to us as well. And we're going to make sure we get you the cast paired up here so that we'll know who we're discussing and talking about as we get these reports. But we're down to our final 6, and here in probably what would you say, guys? 2 hours, we'll probably know who the final 3 are. So
Yeah,
I know they're not
so.
going far to hunt either. So what do you think, guys? And I want to also again introduce Steve Burkholder, Rick Stretch, our 2 celebrities. One's famous and one's famous in his mind. But anyhow, that's
No introduction needed, really.
no introduction
introduction needed.
I'm sorry. I mean.
The later it gets, the more you kind of slop around a little bit. You notice that?
I have to tell you, Rick's not going to want to hear this, but we've had a few reports that it looks like somebody on set looks like he's got a fake tan. So he said it must be his
no fake tan here.
He said it must be his TV.
Feel it. It's real.
He said it must be the TV's messing up or something like that. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Mine's all white, man. I ain't been out of West Virginia, so it's yeah, we haven't heard about your Aruba trip. Tell us some things about it. I mean,
it's all good. I mean, I you know, on a serious note, it's all good. I'm not a vacationer. I don't.
You just take like 4 of them a year.
I could go a lifetime without vacation. But going down there, I'm telling you, the food is excellent everywhere you go to eat. The weather is excellent. The stuff that you can do during the day, I mean, it's all right there. And this time around, the boys went with us, and Adam and his girlfriend got engaged.
So you picked up a daughter-in-law along the way.
Picked up a future daughter-in-law.
Wow,
this
that's
time.
a souvenir, ain't it?
Yeah, and so it was pretty eventful. It was exciting.
Now, are you a grandpa yet?
No.
You're not old enough to be a grandpa?
No. Well, I'm old enough. My boys just aren't. They're not trying hard enough.
They're not cooperating.
They're not cooperating. But hey, it's a great time down there. And somebody that showed up there at the zones at the regionals there at Mount Gilead, he had just got back from Aruba, and that was Mark Ranucci. And he was telling me a couple. I don't know why you're laughing like that, but
I have to stop you. I was thinking Steve was telling the story about us standing out there last year listening to Orso's dog Tree, and at the same time we're standing out there listening to
Mark
Orso's dog Tree. They were telling Ranucci stories. You remember that, Steve? Last year,
one of the most. I mean, again, when you hunt these hunts long enough, you know
when he's in a crowd.
You have a lot of fun with a lot of guys over there. And, these hunts are a lot of fun to compete, but there's a lot of camaraderie that goes on beyond the hunts. A lot of fun, because if you think about it, we've always heard it. One of the worst things, about going to a hunt is, especially if you're hunting hunts and you get beat out early or whatever, you're up the next morning at 9 o'clock and you got to sit there and lay around and wait until dark. And so we've certainly had a lot of fun on that side of the hunts.
And Mark's part of it.
He's a big part.
He showed up at the club. I'm getting off topic here a little bit, but he showed up at the club about 3 weeks prior to the TOC, and we had a pro sport event there, and he was entered in it, and I guided him and Jeff Stallard and Kenny Hunt, and man, it slipped my mind who the other one was, but
that's a sign of old age.
It is a sign of old age, but. Anyway, Mark was on the cast there, and his dog done a fantastic job. And I hope he don't mind me saying anything about it, but I'm going to. He did a fantastic
I can hear
job.
you squalling right now.
Yeah, his dog done a fantastic job in there, man. And he's a good-looking dog, big old ball mouth on him, and just sounded fabulous in there. And both times when we got to the tree, he had picked the wrong tree. And man, that Mark, he said, that's not like him. On the first tree, he said, that's not like him at all, not like him at all. I started riding him at that moment in the cast there, and I was just guiding. And daggum if he didn't do it again. He got in a great area there in the woods and trailed around and come up treed, and I would have bet the farm he'd had a coon there, and he didn't. And Mark just shook our hands and adios, and away he went. Him and that dog headed back east. But yeah, Mark had just got back from Aruba when we got to Mount Gilead, and he was telling me 2 or 3 restaurants to try, and so we tried them. Sonia and I tried them, and it doesn't matter where you go down there. It's just excellent eating, and the older I get, the more I appreciate good food.
Man, I don't know what happened when I get as old as you do. I appreciate good food now, so
no doubt.
So I don't know what will happen to me then.
Yeah, I have to share this story. Mark may kill me for sharing it, but this has been a long time ago. I was just a young man then, and I believe it was 95 or 96. We was in English days one year hunting, and he was hunting a dog called Roller. He called him Rolly, and he doubled up with him, and this dog kind of freaked around people, and they was getting ready to do pictures the day after, the next morning. This was 9 o'clock the next morning. Getting ready to do winter's photos, and we was in Oak Harbor. If you recall, they had the old big pole barn there in Oak Harbor. Oak Harbor, a lot of hunts, We was hunting out of there, and of course they're calling the guys in to come get their pictures taken. Well, he gets Rolly in this building, and Rolly don't want to walk on that concrete. So he kind of drags him out across that. He said, Rolly, you're coming out across the concrete, regardless of whatever. By the time he got him to the bench, Rolly has lost all his marbles, And he gets him on that bench and lays a dog on the bench. And this dog is laid flat out on the bench, and he props his head up. And he tells the lady from UKC that's taking pictures, he goes, he's camera shy, So the dog, if you go back to the 96 English Days book, you can see Rolly laid on the side of the bench with his head propped up because he was camera shy. And the lady that was taking pictures, I thought she was laughing so hard she could hardly take the pictures. But that's for Nucci to a T, just always will keep you in stitches when you're around him. So for sure.
Let me ask you guys a question, and I'm sure that I know for me, I've seen it change. Okay, so I want you guys to think back for just a little bit. What was your first hunting light that you coon hunted with? What was your first light?
For me, probably my first serious light would have been a night light with a wheat light head on it. Okay. If you remember the wheat lights.
Yeah. That was back when my very first light. I'll never forget. Dad, this was back when I was still at home. Dad bought it for me. It was a night light. The ones where you turned it and the rheostat up like that, and I think it had a button on it where it would blink.
Yeah.
Sure do.
You carried about at the start of the week you would carry somewhere between 20 to 30 bulbs with you because you were going to blow them bulbs. And man, I would pop a bulb a night there forever. And then
we didn't have that luxury, Rick. If we blew a bulb, we walked in the dark for a couple of nights. We wasn't quite as souped up as you guys.
My dad was a little more proud of me than yours was of you, I guess. But anyway, man, they were bulb burners, man. It was a sight.
You would have to carry them extra bulbs.
Oh my gosh, and they were
for a lot of years. I mean, after that, I mean, this wasn't just in the.
Now, what was your first tracker?
Wildlife material.
Wildlife.
Yeah, wildlife material. A little.
The 10 dog, 3 dogs.
It was probably there a 16, 10 or 16. I got the 3 dog. My next one was a 3 dog. And it just kept improving, evolving over the years.
I had the 10 dog, got a 3 dog, and then did anybody use the tracker? Remember the old
sure
orange?
Did. I'd say we all did.
I still have it. I still have one.
Yeah.
I had the ATS. I think it was called ATS 3 back then. That was where the box you had separate, and then you got the antenna.
Yagi antenna.
Big. And I got that one. That was wasn't really looking to buy that tracker, but I had the first really good dog I ever owned. I mean, the first female I made branded that I owned was a female called Beth, and in that deal, the guy quit hunting, and the only way I could get her is I had to buy her the dog box and the tracking system. So that was my very first tracking system is when I bought her. But yeah, that was quite the thing to get used to. But them ATSs, they would reach out there predominantly a little farther than anything else.
Yeah, their antenna, if I remember right, their antennas were just a shade bit bigger.
And they was bigger, and you had the little box.
Yeah, their box, and you carried it in a padded case.
Yeah, so just think how it's evolved to where we're at tonight.
Yeah, now you're watching them on your watch.
And here's what I'll tell you. It'd be kind of, for me, it'd be interesting going back 25, 30 years ago like that. With a Garmin, you can tell everything about a dog. I mean, years ago, you would hear a dog open, a dog would be gone for a half hour, and the next thing you know, it opened 250 yards in here from you, and you'd think to yourself, man, this dog ain't got no hunt. And now, you sometimes these dogs, you watch them on a Garmin, they may be in there a half a mile, make a big loop coming down the creek in another way, and open 250 yards from you, but cover a mile of ground doing it. And back them days, we didn't know any different.
Yeah.
They may have covered the same kind of ground, and we didn't know.
Yeah.
And then today, you had that interview with the Dogtra guys. And just listening to the technology that they have incorporated.
It's amazing to some of the things that he just shared with me that he didn't go over on where they're going to go and what they're going to do. And
Dogtra's just they are what they're bringing to the table now.
Yeah.
It's really pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to hear.
And so affordable.
$4.99. No, less than $4.29. $4.29. And I think right now they can pretty much, I think, a 10% discount almost for hunters right now. And that's actually a track and train system. So you can track and shock with that.
The other thing to that point too is huge supporter of UKC.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Dogtra is, and United Kennel Club, and a lot of hunting as far as that goes or whatever. And it's really amazing to me on going back from the lights. Now everybody wears helmet lights. I remember going from the night back to that on how things have improved, going from the night light and then went to the blazer lights. That was a big old box on your side. You'd feel like you was wearing a 40-pound gunny sack on your side.
Then you had the belt lights coming out.
What was
I was actually a part of Blazer with Mike and Shane Groves. We ran Blazer there for probably 2 or 3 years.
What was the originator of Blazer? It was Bill.
What was Bill?
He was out of Michigan, right?
Yeah, he was. When I moved so I lived in Wisconsin, moved to northern Indiana in 1990, and went to my first hunt, and Bill was there. That year, I don't know if it was exactly the first hunt I went to, but he was set up in that trailer and bought my first Blazer light off him. I can't think of Bill's last name.
I packed one forever.
Yeah, but just to see that evolve and go from that, and then they obviously come out with the belt lights, and then it went to the LED, you know, because blowing all them bulbs, you know, we still had the wheat, you know, heads, but went to the belt lights, helped build many of them, and then went to the LED light. That was the first LED light was a square flat one about this wide, and then it just evolved to what it is now. It's really pretty incredible.
So we're going to go to a section on that was taped that's going to really dive into the equipment today that it's available, that's needed. You're going to find it very interesting. And so let's go ahead and roll that footage now of that from Alan and Trevor concerning the equipment for coon hunting today. So let's see what we got here.
Hey, I'm Trevor Wade. I'm the Coon Hound Program Manager at UKC.
And I'm Alan Gingrich, Director of Hunting Operations, and welcome to Gear Talk.
Today we're going to talk a little bit about some of the gear that we carry around in the woods from our personal packs. So we'll kind of get started here with the most essential thing. They say, you know, a solid foundation starts at the ground, and that's true for coon hunting as well. We got my boots here with my waders to keep me dry depending on where I'm hunting at. Even some Bama socks if they don't fit just right. One of the most important things you can have in the woods, and a good set of these can be about $100 to $150.
Yeah, and these boots also have these waders, what you call the waders, that come up, that strap all the way up to here. So that means you can wade through water, deeper water, without getting wet. Now, if you get up past the hole, it's going to fill up, right, Trevor?
That's right.
All right, next here, another essential item that we have here is going to be your light that you put on your head, and they have made leaps and bounds in today's technology with light systems. This is one that I use. It is a Bright Eyes light. There's a lot of different lights out on the market that you can get. This has a switch on the back that turns the light on. It has the white light. It also has the amber lenses on it. And at night, it is no different than looking at an animal on the road at nighttime in your headlights. First thing you see is the eyes, and that's what we're going to look for in a tree, is the eyes on that. And we don't want to just throw a bright light up in a tree when we're searching for the raccoon, because oftentimes a bright light is going to make them look away. Therefore, we have the amber lens, the red lens, that is much softer, and they will continue to look at it. It doesn't bother them. So that's why we use that. But here's a good light that's going to run you probably anywhere from $200 to $350.
Speaking of things that have jumped by bounds the past several years, telemetry systems have become almost a must for the everyday hunter. Keep your dog safe with as many roads and houses there are anymore.
Absolutely.
I use the Dogtra Pathfinder 2. You got your remote system here that connects straight to your cell phone. And then I got two collars. These here are track and train collars, so they have the ability to control your dog by using a tone or a vibrate. And also they'll track your dog and tell you exactly where it is on the map. It's a must-have to keep your dog safe.
Yeah, it is. And speaking of dogs, the other thing that I brought here to show you guys is a simple lead strap. You'll want a good lead strap. And the thing I brought here for you is you want a lead strap that has a snap on the back, that when you get to the tree you need to tie your dog up, you just want a quick snap to put this around a tree here. That's why you want this quick snap. You don't want something that you have to knot up or what have you. So you can do that, or this, I have the ring here too, I can snap it onto there. But you need a good lead strap. And the other thing that you want to have is a collar with a bigger ring, or a good ring you can easily snap onto your dog, because when you're out hunting, you're doing a lot of snapping and unsnapping. So a collar, you can get different kinds of collars. They run anywhere from $5 to $15. And a good lead strap's going to cost you about $8 to $10, $12.
Talking about this being our personal packs, this is a must-have for me. The mosquitoes, no matter where I hunt, they seem to love me. Maybe it's all the sugar I intake, but always carry some good, strong insect repellent for yourself, especially with summer coming up. It's a must-have for your pack.
Yeah, while I'm talking about dogs, dog care is very important. And this is a little water system. I have a watering bowl, and I actually have water in here. And it's called a no-spill bowl, is the type I like to use. I just don't waste any money. I can take a gallon of water with me on about any hunting trip for a night, and it's going to last me all night. I don't have to worry about it. I can put it inside the dog's box with the dog while he's riding. He can get water anytime. I can set it on the ground. The other thing that I think is important that I've always tried to do is train my dogs to carry their own water all the time, and that keeps them from drinking. If they get used to knowing I have water at the truck, a lot of times they're not going to drink as much out of nasty creeks and water holes and things like that. So I like to carry this little guy right here. It runs about $25, $30.
Yeah. Before we get to maybe some of the more non-essential items, you also have a piece of equipment here that you may want to mention that's something we kind of need today here with some wet weather we're dealing with.
Yeah, a rain jacket is a good thing to carry with you. You always want to have that, you know, because there's nothing more uncomfortable if you just get soaked out there. You want to be comfortable, and if you have the right clothing with you, it helps a great deal. You want to have a rain jacket.
Yeah. Now we'll maybe look at some of the more non-essential items, stuff that just makes your hunt easier. And you don't have to have this starting out. I didn't have a lot of this stuff starting out. Just over time, you kind of accrue things as you're going on. Got a nice handler bag that I can keep all my stuff in one spot. I can easily take it in and out of the house or take it with me on trips. One thing, if you compete in a lot of competition hunts, is a stopwatch. Keep track of your time and all that good things. I like to have it in the woods when I'm preparing for competition hunts. Keep track of time. Otherwise, you really don't know how much time it takes to get to a dog or settle in on trees and that sort of thing. So it's a handy tool to have.
Yeah, that one runs what?
I would say this is probably about 20 to 25 bucks for a good stopwatch.
Yep, there you go. What else we have in here? Here's a good one right here. This little guy. You'll see a lot of the hunters when they're geared up. You'll see this thing hanging on their vest or on themselves or whatever. This is a coon squaller right here. And what we use this little guy for, it has a little reed system in it. What we use it for is to it squalls and it sounds like a raccoon. I guess wrong way. There we go. So when I'm going to the tree and shine the tree, I want to take this and blow on it slightly, because this sound right here will oftentimes, I talked about in the lights, when I talked about the light, it makes the raccoon often look to this sound. So you can make different sounds on it based, like I'll do a little demonstration here. Or I can do this. Kind of resembles a raccoon, and oftentimes they'll look at that and you can spot them right away. The cost of this squaller is going to run you anything from $20 all the way up to $50, $60 for the higher end up squallers. So there's a lot of different types that you can get on the market.
Hey, you talked a lot about finding coons, and especially with it being spring now, seeing a lot of buds on the trees. You talked about using your red or amber light on your light, using the coon squaller. A newer device that we just started allowing in our UKC events is a thermal imaging device, and I have one here that I got a couple years ago. This here is an AGM 19, but they run in all kinds of different variations, and it's a thing that detects heat. If you're not familiar with that, you kind of put it up to your eye like it's a monocular, look in the tree and kind of scan it for heat. Not a foolproof method, because there's a lot of heat in the summertime, but a lot of times you can kind of narrow down your search area by using this thing in the trees. This here, you can get a pretty basic one for about $1,000 all the way up to about $2,000 for a pretty good one. So thermal imaging monocular, added it to my pack just recently. So.
What else do we have in here, Trevor? Here we go. This is a handler's vest is what they call this guy right here. You just like it looks, you put it on. Can I put this thing on, Trevor? This one's actually yours, but I have one at home as well. I see I weigh a little bit more than you. Maybe might have to readjust this. Yeah, it's the vest. Okay. But as you see, it has a lot of things to put your little gadgets for here. You can put your tracking system in this guy, or a bottle of water. You can get your scorecard, pencils, little gadgets in here. You can hang your little squallers and a whole lot of things on it. And a lot of the hunters or handlers are using these. They're just a handy vest to have. Now, like we mentioned, this is not something you have to have, but it's something that is really nice to have. And it runs anywhere from 65 to $100. You can get them on the market.
Perfect. I think that kind of concludes what we're talking about today in our gear talk. You get this stuff here, you'll be in pretty good shape.
Welcome back to the 2024 UKC Tournament of Champions. My name is Jamie Estep. I am your host. I'm joined with Mr. Steve Burkholder and Mr. Rick Stretch. We're down to 6 guys, and they're headed out. We'll be getting some reports throughout tonight. There's field monitors there. I know they're probably not traveling very far to where they're hunting, so we actually could have dogs already on the ground. We could have that. And so we know who's paired up now, so we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to have some fun with it. And we're going to try to get you guys to have some fun with it just on your own. And so over break here, Mr. Rick was working on this. And so who do we have paired up? Who's out there?
Well, in Cache 1, we got Freak and Polly. In Cache 2, we got Mad Money and Hawk. And in cast 3, we got Wipeout Z and Axel.
Okay. Well, we're going to have some fun here, and we're going to, while you had stepped outside, Rick, Steve and I voted, you're going to be the scorekeeper here, and we're going to pick.
So I guess I'll ask a question to you.
Okay.
How many of these dogs were in the top 10 of the pick'em, or?
I think just, I tried to flip back there.
How's our spectator crowd holding out on this?
Right before we came back live, and because we were wondering if Hawk was there, and Hawk's not. The only one that we have left would be Z. Is the only one that we would have left, and I don't have anything past 10. So Hawk might have been in there, somewhere on down the line, but he's not there in the top 10. But Z was in the top 10.
Okay.
So he's the only one that's left. So let's see who we would pick. So you just kind of. We're going to let you run this year, and you can even
ran it last year.
Oh, did he?
I don't recall that part
I believe
of it.
he picked first last time the whole time.
Can we rerun the footage from last year and figure that out? I don't believe that's an accurate statement at all, but for this year, I'll be glad to run it.
This is not, we don't have replay in this. You can't throw a flag, a red flag, and get a replay. I mean.
So back to my original point, we probably were close to tying last year, if I remember right there, Steve.
It's your story. You can make it up all you want.
Cast number 1, Freak and Polly. And yesterday we did a podcast with Alan, and we were talking about it, and Steve and I come to an agreement that, we had a few dark horses in this race this year, and now we're down to 6, and right here, cast 1 is probably 2 dogs that wouldn't have rose to the top of people's picks. They didn't make the pick 5 pick'em, and probably the least known of any of the 6 out there is Freak and Polly, and they drew each other. So one of them 2 right there is headed to the finals, and I think that's a good thing. I think we've got some new folks here, a little bit of new blood. I know they've been around. I know they've been hunting. I know Polly's been winning, but it's still just wouldn't be the crowd pick, wouldn't be the crowd favorite, but yet here they are approaching that $100,000 cast.
Now, do you want to be the first one to pick here?
No, I'd prefer to. I'll go last and then show you how it's done.
Okay. Well, I believe I'll go first here. I will give you a little statistic on this. So Polly won the LaGrange zone or region.
She was high scoring dog.
She was high scoring dog, and Freak of Nature was the second highest scoring dog zone dog in Decatur. Both doubled up. Freak of Nature had a combined score of 650, which would be understandable. It's Decatur, Tennessee.
Yep.
Polly had a combined score of 1150, 775 on Friday night, and 375 on Saturday night. And I think that for whatever reason, I think this is going to be the year that a little older seasoned hound wins this hunt. And so for that reason, and also knowing that Polly's been knocking on the door for a lot of years on a local level, whatever, she's going to be my pick.
Okay.
And I'll go a step farther. If she gets in the finals, she'd probably be my finals pick, no matter who she draws.
Oh wow!
All right.
So
I won't take Polly as well on that.
All right. Next one.
You ain't picking?
I'll pick a little bit later on here when
they're done. When they come back in, you pick when they come
to be
back
honest
in.
with
he wants to pick when he gets a halftime report.
Yeah, is that what you?
I guess we can all pick the same one. I guess we'll do that.
All right.
I mean, earlier when Steve kind of broke down that cast that she won, and just listening to him, I have no knowledge of either one of them. The Bruntons have been around for a while, but that's about all I know about it. So I'm gonna go with Steve on this one here, and so cast 2.
That's a fun one right there.
Kevin Cable, and
that
wasn't Kevin. No, it's Kevin out of Kevin's dog.
That's
yeah,
Weed.
Dustin Weed and Wyatt Monin. Yeah.
That's
so we
gonna
got
be a
Mad
fun
Money, and Hawk. And once again, we kind of got a younger hound and an older hound here, right, Steve?
Yeah. That's one thing about the matchup. So Mad Money is
I think we said it was
is 3, and Hawk is 7. So in early cast, Nature's 3, and Polly's 8. So here we have a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old.
Almost identical.
Yeah. So you go first here, Rick. We're not gonna. This is a tough cast to pick.
Yeah. They're going to be separate the whole time. I'm guessing they're going to score on about 4 coons probably, and I think this is a year for Wyatt and Hawk to reach another final. So I'm going to go with Hawk.
I'm going to go. I tell you, Hawk could very easily be there. Both these dogs are good dogs, and I'm going to go against my grain of thinking, just because I want to be different than you. Really, for the only reason. But I think I'm going to go with Mad Money, and I will say this: Dustin Weed is, he's the all-time. I mean, he's won as much, if not more, than anybody out there. I can guarantee you, he's got his as ready as one can be, and so both of these dogs. I think in this cast, what you're going to see, it's a heads-up cast, but I still believe that it's going to be if they can keep them in the pocket.
Younger hound prevails in your book.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna go with Mad Money in this spot here.
And I would say White would agree with you because if you remember when he came up and drew his cast, he said we're going to be walking. Yeah. And so probably these dogs are not going to be together. Who can you hear? Who stays in pocket? Who can get the? I think seeing this dog operate, judging this dog in the past, I'm going to say Hawk, and I'm going to say if Hawk wins this round, as you said about Polly, he would be one of my pick to win the whole thing.
All right, Steve. Well, looks like you might have picked the wrong dog there. I'm not sure, but cast 3, Wipeout Z and Axel. And where are you at on that one there?
Well, I don't know much about the Axel dog. He's obviously a platinum champion, so he didn't do that by not treating coons. But I just think that Z is a late round dog. I mean, he's won close to 400,000 because he wins them late rounds. And Rick, me and we've all hunted them late rounds. You probably more than anyone. It takes a different animal to win them late round casts. It takes one that has a big motor on him. And it just, I had one of the better dogs I ever owned was a little female called Abigail, and she would get you through them early rounds, and I would get to them late rounds, and I just could not. She just could not win them late rounds. Yeah. She just wasn't set up. Most of the time in the late round, a lot of times the coons are set up a little bit. Your game's not moving around as much, and she was a good layup dog. She just didn't. She performed best when they was on the ground. And, probably a little bit more of a hotter-nosed dog, but was just, was absolute lights out, won me a lot of early rounds and just couldn't really get them late rounds wrapped up. But obviously Z is one of them dogs that hard to pick against him.
Yeah. Well, before he picks, we want him to have all the information he can. We know you're going to go with Z. What's the age breakdown on that? You looked at the other ones. What's the
4 and 6?
4 and 6. So a little closer. Those two are a little
closer.
closer.
4, Z is 6. Now, my gut tells me, and I said it. I picked the last one there because there's one of. I believe an older dog's going to win this hunt. I even mentioned a little bit earlier. I don't know. I just it's just one of them things. Wouldn't shock me. If the 6, 7, 8-year-olds won these next casts. But usually, judging by things that have happened in the past, there's usually a young dog that's in there in the finals. So my pick on the young dog obviously was Mad Money or whatever, but I would have to pick Z. And, you know, just knowing how Polly hunts a little bit, I think that if Polly gets through this next cast, and not taking nothing away from Freak, I really don't know a lot about Freak. He may go out and just destroy Polly. But I just think that if Polly gets in to the final 3, I think she's the type of dog that can wrap this thing up. So that's my pick.
So?
Do I get to go next?
You get to go next.
I'd say I didn't really know a lot about Z until just sitting here listening to you guys. I mean, I knew he'd won a ton. But
if you'd listen to us a lot more, you'd learn a lot more. Just saying.
I'm probably going to go to sleep tonight with y'all's voices in my head.
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
not mine. I ain't hardly had a chance to talk.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Can he and I get into the program the rest of the night?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Which one are you picking? That's what I want to know.
Z. I told you.
Okay.
You wouldn't hush long enough to listen.
All right. Boy, it's hard to.
Does your wife tell you that all the time too?
Let's don't bring my wife into this, but boy, we picked a lot of the same, but I'm going to go with Axel here for no reason at all.
That's just rebellious.
For no reason? No, it's not really rebellious. No, that's not that at all. I said for no reason at all. So that's where I'm going, and let the reports start filtering in here, and I'll be proven to be right again, like I have been every year. Anyway, since we have no record of it, I can say that.
Well, you know, and earlier on we had 6 casts go out, and it looked to me, I mean, they all scored on quite a few coons or whatever, but we had 4 of them that had fairly good scores.
Yeah.
2 of them, the score doesn't reflect that they treat some coons. It's just cast didn't work together or whatever. Any surprises from you know? I know it is for me. I don't, you know, I really felt for me, I thought that it doesn't surprise me that any of these dogs are here, but obviously I had out of the 3 I picked to be in the top 6 are not here. Not saying it's surprising, but it's definitely. I think it's what's awesome about this hunt is you can all make your picks, and just like this here, this is probably 6 dogs that I doubt hardly anybody would have got right. They would have picked these 6.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, but
you know, you got Z and Hawk there, and they're familiar terms and familiar names, and you know Hawk, you know, Final 4 at the World Hunt there at Dyersburg, and gets out of pocket about probably. Do you remember about halfway through the hunt?
About
probably.
Halfway through the hunt, yeah.
So he was out of commission there, and I just I think we'll still have those. The stamina will come into play a little bit here. It's only 90 minutes, but you still got a little bit of stamina there. There's somebody's dog that's probably going to be treeing for a while tonight with no handler at their tree, you know. So it's going to be good matchups. I'm glad to see that we do have one hound reaching the finals that probably nobody would have picked from the start except the people handling them and the people that own them. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah. What, Rick? What is when you hunted a heads-up round? Was there any particular? Did you have any particular strategy going into a heads-up round? I haven't hunted much heads-up. I know in a lot of registries you had to hunt a heads-up round, and I know UK. I'm pretty sure the World Hunt now does some heads-up rounds and that kind of thing. That that's kind of come after I kind of quit hunting them in as much or whatever. Yeah. But any particular strategy that you would use in a heads-up round?
I've been on a few of them, and I can think of a couple of them come to mind. But man, you can't make a mistake out there. As a handler, you can't make a mistake on that heads-up round. You don't have much control of your dog out there. I mean, you've trained it, you've got it prepped, and all this sort of thing. But when you turn an animal loose, it's loose. You don't have the control of it, but you do have control of yourself. And you need to just be error-free on your part. I mean, if your hound goes in there and sets up a tree and you have no pressure on them at all, and and he treats for a minute or so, and you go ahead and put him on the paper. Then, hey, 2 minutes later, the sucker gets down and walks off like we've all had him do. That's not on us. But so that I kind of prep myself to thinking I got to be error free. If I go out here and make a bonehead call, then the odds of me and the hound coming back from that just went way down, way down. So it's a 50-50 effort, but on this heads up round, I'm not going to be gambling. I'm not going to be taking no chances, especially, for the first hour and 25 minutes.
Let me ask a question to you guys that I know Cast 1 is getting ready to cut. I can tell you that. They're getting ready to turn. Something you and I having lunch Thursday, I think it was, we were talking about it and talking about some things, and be interesting to hear both your guys' opinions on this. If we have a viewer tonight that's watching this program and they're just getting into the sport of competition coon hunting, they're just starting it. They've seen the segment on the material, the supplies, the items that they need, the gear, things like that. A dog. What, as to a handler, if you would say one thing to a handler, I think that varies sometimes to where you're from. I mean, we just had the conversation at lunch, and if I was giving advice to a person in West Virginia, where I spend a lot of time hunting competition, I would say win the first coon. That's something that I say all the time.
And
win the first
why?
coon, because there's not a lot of coons.
Right.
You've got to win.
Right.
You got to win the first coon, and that's something that I've instilled in Drew and myself. You win that first coon, you put people at a deficit. They start making mistakes. Because they start trying to, and a lot of times it just doesn't. There's not another coon to treat.
Yeah.
And so, what would you say to someone? And that's why I say I think it varies, because one coon in Indiana and LaGrange probably ain't going to. You're going to treat more. So, what would be something that you guys would say to somebody?
I think that if they're going to go to their first competition hunt, they need to have a dog that's ready. But also, as equally important, is to have rules knowledge.
Okay.
I believe that's at the very top, tied with having your dog in peak performance ready. But rules knowledge. I mean, so many of us have lost cast because of a lack of rules knowledge. And man, I can remember those casts just like I can remember the big casts that I won. It's just, you need to know the rules before you go. And I think, pardon?
I was just saying, sometimes it's so hard to know the rules. You can read them, but when you get out there and you play the game, and that's when, I mean, you have the general idea, but when you play the game, it becomes real to you.
I think there's some, I'll agree with what you say, but
can we tape that? Make sure we get that, okay, on
the agreeing
tape.
part. Yeah, I'm not like you and Steve, but I'll agree with people once in a while when they're sort of right. But I think even I understand what you're saying. Playing the game, you learn this, you learn that, but it's still a set of rules. It's still a line by line, word by word set of rules, and you've got a certain amount of time to compete. You need to have good rules knowledge, and I get what you're saying about the more you do it, the more you learn and things like that. But things change from cast to cast. We'll be in a cast together tomorrow night. The next night it'll be me and two other guys, and all the things that happened on the first night get thrown out the window because I got two different guys the following night. That's where I'm at. Rules knowledge, I'd say.
Well, I think that it's kind of like this. I watch baseball every now and then. And what I can see when I watch baseball, just to give you an idea, you have the catcher doing signs and the third baseman and that kind of thing, but I wouldn't know any of that part of it. Do you know what I mean? And, so they're doing signals where they're tapping their arm, whatever it may be. I'm not, again, I'm just a very novel to, I'm watch the playoffs, you know what I'm saying? And I think to put that in perspective from, you have rookies that come in, you hear the sophomore blues and that kind of thing, whatever. A young person coming in the sport, you know, obviously, the more that you're gonna come in this sport and think once in a while that you maybe took a raw deal, when in fact you maybe not took as raw of a deal as you thought. But as you get older, you realize that you could have done things a little bit differently as a handler, and knowing the rules a little bit better, and in understanding the situation that they're in. I think a lot of times, how do I know? To Rick's point, we've done it. You've simply lost cash because you didn't understand the moment. You know what I mean? Or the moment happened so quick and you might got to make a split decision. And now, as the way the rules are, you got 3 minutes to make a decision versus 5. And I just heard somebody was sharing this weekend on that particular incident, on that 3 minutes when you're sitting there, you struck for 100, and should have treated for a quarter to protect his 100 strike. But he didn't think his dog was going to be there, so he didn't. And when he got there, dog was there, and ultimately that ended up beating him out of the cast, because he pulled 100 minus there. So you got to know the rules, you got to know the dogs, and I think you got to let that. Then you got to let it. Then it just becomes a matter of hunting enough hunts and understanding. I've always felt like some of the best handlers knew every situation. I mean, they had it in their mind that every situation when dogs got struck, what they got struck for. The good ones, that's just what they do, because it's what I did. You know what I mean? When I was a little younger and in tune in this, is I pretty much knew when we was getting down to the end of the hunt what everything was struck in for, and knew exactly what I needed to do if something happened. And I had a really good friend of mine. He never wanted to come in. He never had a scorecard. If you looked at his scorecard, he wanted to make sure if he treated his dog, it had to be a first tree on every card. Now he was willing to gamble a first tree every now and then, just because he didn't want to take a second tree on anything, And I would come in and when you're running, especially when you're running the Prina race and when it was cast wins counted. You wanted to win that cash first and foremost, because if you didn't win that cash, you had no shot. And if that meant me taking a second tree or whatever it may be, this is back in the era where a lot of dogs packed up more. You would tree in where you needed to, as per to say, to still be maintaining that lead after the hunt was over. And I think that's a part, Jamie, from a young person that comes into the sport. And we've seen it many times. Best advice I can give is the same thing that to Rick's point, is know the rules. Try to hunt a seasoned dog, know the rules, and understand that them rules are going to be applied. And then also most of the set of rules in the back have something called common sense. You can write the best set of rules. There's going to be certain incidents that come up, and you may feel like you got a raw deal or whatever. We've all been there, but you know what? A week or two later, you look back at it, and it wasn't near as raw of a deal as what you thought.
Yeah, we actually get to jump in here and go to the headquarters. We have a update, so guys, get ready. Here we go.
Points out as I'm going. Hey guys, coming at you live here. We got our first update of the night of the heads-up casts that are going on. Cast 1, we got Drew Estep. He's out there. He's our field reporter, and he let us know that Cast 1 cut loose at 3:09. On Cast 2, we got Kyle Oakes, just got done judging the cast for us on round 2. He's out there as a field reporter. They cut loose at 3:08. And on Cast 3, Mr. Keegan Bays also judged for us last round. That cast got cut at 2:52, so you guys can make note of that. I got Alan Gingrich out here with me. We've been having a good time out here tonight so far.
Hey, it's been a great day. It's been a good couple days, actually. Today was a lot different than yesterday. Yesterday we had rain that we dealt with. Today we got up and it was windy this morning, and we were concerned about that.
It's different than this time, but
great job. They put them on coon. When we did when we did the quarterfinals, drew the cast, I went through your list of average of number of coons scored, and I think they covered that on the panel earlier to Steve and Rick and the.
All right, well, we're back. We're back live to the main headquarters, and we're getting some. We'll get more live updates and try to keep you up to date with what we know and what we can find out. I'm going to jump back in with these guys, and I'm going to go opposite of that last question. I had asked you to bring our viewers up to date. We were talking about what would you give advice to a young, not necessarily young, but to a novice, a new person that's beginning to hunt competition hunts. Again, this is kind of going back to mine and your conversation at lunch the other day. Drew, a lot of times laughing at me and things. What would be one of the biggest changes that you've seen happen in the sport of competition coon hunting? Mine would be, I think one of the huge changes that we've all talked about is dogs no longer treat together. I mean, that's a big change in things, especially for us in West Virginia. Maybe not for you guys because you know up here, but what would be y'all's guys?
I can tell you firsthand. I really believe this. We grew up in an era where we didn't have tracking systems when we first started hunting.
Oh yeah.
And then we had the beep beep systems. They all stayed in the truck, and dogs packed together. I mean, that's just the way it was. And honestly, it was a calling contest. You strike out of the truck and run a red hot track in there. It was a different era. But then as technology evolved, dogs evolved, and I really believe technology brought some of that along, because you could really see what dogs was doing. But I think probably the biggest thing that I see in today's age, and for me, I'm talking not just for me, but I'm talking for someone probably new, or that kind of what's different about it or whatever, is we would walk into a woods and didn't have a Garmin. You'd have a little one of them little compasses that you hung on here, or the one that you flipped out of your pocket, and you would mark. I think back at that now, and I think to myself, how in the world will we ever get back to the truck? But you was a lot more aware of the territory you was hunting in, woods, that kind of thing. I mean, you was making in your mind, you was making mental notes of where you was at, and that kind of thing. And now I really believe. It would shock a person if all registered just said, okay, for 1 year we're just gonna, when you leave the truck you got to leave the Garmin in the truck. I guarantee you, number one, we'd have a lot of lost hunters. Number
Probably
two,
a lot less hunters.
Number two, I really believe this. The thing that where most people would struggle, because when yours is 3/4 of a mile through here, you're constantly going to be listening that way, if that makes sense. When you don't know which way that one has went, it would change. I think that it would. Me personally, I think it would be a lot harder for a lot of people. It would put the calling the dogs for what they do more back in perspective, in my opinion on that side.
I think one of the biggest things, of course, our equipment's gotten way better, and with better equipment, our hounds have gotten. I'll get an argument out of people out of this, but our hounds are easier to figure out what they're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say they're better or worse, but the biggest thing that I've seen was when I started, we hunted 3 hours, and our hounds were used to 3 hours. And more times than not, maybe, and 51% is more than 49. The older seasoned hound would look its best in the 3rd hour.
Yeah.
And that's where the best hound showed off, was in that 3rd hour. Steve's right, man. Back in the day, it was a calling contest, because you know, you weren't so well liked when you had a dog shot in here by itself a half mile every time you turned it loose. All four of the guys would go in there, and nobody wanted to do that back in the day. They all preferred to have hounds that hunted together and treed together. And but as our time shortened, that changed. The older meticulous, maybe slower, and I can name hounds that fit the bill right there today that I hunted with them 30 years ago. They might not win today. I know that they wouldn't win these hour hunts because it's a low down showdown in those hour hunts. But that's the one thing that I think changed over time. And our dogs have evolved with it, and our training equipment. You know, we're at the fast food of coon hunting right now. Yeah. You know, we want to hurry it up, get it over with, get to the next round.
Yeah. At what point do you think, just realistically talking, you know, we obviously know that hunting territory is evolving. I mean, it's not what it used to be naturally. At what point do you think that we get together, you know, we come to the, you know, where it will, and I think it's in the near future. I've shared this with people. I think the dogs we hunt as of today, in 4 or 5 years, is going to have to change and will, simply because you're going to run out of territory. And I do think that you're going to see the ones that have, you know, I mean, you're hearing it from many hunters this weekend. Just hope I can keep them in the pocket. Well, I think as time evolves, they're going to have to keep them in the pocket or do different training techniques and keeping them, you know, scoring on that game that's close versus blowing in there a half a mile before they even hunt on that side of it, or they won't, you know, they'll become unscorable. Yeah. Pretty much in a nutshell.
Drive through town and look at the traffic today versus the traffic in 1980. Just drive through town, and then people are just, the towns are creeping out.
Yeah.
And we're losing hunting ground, you know, hourly. And you're right, Steve. I mean, I don't know what we would wind up doing. I mean, you know, state ground would be, you know, it would be utilized a whole lot more and things like that. And but yeah, we've been saying it for a decade that we're going to run out of hunting someday, and we haven't yet. Yeah. But anybody with any sense can see that it's coming down the road, and these road-to-road hunters, dogs that get, you know, turned loose on this road and they tree on the next road. You know, the next generation that's sitting here calling this event off, they're not going to have them type of dogs probably in their hunt. They're going to have them close hunting dogs. What's, you know, outside of disease, nothing's going to keep our coon population from expanding and growing. Right. There's more today than there was yesterday, and so, you know, I think we'll evolve to dogs that we can handle a little more than we do right now.
100%.
Let me jump in here. We're going to throw back to the headquarters. We have an update there. We're going to go back to Trevor and Alan and see if we can make this happen. So go ahead.
Hey guys, coming at you live here. We've got our first update of the night of the heads-up casts that are going on. Cast 1, we got Drew Estep. He's out there. He's our field reporter, and he to let us know that Cast 1 cut loose at 3:09. On Cast 2, we got Kyle Oakes, just got done judging the cast for us on round 2. He's out there as a field reporter. They cut loose at 3:08. And on Cast 3, Mr. Keegan Bays also judged for us last round. That cast got cut at 2:52, so you guys can make note of that. I got Alan Gingrich out here with me. We've been having a good time out here tonight so far.
Hey, you know, it's been a great day. It's been a good couple days, actually. You know, today was a lot different than yesterday. Yesterday we had rain that we dealt with. Today we got up and it was windy this morning, and we were concerned about that a little bit, but the wind has laid down tonight nicely, and we're here at the barn in and out a little bit, and it is as quiet as it could be, as calm as it could be out there. It's a beautiful night.
It's a lot different than it was at 5 o'clock yesterday at this time. But, hey, I've been so impressed by the host club the whole time. Being able to get these casting coons, we've seen a lot of coons scored this weekend, and the hunters are pleased.
They are. They've done a great job. They put them on coon. When we did earlier tonight, when we did the quarterfinals, drew the cast, I went through your list of average of number of coons scored, and I think they covered that on the panel earlier tonight, Steve and Rick and the guys. But that's just a great job this weekend by everybody. The guides, the judges, man, those are the essential guys behind the scenes doing a lot to make this event happen.
Absolutely.
We certainly appreciate them. But, hey, talking about the event today, it was a fun day.
It was a fun day.
Friday is a little more relaxed. We had all 24 hunters in here, and you can just feel the anticipation. I wouldn't say tension so much as the anticipation.
That's right. Everybody's really excited. We had the food, we had the music to try to calm people down, but there was still some nerves, definitely. You could tell, but...
Hey, I was nervous, too. I got to play a little bit. No, it really wasn't, but I had fun with it. It was a good day.
I've been an anxious mess all day, but that's the fun in it. When you're out here, and these are high-stake casts, and even when we don't go to the woods, I still get butterflies.
Yeah.
Some lives are about to change because of the money that's going to be handed out this weekend.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a great day, and we're here still waiting on the semifinal cast. Those are all out now, so we're anticipating that. We'll know here in the next couple hours. We'll know our 3 finals for tomorrow. So that's an exciting time.
Stay tuned. We'll have a halftime report and a report at the end of the cast for you guys coming up soon.
All right, so that's our update from the headquarters. We're back to the live stage now. Kind of just do some more discussion, talking about the different things until we can jump back over and get an update on the 3 casts that are out. All dogs are probably cut now. We know that. Probably 20 minutes into the hunt, something like that. Go to our experts again. Our guest here. I'm gonna kind of take you in a different direction on discussion to see if you can allude on this a little bit. We've kind of heard it mentioned, and I even thought about the question when Alan was talking. I kind of mentioned it to you guys about Mount Gilead, saying, the club there in Mount Gilead, thanking them. You mentioned, I guess, the days of Herod, the great club up there.
Yeah.
He's thanking this club for the work that they've done here to put this on. Let's not think big events for a second. Let's just think the hunts that we've all been to, whether that be Northern Indiana, whether it be Illinois. I said it right that time, Illinois, whether it be West Virginia, wherever that may be. What are some of the clubs that stand out to you that you went to, you enjoyed, and why did you enjoy them? Because I have a theory of that I say all the time.
We got a list, don't we?
Yeah,
We've got a handful.
Yeah, I would like to know what makes these clubs, because the reality of it is serving as the state president in West Virginia, I say all this all the time.
How did you go about getting that? Were you appointed or elected, or you weren't elected?
Yes, I was.
Only
3 people there. So.
Only one willing to run.
Yeah, a lot of times you get things just by saying yes. It's not by the competition.
Who counted the votes? You count the votes. You probably counted the votes.
I counted the votes too. So that's it. Won't you move to West Virginia and run against me?
Yeah. I wouldn't win. I can tell you, I wouldn't move there to begin with all them bears wandering around like they were. But
you can tell that story. Go ahead and tell that story.
So he has me come down there last year. And what month was that? Probably
May. Next because.
And addressed the youth hunters down there, and it was a youth hunt. And during the show, I think, or maybe I don't remember, but we're casually sitting there in the yard, and watching the show, and the kids are having a big time, and Tiffany Adkins is the show judge and things like that, and I think it was Jamie that said, "Hey, look up there! There's a bear crossing the field up there," and I thought, well, I didn't hear him right, and I look up there, and sure enough, I assume black bear,
right?
A
black bear.
A black bear just sauntered across the field right there. Could see all of us, It was
couple hundred yards.
Yeah, probably 300 yards maybe. And it was just old hat to them people, and I had never seen one outside of a cage.
Oh, you had never seen a bear? Really?
No, I'd never seen a bear out in the wild like that. And it was old hat to these guys, and so I got up and I wandered out there a little ways and I watched it, and it finally just sauntered off into the woods. But to see that, that made me realize that I don't believe I want any part of West Virginia anyways. But I suppose black bears aren't
very, very common. My county where I live in West Virginia, I mean, you could literally sit in a deer stand. I don't deer hunt much. My son does, or when we did, you could literally see more bear than what you do deer.
Wow.
You could see.
Wow.
You could see.
Well, I didn't see any deer that day. All I saw was that bear.
You could see bear. I mean, and it's nothing for us to take rocks or marbles and have to throw at bear to make them leave your deer stand, and so to run them off. So it's we have a lot of bear in West Virginia, a lot of bear, and so let's circle back to the club question. Give me some stories, give me some clubs, because I want to hear. I have a theory that I tell people all the time, as being the state president, 3 things that I think is important to a club. But I want to hear some thoughts of people that have traveled different parts of the, most of the time my time out of West Virginia is coming to major events. And so you don't really get that real feel coming to a major. What's the best clubs that you go to and why that you just go on a Saturday night? What would make you go back?
I think it's the same. For me, it's the same clubs. I mean, and I know you don't want to talk about, you want to focus on smaller events, but the first big event I ever went to was Autumn Oaks, and it was held right here. I don't know what year it would have been, probably in the mid-'70s. I know I was pretty young then, pretty small, but that was my first major event that I attended. And Flora, Illinois, whether it's the World Hunt or if they have a Saturday night club hunt, I always enjoyed it. It was about 60 miles from home. The fellowship there at Flora, the old timers and a few of the young guys, kind of a mix there. That was a great club, and I had a barrel of fun at that club right there. I spent a little time there in Missouri, in Hawk Point, Missouri. I couldn't wait to go to a hunt at Hawk Point, Missouri with the Thornhills and Rick Salfin and some of that bunch up there. That just competitors, but good guys, and those clubs right there kind of stick out in me. If you come this way, I always enjoyed going to Peru and Kokomo, those areas right there. And for home, even though I'm right there at Mount Gilead, I have a strong feeling for Harrod, Ohio. Good friends Vernon and Candy Newland ran that club for years and put on some major events, and occasionally I would just show up there to one of their smaller events too. But those clubs right there, and I think it's a mixture of the age of the. I always gravitated towards an older group, even when I was younger.
I think before he would answer the question, I think that's one of the key ingredients that I say a lot of times to folks to have a successful club. I think you have to have those guys, and a lot of times they are the older guys. You got to have those guys sitting in that club that are going to talk to everybody. That's going to carry on a bunch of fun. That's going to that's just going to make it happen. They might be to the point where they can't hunt. They might be to the point where they can't guide, but man, they can bring such a positive influence to a club. And so I tell clubs all the time, you need those guys that's going to be there, and it's just going to sit at the club and just
they're the
talk.
foundation.
They are. It's huge. And I know our club there in West Virginia, we lost a couple of those, and it's been hard for us to replace. I actually did one of them's funeral, and I feel myself tearing up thinking about it. I did his funeral, and I actually the family asked me if I would bring a dog on stage, and they wanted me dressed in full hunting attire. So I did his funeral in waders and my vest, and brought a dog out on stage, had my light on, and everything. And so it's been hard to replace him, and I think it's very important.
Well, you don't replace him.
You don't.
You get another body to stand where he was standing.
And so another guy that I said was hard for us to replace. We just did our memorial hunt for these two guys, and there's one holler that he had cancer in, and every time I cross that log, I think about me and him sitting there. And so, so I'm gonna go to you before I do cry.
Well, there's especially in the last year, man, it just seems like the last couple of years we've really lost some legends of the sport. And it's just there's nothing we can do about it. And time evolves itself. So many that had such a huge impact on what we do today. I will say for me, there's a lot of factors that play into what made a club special. Number one, for me, when I was a kid, is when I would go to a club, the clubs that I naturally would go back to is the clubs I felt welcome to. When you walked in the door, you felt welcome. You had people sitting around drinking coffee, visiting, wanting to know what's going on. Hey, young man, how you doing? That kind of thing or whatever. Bellevue, Michigan is one of them clubs for me. They was kind of in their heyday when I was just kind of getting my feet wet or whatever. And Tony and Margaret Ford ran that club for years up there, done an outstanding job. Was one of the strongest clubs in Michigan for years. And it just had a bunch of good people there. And, the hunting around there was phenomenal. And they, one thing I will say, and I'm going to name off about 6 or 7 clubs here, they was strong clubs on the local level side, and it was all very capable of putting on large events because they had a following, because the leadership there was awesome, and they had there was several people that was involved with the club, and with Bellevue, you'd always have to go across the train tracks. There was a time or two the train would stop, and stop people from coming across or whatever. But I just remember going up there. They had a bunch of camping spots, so you could have hookups there. The other thing about the club is they had a water. You could do water races there, and they could do field trialing. And so they did a lot of this on the local level. So we would sit around there and friendly wager these dogs, in water racing. Past 25 years now, there's some clubs, but not a lot of clubs have water races and field trials like back then. Every club, 50 years ago, 40 years ago, all clubs had that. So Bellevue was a very special club, and it was excellent hunting. And for me, we was in the north, and they would always hold a hunt in February, and we would attend that hunt because we had cabin fever, and I'm telling you, hunted in some absolutely atrocious weather. I remember one time, I shouldn't even say this, but it's long enough I'll go ahead and say it, but this was back before we had licenses, and we drove up there, me and Shane Groves drove up there to that hunt. Neither one of us have a license, and we hunt in this hunt, okay? And Shane hunts in it, I don't hunt in it, and it is so cold out that the guys turned the dogs loose and cracked the windows to hear the dogs or whatever, But it's memories like that. But Bellevue always had that hunt there. Then they always had the March. I think it was a qualifier that they would kick off with. And they'd usually host one big hunt a year. And for me, that was my world hunt for the year in the early days because that was really the only big hunt I could go to. So that was a special club. The other club up there, you're very familiar with, Onstead.
Yeah.
I like going to Onstead because, again... Onstead, okay, I call it Onstead. But there was a bunch of good guys that ran that club, and they had good guides there. And some of them guys have passed on. But you always went there, and it was a club that if you was in a cast and you got down a coon, you could always make it up because you was in good enough territory to do it. So then the Reading, Michigan club, that club was that club was a good, and today that club is still hosting major events. You know what I'm saying? So that was special. And then obviously my hometown club, DeKalb, they had started in the 70s. We restarted that club back. It shut down for a few years. The clubhouse burnt down, started that clubhouse up. Always enjoyed going there, and it was one of the stronger clubs in Indiana for a lot of years. And then obviously Columbia City, that's a club that obviously Alan is very familiar with. That was one of my favorite clubs to go to, and it's because a lot of the people that was there. That they would that you went down there and they knew you by name, and it was just a fun club to go hang out at. You'd get there an hour or two early because you wanted to sit around and listen to what they had to say. And so it's just Critterton, Kentucky. Never really went there to a local event, but went down there almost every year to the state hunt. Never felt like I'd ever get a fair chance there when I went, but I always went because the hunting was good, and it was always a club that if I went to it and if I felt I won something, I felt I really won something there because I knew it had all the odds stacked against me. So. There's a lot of them, and I'm just talking our area, and it would be awesome sometime to go around the United States, and because them are not the only clubs. There's a lot of them clubs like that. Some of them are gone, some of them have stood the test of time. Yeah. But it was always, for me, when you ask what drew me to them hunts, it was a camaraderie. They always had, you went there and you felt like you was going to get a good guide, and it was the atmosphere. It was the atmosphere of that club.
For me, growing up was probably a lot like you living in northern Indiana. You mentioned 2 or 3 Michigan clubs there, so you were right there on the line. Me being on the line with West Virginia and Virginia, a club in Tazewell, Virginia called Black Diamond Coon Hunters. There's probably the one that I enjoyed going to all the time. It was kind of like the start. They had, I still remember it, the third weekend in February was the first hunt they held, and that was kind of like the start of our, we knew we make it to there, man, the hunts was getting ready to happen. We knew it from there on. So for me, that a club in a place called Leicester, West Virginia, and up next to Beckley, always drew a good crowd, and I enjoyed going.
And that's hilly there. Or that's mountains.
That's mountains. Ain't none of that hilly. That's all mountains there. And we call Greencastle hilly. I call Greencastle flat. So that's mountains there. But growing up there, I truly, for me, getting to come to northern Indiana, he knew him. I don't know if you knew him or not. My second cousin that got us into hounds, Hank Horn, left McDowell County and went to Elkhart, Indiana, and had the Dickey's old Sandy that won the ACHA World Hunt, Timber Star Buck, and all those. So I remember coming up to his house, and that's like, coming to heaven to hunt. And I remember as a boy meeting. My dad worked second shift, and we got in the truck and drove to Orangeburg, South Carolina, and I'll never forget this as a boy. Hank's brother, Jackie, lived there still at home, and we get into the room, Hank's room, and here's Larry Wilcox laying in one bed, and JR's at the foot of his bed, and Hank's in one bed, and Sandy's at the foot of his bed. So Dad and Jackie are just wore out, and it didn't take me long to have JR and Sandy both right over next to me. And I remember the next morning getting up and we go eat, and Dickey was there, RF Dickey, Roland, eating breakfast with Roland and them. So just being around those guys coming up. So I enjoyed going there and hunting, and I know he has some stories about Hank but
Sandy was, I've hunted, I don't know how many hounds I've hunted with, but Sandy was the loudest female I ever hunted with. She was the very loudest female I ever hunted with, and recall one of those stories, and I'll make it quick. But we were up there one night, and we turned. We went up there with Russ Beller, and we met Hank up there, and 2 or 3 other guys. But on this particular turn loose, we turned Hank or Pac-Man and Sandy loose, and they shot across a standing cornfield, and I don't remember which one treed first, but it was loud in there. Of course, everybody knows how loud Pac-Man was, but it was so loud, and it was it was a moonlight night. We were sitting around the truck and talking and enjoying ourselves. and I'll tell it on them. You know, it's probably the most ferocious dog fight I ever heard broke out in there, and Russell was sitting on that dog box, and he just cackled a little bit, you know, because he knew he had the champion wrestler, you know, and when it broke and it got quiet and count to 10, old Sandy rolled back up on that tree and started treeing. And I'll never forget that. Russell bailed off that truck and he said, "She's killed Pac-Man, she's killed Pac-Man," and he ran across that standing cornfield, and before he got there, Pac-Man decided it was a whole lot safer in the back of that woods than it was in the front of that woods. But and I hunted with Sandy 2 or 3 times after that, and hands down, I never ever hunted with a female that was as loud as Sandy
I can remember just going up there and hearing her, because we don't have corn. I mean, you know, a corn patch for us is a garden. I mean, that's it. And going up there and Hank and Hank on Hornet campers and I have to tell this on us and growing up. My dad was what we treated we killed. I mean, that's just, and Hank in his shop up there built that a dog box that he could hide a gun in on the it had a place. All right, we've got an update at headquarters, but I'll tell all the secrets here about the dog box. Let's go to Trevor.
All right, guys. Looks like we got another update from the woods. First one's going to come from Cast 2. Remember, they cut loose at 3:08, so we're a little premature here, but that's because they had to call timeout. Hawk ended up striking for 100 to start off the cast. Mad Money struck for 75, and they were trailing in different directions out of pocket, so the judge decided to call timeout, delete the strike points, and they're wrangling dogs up right now with 1 hour and 2 minutes left.
Well,
there you are.
I guess we're talking about out of pocket, right?
Yeah, there you are.
I think we all agreed that that was going to be a thing. Yeah,
a tough situation. But going back to our story, you know, for me, going to northern Indiana really wasn't to a club up there, but I still yet love to, you know, leave West Virginia and come north and get to hunt, you know, with where you guys live up, and it's just a total different ball.
We probably sometimes take it for granted until we get put in a place.
Well, I tell you how much for granted we took it. As a lot of people know, we bought a winter home in Florida here about 3 years ago in 2021. So I spent a lot of my winters in Florida the last 3 years, and hunted some down there in the wintertime until about a year ago. And I come home from one of them hunts, if you know what I mean. And my wife took one look at me and she said, "Uh-oh, what happened?" And
let's go. We got to go. Something's going on. They want us to come straight back to headquarters. Go ahead.
All right, guys, just got another update in. This one's from Cast 3. Remember, they cut loose at 2:52, and I got a picture of the scorecard from Keegan. Looks like Wipeout Z took first on a circle, so he's sitting at 225 circle with 75 strike pending. And then Axel, he's been busy. Took 75 minus strike, recast, and had first on a coon for 225 plus. And then it made him a slip tree, looks like, according to the scorecard, for 175 minus. So he's sitting at 25 minus with no strike points pending currently. 40 minutes left in the cast as of the time I got this update. So back to you guys.
All right. They're back to us. So go ahead. Tell us what you were getting ready to start. Because you done forgot.
We kind of got that cast. I was just thinking on this cast kind of going along the lines with the first round on trying to, we're that time of the night where you're trying to stay off of them. Trying to stay off them minus trees. You know, I tell you, and it's tough. I mean, it like I said, the coons probably have quit moving a little bit different. You know, so.
Well, there's 2 casts reported in, and they've hunted some time. You know, and they've scored on 1 coon between the 2 casts. So all the coons that we were bragging on the early round, now, you know, maybe they went to bed here, looks like maybe on these two.
But now
calves.
let me jump in here and remind our viewers, this is a total elimination format. Three dogs are going to advance.
Right.
This is not plus points only. Three dogs are going to advance in the total elimination format. So finish your thought there on taking it for granted. You went to Florida, hunted a little bit, and
I come home and Kim looked at me and she kind of got that look on her face, and I haven't turned a dog loose in Florida since, to be honest. And when you hunt in the north, in Midwest your whole life, you don't realize that you can just get around easier. You know, our sections are all mile by mile sections. Yeah. Down there, you cut a dog loose and it gets treated under a half mile. I mean, most of the time that's as close as you're going to get to it. And for the most part, where we live at, there in the Ocala area, you can get to a lot of them, whatever. But there's also places you get to, and then you would hear stories on you'd have to cut yourself a path in there, you know, 100 yards and cut yourself a path out. And I thought, well, there's no way it's that thick or whatever. But yeah, there is a way that it's that thick. And this was one of them nights we'd made 2 trees. Both of them have coons in them. Both of them we can get within 100 yards of them. But it's literally time we get in there, find a coon, and get ourselves back to where you could walk, you know, back to the truck, pretty much in a nutshell, was well over an hour. And it's just, you know, and so we get spoiled, you know. And I still like my Midwest hunting, still like my northern hunting. Just because I guess that's what I've done all my life, you know. Yeah. Even growing up in Wisconsin and hunting up there, would much rather hunt up there is down there. It's just different. And, you know, them folks down there don't mind that hunting because they grew up around it. And
that's all they know.
That's all they know, and that's kind of what they, you know, get around. And I think that, I think for a lot of them people, too, it's hard for them, it's hard for someone, we don't have to get in the discussion on dogs from the north versus the south or anything like that. I've seen the good ones win anywhere they was cut, pretty much in a nutshell. But I will say this: until you lived in the areas where I lived at or whatever, it's hard for a person to fathom in their mind that you could literally go out and tree 20 coon in a night. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? But once you've lived here and that kind of thing, let alone score on 12 or 14, you know what I mean? But it can happen. Yep. You know what I mean? It can happen. I remember one night, matter of fact, I was just talking to Brandon Cosman this weekend. He was up here with Anthony King with the Scar Dog, and he was just telling me a very familiar name that was in the winner's circle for a lot, hunted for us for a lot of years, whatever, is back to hunting now. Jeremy Coley is back to hunting or whatever. But I remember me, Jeremy and Brian Gray, we had hunted in a hunt, just a little hour, I don't know if it was an hour and a half hunt or whatever. But anyways, we decided to go pleasure hunting afterwards in state ground up there one night. And I was hunting my old Abigail female. I think Jeremy was hunting Nitro, or Brian may have been hunting, yeah, Brian was hunting Abigail. And I was hunting my little Gypsy Lady female. And I think Jeremy was hunting Nitro. And it's one of them hunts that stick out in your mind. But we hunted for about 3.5 hours after the hunt in 3 sections, and we made 23 trees and seen 23 coons. Yeah. And this was after we'd hunted in a hunt earlier that night, you know. And you know, until you see something like that happen, you know, it's hard to wrap your mind around that can happen, you know.
My wife laughs at me all the time, and because she says I keep an Indiana bag packed, that anytime I can come to Indiana,
that's probably not all she's laughing at you about.
Yeah, probably. She don't know, but I booked the Illinois trip this week, so I'll be back. I have to make sure I say it right.
Yeah.
Illinois. Yeah. So I can't say it wrong. But yes, you guys, the Midwest, northern hunting is just absolutely. I'll tell you something that, and the guys up north that I go up there and hunt with, they swear by it, and it's totally different. And maybe it's just the amount of coon that you can see do it up there compared to the coon in West Virginia, the normal. And maybe you would agree with this statement. It's crazy how the first part of your guys' season in November up there, everything is sitting on the outside. But you get somewhere around that Thanksgiving week to thing, you get a lot more dens then and things, and then it opens back up, what I seen as you get towards December. Did you see that? Does that pattern?
Oh yeah, and it's not until rutting season really comes in where you're going to see a few more on the outside over there. A lot of it's going to depend on the winter stuff, but when you talk about north versus south and that kind of thing.
I'll come right back to it. They want us to go there. We'll catch that thought. Let's go there.
All right, guys, just got the update from cast number 1. They're at their halfway point. 45 minutes gone, 45 to go. Right now, Freakin' Nature has a pretty commanding lead. Got first on a coon, so he's sitting at 225 plus and has 50 strike pending. Polly, not so good. Looks like she had second and first on a slick, 200 minus, and has 25 strike points pending at this time. That's cast 1 update.
Well, there we are. We picked the right one on that one so far. Good Lord. We got to stop the pig stuff.
You're fired. You're fired. They ain't going to let you.
Everybody up here picked. It's not over. We're halfway through, but you two guys picked totally off balance here as far as the dog that you thought would win this thing. Now she's 2 coons behind. 2, maybe 3.
But on the other dog, the other cast is 25 points apart from
We
each
haven't
other.
got one from. Have we had a report from the second group yet?
Yeah, he's had 25 minus. Axel had 25 minus, and Z's got 0.
Zero.
Yeah.
So go there about, me seeing there around that, Thanksgiving week, sitting on a lot of dens.
I've always shared this. Everybody dubs take a dog from the north and take them to the south. They're not going to look good. I think it takes time for dogs to get acclimated. I do think if you hunt dogs more, the smart ones, you hunt them in more territory. They just, it's home field advantage a little bit. But in the same token, when you take a dog out of the south and bring them north on that time of the year, it's a total different animal. You know what I mean? Them dogs, obviously the season is changing. It's cold. I mean, it's tougher to tree a coon. Even though we have a lot of game in this area, and north of here, that kind of thing, they still need to be walking. There's times, and we've seen it. There's times you can go out and you'll see, you go to a hunt and you be on your way home, especially a reading club. I don't know why the Reading Michigan Club from Reading Michigan to my house, 45-minute drive. And I would leave that club after a hunt sometime and kind of have a crappy hunt, maybe tree 2 or 3 coons and just one of them things, and literally see 25 to 30 coons crossing the road on the way home. You know what I mean? It was crazy. I mean, it was like every mile you'd be dodging coons coming home. It's just the way it was. And for as much game as was there, and much coons as was there, they still had to be walking. They still had to be cooperating. You know what I mean? And if you had a good layup dog, you could tree them. But even on them nights that it wasn't like you seen a bunch of them sitting around.
Yeah.
And then you'd go out on certain nights and would not be having that good of a hunt. And I remember hearing this many times, especially at the World, there was stuff like that when we host some hunts up there. We only scored on 2, but we seen 9 or we seen 11 sitting up. But how long have they been sitting up, or you don't know. So I just think that each part of the country brings its own element. Obviously, the more coons you have in that area, the more chance you can, tree a dumb one, I guess you could, per nature, on that side, versus down in the south, I've hunted in places where the one was named Leroy and the other one was named Sally, and whatever it may be. They knew their coons by name pretty much in a nutshell.
That's West Virginia.
And that really was crazy to me, you know what I mean? But I really think that the coons was that sparse,
Now, how far is the clubs you mentioned in Michigan, how far are they from the club that was Hillsdale?
Well, the Hillsdale club would have been, either Onstead would have been the host of that. Hillsdale didn't actually have a club.
Okay.
But English Days was up there.
Yes,
I know that's pretty,
I don't know, I might have told that story.
No, but I'm trying to think. I don't remember. I remember when English Days was up there in Hillsdale, but I don't remember if Onstead hosted that English Days that year, or if it was Reading that hosted English Days.
I don't remember who. It's a funny story. It's the only time in my life that I'd ever scored over 1,000, and And
Your friends all called you cheaters, didn't they?
I don't know. I don't remember who it was that guided us, but I remember he had a red bone, and it was a local guy there, so it was a red bone guy, and he owned the property that we went to, and I'll never forget his statement. He was a farmer, and he said I just got one drop, and when you hear that, and you're thinking,
we're done.
We're done. But he didn't say his one drop was that he owned everything on this road, and that I had never treated coons like that in my life, that many, and scored over 1,000. I was so proud. I'm like, man, we done won this thing. We done high scoring English male. I was stroking, baby.
I'm going to guess about 5th place.
I was just out of college. I mean, I was happy, and I went to bed that night, and I got up, and that's when they posted the scores in the big white sheets, and I mean, I knew, high scoring English male. I got 3rd place registered. I was like, man, I was so mad. I had never been placed in English days and be mad over 3rd place registered. And I still remember that night we were just treeing coons, and the dogs blew up, and they couldn't do nothing. And we had a little guy on the cast, and he was humped up beside a tree smoking a cigarette, and he stood up and just reached up to put the cigarette out on the tree, and the coon was sitting right there at in the first forks, looking down at him, putting that cigarette out. We were right under the coon and had to catch time out and move the dogs. But I laugh and say all the time, over 1,000 plus, and I had 1,050 and got 3rd place registered. It'd take me a whole year to score 1,000 in West Virginia.
And that's why Mount Gilead draws the way they draw.
Yeah.
And that's why LaGrange was probably
there's
second.
Yeah, there's a few clubs to that point, right? Didn't mean to cut you off, but just
he has you before, so just go ahead.
There's a few clubs, to your point. Mount Gilead being one of them. I think Salem, Illinois. Aurora, Kentucky for years. Obviously was a huge staple there. Obviously, Greencastle is no stranger to hosting many big events, but in modern times right now, you would have to think that Mount Gilead in that area. And the ability to put a bunch of dogs in the woods is kind of that staple there, and then obviously Salem, Illinois, and it's just, there's enough local clubs away from there. I know for us when LaGrange would put on a big hunt, at one time we had 9 clubs all within an hour or less from the house. So every weekend, this was back several years ago, but every weekend, if I wanted to go to a local hunt, I would flip open the magazine, and an hour is most I was going to drive. 45. And so most of the time, and so when you was talking about hunting guides, we would put. I remember one year we put blue tick days on, and in my time, in the times that I attended blue tick days, was probably the biggest Friday night draw that I ever remember in my modern times hunting, and we drew 200 and it was 200 and some dogs on Friday night, 220 or something like that, and had 8 too many hunting guides.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's just a testament that one thing about what Mount Gilead and even that, guys come out and supported that hunt. You know what I mean? And we had a lot of off-color dogs that come here and hunted. And and that's that's a good problem to have. But you could put on a big hunt and a quality hunt. And here's what I'll share with you: when you have that many hunting guides, there's a pretty good chance that most of your casters are getting pretty good hunting because they're all there. They know the situation. It's a big hunt. You want to score. You know what I mean? So you have these guides working to try to do something with it versus just a non-hunting guide. And there's nothing wrong with a non-hunting guide. It's just the non-hunting guide's going to go out and put you in a section of timber once you get 2 hours over with and go home. And so that's, there's a few of them clubs left. Mount Gilead being one of them, Salem, Illinois.
And that's the other thing, just to kind of, we've circled way around the question too that I'd ask. one of the other things I tell folk all the time, and you guys probably don't face that here because I just heard what you guys said, but for us, you know, one of the key ingredients to a successful club is guides. I mean, we've got to, and we have to work at guides in West Virginia because you just, if you're not careful where you put dogs, you can just be in big country. You could be in places that you don't want to be. So I say all the time, you know, you got to have those staples sitting in that club. You got to have guides, and then the other thing is kitchen help. I mean, kitchen help in a club.
Back to the food. You're always circling back to the food.
Well, it's part of my nature, man. Part of my nature.
But it is true.
Where are you taking me for breakfast?
They at Hamilton, they've got a great kitchen up there.
And you know something, and I'll let him take over on this. This was something I noticed at Mount Gilead. Even at the TOC there were some staples in that room.
Oh, man, yeah.
You had Carol, you had Ed Bates, you had John Walkup.
Yeah.
I mean, just some that.
And I haven't seen John Walkup in years.
Yeah. We've got a
John
banner.
will actually be at my house in a couple of weeks. He'll come to the West Virginia plot station. He's moved back to West Virginia on his home farm. We're back in the mountains there, and they drag a camper up every year to the plot sectional, and John will stay 3 days, and he's awesome. He'll be there.
I haven't seen him in forever.
Yeah, but so who are some of the guys that you well, I don't know if you that was some of the staples that was there on Friday before you went and got your suntan on Saturday?
Well, yeah, you mentioned them. We've got a banner at the little clubhouse, and I suppose Steve's seen it. I think we might have hung it up. We might have brought it over to the fairgrounds for the World Hunt there back in 18, I think. But there's probably 21 or 22 dogs on that banner. And I had the banner made, and just recognizing, you got John Walkup's dog on there, won the World Hunt, you know, and Mark Bear's dog on there. You got McAvoy's on there, and just there's.
Jerry was a member of Morrow County for years and years and years.
You know, logged tens of thousands of miles across the country hunting in the hunts and things like that. But we got, I think there's 21 names. We could probably add 3 or 4 more to it now on there that were big time winning hounds right there at our club. I mean, members of our club.
What was it? Eagle Creek Rocky. What was it? I can't.
I know that dog's on the list. Yeah. Wilcox, Garrison, Garrison, and when they won the World Hunt. Charlie, whenever they won the World Hunt.
You guys had brought up Larry Wilcox, and you finished up with Larry, but he was a staple for, I can tell you in Michigan, Larry, you'd hunt with Larry, I will promise you, you knew you had a good dog you had to beat. He had an awesome breeding program for a lot of years, and I hunted with most of them dogs that he had. You know, Gun, Blue, even in behind there, he had one called Bad Eye. Nick, he had a dog called, I believe, called Saint Nick. Yeah. And I couldn't beat him. In my early years, I drew Larry out. I was beat for it.
And it was always red until he got Blue. That was you knew Blue had to be a coon dog if Larry was going to hunt one that was Blue.
He's, of course, Top Gun, is that the one he won the world?
He won the World Hunt in 2011, I believe, and me and Cody. Actually, they had Cody Sipe kind of tuned that dog in a little bit. And I think Cody got him qualified for the World Hunt.
He did at Darbyville.
Yeah, Darbyville. Yeah.
I remember Cody telling me that.
Cody and I hunted that dog, and Cody done all the hunting, and I went along and carried the dog myself. But I can remember the hunts with Gun. He was the same dog on the same turn loose every time you turned him loose. He struck a track. He trailed it down there and treated it every turn loose. There was no foolishness about that dog. He was steady as a rock, and you know it was. I think I made the top 20 that year, and it was at Worcester or Ashland or somewhere right in there. The World Hunt was. So Gun was at home there, But no surprise at all. No matter where the hunt would have been, he'd have still give you that same performance of, he wasn't a speed demon or anything like that, but there was just no foolishness in him. And he won that world hunt for them guys. And like I said, it wasn't no surprise after hunting with him. When you get a handler on a dog, and I forget if who handled him there.
I think Larry. I think Larry did.
Handled him. Wasn't Cody, I know, but
I think you may be right.
I think it was Larry.
When you've got a dog that does the same thing out of the gate every time you open the gate, you're going to do good with it. You know, if it's a good dog. Mm-hmm. And that dog right there, no surprise at all. Whenever he won the world hunt right there, but those are some of the dogs. Walk-ups dogs on the banner. Mark Bear's got a couple dogs on the banner that won the Purina race in their breed, and Frisky and won the world hunt there. Big one, couple Automokes winners on there. And we are just like a lot of other clubs. We're a stout club, you know, just some stout hounds and things like that.
I know the old Droop Dog one. I think the '97, '98 World Hunt, NKC World Hunt.
Bonnie's on the list. She won the World Hunt.
And it kind of goes back to what you're saying, even like Columbia City. And one of the things that drew that club there was Laverne Miller. Was a part of that club. And was it Beaver Lake Magic? Mm-hmm.
Ryan
Ruckman and them. They had a lot of that stuff. Still in that club, hanging in that club today.
John, you going back to John when you said you hadn't seen him in years. If you ever travel down 19 on in West Virginia, come down 79 and hit 19, that drops you south in towards Beckley. John lives right before you get to the New River Gorge Bridge. Back in there, I dropped off some stuff to his house last year there, and he's got built a cabin back in there, and on where he was raised, and is doing well. I guided him last year when they came up to the plot section. He had a guy by the name of Charlie handling a dog for him, but we sat in the truck. I mean, we walked a little bit, but we didn't hurt ourselves, and we sat in the truck, and it was funny. On Thursday night of the plot section, I'd had a PKC hunt, so some guys came in and hunted the PKC hunt. And that dog won the cast, and you could see the PKC blood coming out of John. I'd gotten cups made, and the money was inside of the cup, and he quickly got the money out and gave Charlie the mug, and he was ready to get that $72. He was and I just laughed at I said, you can still tell the PKC blood was in John. So, but he'll have fun up at the plot section. I look forward to being with him up there.
He'll always be stapled to Buckeye Bud.
Oh, yeah. Looking ahead to this fall, you know, we're talking about stout clubs and things like that. And at one time, that Marshall, Illinois was as stout as any club in America. And I was asking about some of the older guys that were there, you know, and Harold Hollingsworth, he's still kicking around there, you know, and Dwight Cutright, and those guys, a handful of those guys built that club up, and I'm looking forward to going back there.
Let's just take a moment and make sure our viewers know, when he mentions Marshall, Illinois, that's where the World Hunt will be in September. So, and that's only what, hour and
under
15
an hour,
minutes?
50 minutes probably.
Yeah, something like that. From right here in Greencastle. I think it's
right up 70.
I was going to say right across 7, maybe the second exit into Illinois, something like that. And so that's where the World Hunt's going to be at this year. So get out and get to a RQE and get qualified. They're getting ready to.
It's the same hunting. I mean, we sent 2 or 3 casts over there last night. So it's the same hunting. It's great hunting. They picked another great spot to have the World Hunt, and but that's one of them standby clubs, you know. And I was glad to hear that they put in a bid for it, and glad that they got it, because I'll get over there and I'll see some of the old timers over there, and I'll know them.
You might just be one of the old timers.
I might be one of them,
that people want to see, man. The old timer Rick's coming. And
they'll have to move to Aruba whenever I get much older.
Wow.
Yeah.
You have any coon hunts in Aruba?
No. You sure? Sand.
Sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't do that in Aruba, can you? If you do, will you invite me over?
I don't even know if I've seen any kind of wildlife down there except them iguanas. That's the only thing I see down there.
You think Frisky could have run an iguana?
She would have ran yeah. In the month of March, she'd have probably caught one.
Let me ask you guys.
You know what's crazy about the iguanas when it gets cold? Them are the ones that when it gets cold out, they fall out of trees, don't they?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a question. I don't know how knowledgeable you are.
Very knowledgeable. Go ahead.
Maybe not on this one, okay? But at least
Where
you
did
got.
you come up with the idea that we wouldn't have any knowledge?
Okay, well, this is probably going to be the hardest question that I ask you.
It's hard to do this show sober with you. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
That's the best statement.
Yeah, you might not have any knowledge in this, but I'm going to ask
All
you
right,
anyway.
just shut up and let me ask the question, okay? So, the youth hunts that you see UKC happen right now, the YEP program, you know, growing up in this and now bringing a son through this program, him winning scholarships, getting his first year of college paid for by scholarships. I mean, his mom and I only paid $600 for his whole year, first year through scholarships he'd won with UKC and PKC and coming through this.
Wow.
One of the, in my opinion, every club, and so this is a promo for the YEP program through UKC. Every club should hold a YEP event for a couple reasons. Number one, you're doing it for the kids. Number two, it's a great money maker for the club because a lot of people don't realize you don't have to pay UKC fees for a YEP program, for a YEP hunt. You can do UKC is gracious. They waive the fees, and it's a phenomenal program. Looking back, probably when I was growing up doing this, probably when you guys started doing it, you didn't have that. You didn't have the youth program or the youth hunts. Or
How old are you?
51.
Well, yeah, Steve could have hunted in them.
PKC
PKC started their youth program the year
I'm
I was
50.
too old.
I'm 50,
Yeah.
but for me in PKC, there was none in West Virginia. I mean, you just didn't,
Yeah.
And so that's. Do you guys see it up around your areas? Do y'all see any of the YEP hunts, or is they not taking off in your guys' area, or do you just really not know? That's why I was challenging your knowledge, Rick. Okay?
I don't think that.
I don't think there's a lot of YEP programs up in
No, we don't have many.
I know our club, the club that I was a member with for a lot of years. I know they do a lot of stuff for the youth, VIA, like hunting, like getting your hunter's education course, certificates and stuff like that. I know they do a lot of that stuff there, but I don't recall them holding a YEP hunt.
Yeah.
They may, and I don't want to say that they didn't.
Yeah.
Don't, but
it's one thing that I would say if folks are watching us tonight and you're a part of a club and have influence in the club, really get a hold of Trevor and really consider holding a YEP hunt. It will bring life to your club. I mean, it's one of the coolest things.
So where's the National Youth Hunt at this year?
It's in Iowa.
Iowa?
Yeah, I'm not sure where, but it's in Iowa. Last year was a really good one. It was in E-Town, Kentucky.
Elizabethtown?
Yep, Elizabethtown.
No kidding.
Yep.
That was where they held. That's where UKC held their first ever. They call it Super Slam.
Okay.
This would have been back a long time ago.
Yeah.
I remember it was held at E-Town.
Yeah.
The only reason I remember that because we went down and spent $250 to hunt that hunt. And that was like mortgaging a farm for us to go, and our dog was out in trees of possum.
It was hot. I did the Master of Hounds down there last year for it, and man, it was hot.
Of course, they got to have it in the summertime because kids are out of school.
Yeah,
but that's what I remember when we had it up there at Holmesville. I went up there. They've had it up there a couple times, I think, and I went up there and judged a couple times. And my goodness, it was
so hot last year. The benches, right where they was holding the bench show, the dogs were dancing on the bench because the benches hadn't gotten so hot, and it was warm, and but we've actually hosted it twice in West Virginia. youth nationals, and it's probably one of the toughest hunts, in my opinion, to put on, because you got to put non-hunting guys, you got to put non-hunting judges on, and then and a lot of times what happens is when you get a youth hunt like that coming, people want to find kids to hunt their dogs, and that's cool that you can get kids involved, but you lose a lot of judges like that, and that was we worked hard.
Is the rule still that a parent can't go with their kid, but they can go?
Yeah, like I could go with Drew, but I couldn't judge Drew.
Okay.
But I could judge another cast if I needed to.
Yeah.
And that's.
I remember that we had enough. I didn't put the hunt on or anything. I volunteered to judge, but I remember that on our cast we had a hunting guide, which would have been a kid.
Yeah.
And I think maybe his uncle or something went with us because of a situation maybe where the dad couldn't go or something with him. I don't know what the deal was, but anyway, yeah, it's a good program, but man, it's just that hunt right there, I'm sure it's hard to put on.
It is.
It seemed like we had 70 to 80 dogs.
Yeah, that was probably a huge one. Now it's not quite that. It's probably, I think 50 or so.
Yeah.
I mean, you do that, and it's. I just enjoy it. I mean, that was a hunt that we look forward to going to every year growing up. Drew won it when it was in Peru. You mentioned you mentioned it was right there at Beller's, Beller's house, or the club that was right there across from his deer farm, and Drew won it. Drew won it there, and it's just a club that or a hunt that we looked forward to going all the time. So I would really, recommend, if you're watching tonight, get a hold of Trevor, and that would it's really helped, and it's actually helped clubs in West Virginia, and because I'd challenged clubs to hold yep hunts in West Virginia, and we seen some kids place in the Spotlight Series and do some things with that, and I mean, you've seen our state youth hunt, so that's
big.
And so we, I would encourage people to do that. It's gotten kind of quiet on the updates. I wonder what's happening now.
We're sitting here at 4:25 now, and it.
The one cast had to call timeout,
Right.
but the cast that cut loose at 2:53, one would imagine that hunt is over. They're just just waiting for a report, because if they cut loose at 2:53, it's a 90-minute cast. So you would think that at, what would that be, 3:53? So you're looking at somewhere at
27 after,
27
or 26
after.
after.
That'd be, so I guess they're just getting right down to the very end then.
Yeah.
For sure.
I just got a text here from Jason, want me to remind me to tell everybody that when we was up there hunting one night, we treed 21 coons, so we must at least have one viewer still
Now,
up.
is he counting the coons that were in the next tree over, or not? You remember when we went up there in the Walker days?
Yeah. Well, that's the glasses that he wears. Those
motorcycle glasses or something. I don't know what he had them on so tight. His judgment was kind of bad on that deal right there. I don't remember that. Good Lord. We go into the tree, and I'm walking with Tim Waters, and dadgum Ruby's got every young coon in the woods above her head, and I think I find them. Maybe I'm out in the field and I find them, and holler for him to come out there, and Jason comes out there and he says, "Yeah, but now she's treed right here, and the coons are right there." And Jason came out there to me and he said, "Yeah, but Rick," he said, "that's not the tree she's on." And I thought, my gosh, man, they need to start drug testing people here in Indiana before they let them judge or something. I go in there, I get to her, I look up here, here's these coons right above her, and little did I know she's treed on a dadgum stob that didn't go nowhere, probably 12, 15 feet in the air, and she was treed right underneath all them coons. And we walked out of there. She had every coon in the woods up that tree there. And then Jason minus her. he's lucky to come out of there alive that night, I'm telling you, back in the day. But I'm surprised he's up. He must be getting ready for a fishing tournament or something.
Yeah, he's got his heart set on this dog hunting at the Super Stakes next week.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah. Yeah. Johnny's gotten desperate hiring different staff now, so that's
they're probably cheap.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You were talking about youth there, or what he was talking about Peru. I know that it had went around, Rick, but Russ Beller, obviously he's won the UKC World Hunt numerous times. Well, I know he's won it at least twice. I mean, he had won it with Pac-Man, and he won it with Janice. But all the world hunts combined, how many world hunts has he probably won?
There was a time there, I think he had a dog in the Final Four of maybe 20-some world hunts.
Wow.
Yeah.
Won several world championships, but yeah.
Won the ACHA World Hunt.
Yeah.
1980.
He had a good time that week.
82.
He had a good time that weekend of the Youth Nationals. He let kids go in and tour and the deer farm and everything. I remember one kid asked him why did he start raising deer or something like that. He just went. That's what he did. So that's now what kind of just go totally switching gears here. This is going to be a real opinionated question for both of you. What would be probably maybe the top 2 or 3 dogs y'all ever hunted with?
Well, Steve knows which one I'll pick, but
I hope to goodness it ain't Tar Heel Henry.
Sal, I've never seen him speechless. I mean, did you?
No, I'm joking, Rick. I can pick on you a little bit. Let's put it this way. Let's go this route. Let's go one that we didn't own.
Yeah.
Okay, one you didn't own. Okay, so let me.
Well,
hear
for
it.
me, it would be Striker. I've never hunted with a dog as good as he was at the time, and I haven't ever compared one to him since.
What made him good?
Speed and high IQ. Yeah, he treed more coons up telephone poles and fence posts, and he was just an extremely fast dog. The stories of you hearing about him catching those deer, he caught those deer. Yeah,
really?
Yeah, he caught those deer, and speed. But he had a high IQ. I mean, the dog was just super smart. I'll never forget. I bred a female to him about 2 months before he won the World Hunt, and I barely knew Russell at the time, and I'd walked along with a couple of casts with him in some hunts, and I took our female Kemi in heat, and I told Dad, I said, I know where there's a dog at that we need to breed to. So we made the trip up to Russell's, and Striker. When we got there, Striker was in the pen. Russell wasn't home working. We walked back there, and Russell had 18 pens probably and 30 dogs in them pens. And Striker and Pac-Man was on the ends by themselves, and Striker was laying in his doghouse upside down with his head hanging out, and he looked like a shaved border collie is what he looked like. And he come out and he walked around that pen, and my dad looked at me. He was so mad. My dad was so mad at me. He said, "Son, we're not breeding to that dog right there. There's no way we're breeding to that dog." And I said, "Just wait, Dad. Just wait. And Dad was mad enough to go home. And we waited it out till dark, and Russell took us hunting, and that dog treed probably on the 3rd coon. My dad walked over and he said, "Yeah," he said, "I think we'll go ahead and breed to him," And but he was probably the best I ever hunted with. There was a few hounds that had nights, 2 or 3 nights in a row that looked that good. Clean was one of them. Hitler was one of them. But there was never one that stuck out like
now,
that.
How much older was Striker than Pac-Man? If they were both there at the same time, how much? Striker had to be older, right?
I would guess 4 or 5 years older.
4 or 5 years older.
Probably 4 years, I'm guessing.
4 years.
Yeah.
Demon was right in that same time frame.
Yeah. When I told the story about us getting the truck stuck across from the subdivision, we hunted Pac-Man and Striker that night, and Season was in, but Demon was right in there too. Demon done a lot of winning, but Demon was a straight liner. I mean, you could line him up on a white line on the road, and when you found him, he'd have a coon treat on the white line on the road. He hunted a straight line more than any hound I ever hunted with.
Now hunting just Striker and Pac-Man together, then to today, would they be together treat, or were they always apart?
No, they weren't ever together treat. Of course, Striker had enough sense not to tree with him, but they were two totally different dogs, night and day. They weren't the same. They weren't the same dog at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
Pac-Man was looking more to get treed, and Striker was looking more to chase a coon down.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what would be yours?
I would say in my era, probably one of the, I never could beat her, but when Duke was hunting that Crow's Hill Candy, that black bitch.
Oh, wow.
That black female, she was, when she was on, she was just not really a little quiet on the ground, but I mean, would just bang them coons. She would, in my mind, when she was clicking, she was extremely tough. Ham and Earl, I hunted with Ham and Earl a bunch, judged him. I would have to say that he, for me, and this is just strictly, I never pleasure hunted with a dog. I'm just talking what I've seen in hunts. I don't know what the dog was as a pleasure hound, but I know what he was in the hunts. And Bobby would say this, and Peavy House would say this. If I remember the year that Gap won the World Hunt, Peavy House he was handling him in the final cast and just totally pulled a minus with the dog. And anyways, he was a good. Earl was a good dog. He was, when we was in Mount Gilead that year in '99. I judged Earl for the first time, and it was in the Friday night round to go to Saturday night's Final Four. And he treed 4 coons, nothing else had gotten treed. They was running out in the cornfield. And he cut him loose the 5th time in that same woods. He got treed again. We get in and we handle him. I'm judging. And just as soon as I say start shining, our lights hit the tree, and this black house cat come flying up out of a limb and sailed out of this tree over our heads. And we never did find a coon. He got scratched. Them 3 dogs in the cornfield never ever got out of that cornfield in a 2-hour hunt to get treed. That's why there was a final 3 that year in Mount Gilead, Ohio. And that was just, I just seen him, he was just impressive. And then in 2000, I made the Final 4 with Junior. And he made the Final 4. He was in the Final 4 there, and we flat out give that hunt away. I mean, me and him, we was dueling out against each other, and both pulled a couple hundred minus, and that was the year Hank won it. Hank just kind of did his thing, and we had scored quite a few more coons, but we couldn't keep our nose clean trying to beat each other, and we both beat each other out. You know what I mean? It's just the way it went. And then he turns right around in 2002. He's back in the Final 4 again. And kind of, Hawks, has been doing that for the last 2-3 years, getting in the finals of these big hunts. So he was obviously one that I would say, and then obviously probably one that I'm a little partial to. I never really owned any of her, but hunted with her a bunch, pleasure hunted, and seen her go in competition. That was a Nowhere's female of Duke Prue's. That female right there she was legit.
I don't know how long it takes Duke to get to Mount Gilead from his house, but he met me and Cody Sipe about midway through the night one night, and we had done treed 6, maybe 8 coons with the dogs we had, and Larry pulled her out, and she'd been in that box for 8 hours, probably 7 hours. I don't know, whatever. I'm sure he stopped and took care of her and let her do her business, but she'd been traveling for hours and hours and hours. And we treed 6 coons after Larry got there till daylight, and she treated them all. Our dogs didn't tree any. And so that was a testament to her, how good she was.
I seen her. We was going out to PKC World one year, and we went over there somewhere around I don't know if it was Mayfield or one of them towns over there where we'd go pleasure hunting at or whatever. And we was just out messing around hunting, and I watched that female tree 4 or 5 coons over in that country, literally an hour and 10 minutes, done hunting, put her in a box. I mean, just yeah, she was a good one.
Yeah.
She was good, and there was a lot of good ones, but them are definitely ones that stand out to me in my mind.
Yeah. So now take it opposite that that you handled or owned the best one.
That's probably a coin flip between Henry and Frisky. Neither one of them would really operate for others like they would operate for me, and but those two there would probably be high on my list. I've been fortunate, man. There's been a lot of good hunters trust me with their dogs, and I've been really fortunate to have a good hound on the end of my leash. Witch Thunder was another one. Witch Thunder was top notch. A little bit gamey, but he was another one that I was pretty young whenever I had him, and Dad helped me keep him kind of halfway decent what little time we had him. But I'd say Frisky and Henry, I'll always be known for what they did.
All right, we're going to the headquarters, see what we got.
Catch them sleeping.
All right, guys, just got another update from the woods finally. I will tell you in Cast 2, I got a message from Kyle Oakes. They got recut at 4:31 a.m., so hour and 2 minutes left to go in that cast, recutting at 4:31. And we do have a winner on Cast 3. Got an update from Keegan Bays there, and our cast winner is Wipeout Z, 200 plus. The Axel dog drew some minus, and his run come to an end, but we'll be seeing Wipeout Z tomorrow night in the final cast. Back to you guys.
All right, Wipeout Z. Did we all pick that one?
Yeah, we all picked that one there.
What's that? What's that R above? Is that an R above Axel there?
That guy behind.
I miswrote that.
Did you write it wrong?
I think I wrote that wrong. I took a chance there. I hit it again. You know what Steve said. Keep your nose clean. You know.
Yeah, you got to.
And that's 2 rounds in a row there where Axel's has scored a few too many minus. Now it worked out for him on the first round, but this round here not so much. But you know, one of the all-time winningest hounds in our era right now is in this final tonight. For tomorrow night. Well, tonight actually.
And I'm gonna tell you, he's gonna be tough to beat.
You picked him. You picked him starting Monday night or something.
I picked him before this hunt started. I felt he would be. I felt he would be one of the final 3.
Yeah. I felt like he might be a little too far north.
Yeah. No, I've hunted or I've been around in Greencastle area and this area, and I could see where it could, this could fit his style. You know.
Well, I know just from some updates I'm getting that Cast 1's going to end pretty exciting here, so we'll see. We can't give updates, but until Trevor gets them. But it's going to end. It's going to end. They're walking.
Well, one would think that hunt would be over. They're probably walking to trees.
They're walking to a tree. They're about 400 yards out, walking to a tree that will decide. That will decide it for a dog.
Well, and obviously,
and man, look at the last update we had. There's 400 points between them.
That's why I say heads up round. It can change.
Yeah,
we've all been there. We've seen it.
Yeah.
You know.
The text I got from my son, he said, "This is nuts," and so they must have been really treeing some the way things have.
It can happen. I'm just telling you, I have seen it. I've seen it in these heads up rounds. Hey, I've been leading them in these heads up rounds, just thinking to myself, "There's no way I can be beat," and all of a sudden, bang!
His last text was, and the dog got treed very quick, and he said, "This is nuts, getting treed that fast." And he said, "And I think they have it." So he must be pretty convinced the way it sounded going going.
Yeah, it can happen. I can tell you a heads up round. You know, in a heads up round, the strike points are, you know, especially, you know, there's just less, you know, you can score quicker because there's less trees you're walking to. So, no, it's it'll be interesting. Now the one cast is it's going to be they recut it like 4:30 and they had an hour left to hunt, so it's going to be some time before that cast gets done.
So that would be cast 2?
Cast 2, yeah.
We don't even know if they got them rounded up.
Yeah, no, he said they just, Trevor,
okay.
He updated and said that...
you was asleep.
I might have been.
He said that they had cut loose at, I believe, 4:31 with an hour left to hunt.
So if we're here to 5:30, where are you taking me for breakfast before we go to bed?
Back to that food again, but I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, we're going. He said food, but we're going to updates.
Oh, can't hear him.
Can you read his lips?
I'm still thinking about that skillet.
She got 150 plus on a coon, putting her at 50 minus. Had another 150 plus on a coon, that put her at 100 plus, and then had 100 plus, another 100 plus on the coon. So she's sitting at 200 plus and 150 pending right now. If she's got the coon, she wins the cast. If she doesn't, then your winner will be Freaking Nature. We'll stay tuned and find out.
Holy cow.
So
holy cow. So she's...
Yeah. We're up. Okay. We have a report here from Cast 1. Freaking Nature's night's done. 225 plus is his final score. Polly was sitting at 200 plus at her halftime report, but she's come firing back, treat a few coons. 150 plus on a coon, 150 plus on a coon, and then 100 plus as well, putting her at 200 plus total. She has 150 pending. They're heading to score the last tree. If she has it, she'll win the cast with 350 plus. If she doesn't, she'll come up just short at 200 plus. So we'll find out in our next update.
So
back to you guys.
So what?
She's
So one would think that she must have shoot on the 100 plus. She must have
caught one on the ground.
Caught one on the ground, probably, or something.
Yeah, how else? I mean, he's sitting at 225 still, so they probably didn't.
His ain't changed.
Wouldn't have backed him on something to get 100 plus. But as he was rattling off all the action that she was doing, it reminded me of that Piper.
When he was reading his score, I remember last year we had the what was the name of that female? I'm drawing a blank of the female Corix dog.
Zach and Eldon.
Yeah. You know, she had gotten up, and Piper come back and made that.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 coons to nothing or something like that.
Come back and treat 3 coons just right there at the end, bang, 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 and end up winning that cast. And I guarantee you, Axel, and she very easily, Freaking Nature could still very easily win this cast. They got to go score the last tree, but I tell you what, when that momentum just changes, it can. When you sit back and you're in relaxed mode and you're playing defense mode and you're sitting there going, you know, at that point in time, you're sitting there at 225 plus with 200, and the other dog is 200 minus. You're sitting there thinking to yourself, man, just get lost.
I don't want to hear another dog. I don't want to hear no more dogs.
And now you get down there, it's 3 minutes, like, man, you got to get treed. You got to get treed. You got to give me a chance. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it can certainly change that quick. You know, for sure. Seen it happen many times. So, but yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think it's getting a little exciting out there, so we'll see.
Yeah. Very good. And then we got to wait on the Mad Money and Hawk.
Yeah, and you know, here's what I'm going to tell you with that cast there. That could be a cast that you know, here's the deal with that cast. That could very easily happen right away again.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And one would think that at some point you're going to have to sit there and say, hey, you know, we're going to have to, you know, obviously take and, you know, hopefully one of them can get treed and at least get in a scoring situation, break it up a little bit, you know. So.
Well, they probably got They cut back at what time?
4:31. So
they're just now getting good and loose again.
Yeah.
15 minutes went by.
So yeah, and they had an hour left to hunt. So again, that hunt's probably not going to end until about 5:30.
Yeah, they got plenty of time to get out of pocket. Again.
Again, if one of them dogs can get treed quick before that's going to be probably the difference in it. You know what I'm saying? In all actuality, for sure. So.
All right, we're going back. We're going to revisit a program here that they want to revisit. So let's go there.
The United Kennel Club's Tournament of Champions is brought to you by our official performance dog nutrition partner, Eukanuba. Fuel up, train hard, get after it. And by our official GPS collar partner, Dog Trip. Make every dog exceptional.
Hey, I'm Trevor Wade. I'm the Coon Program Manager at UKC.
And I'm Alan Gingrich, Director of Hunting Operations, and welcome to Gear Talk.
Today we're going to talk a little bit about some of the gear that we carry around in the woods from our personal packs. So we'll kind of get started here with the most essential thing. They say, you know, a solid foundation starts at the ground, and that's true for coon hunting as well. We got my boots here with my waders to keep me dry depending on where I'm hunting at. Even some Bama socks if they don't fit just right. One of the most important things you can have in the woods, and a good set of these can be about 100 to 150 bucks.
Yeah, and these boots also have these waders, what you call the waders, that come up, that strap all the way up to here. So that means you can wade through water, deeper water, without getting wet. Now, if you get up past the hole, it's going to fill up, right, Trevor?
That's right.
All right, next here, another essential item that we have here is going to be your light that you put on your head, and they have made leaps and bounds in today's technology with light systems. This is one that I use. It is a Bright Eyes light. There's a lot of different lights out on the market that you can get. This has a switch on the back that turns the light on. It has the white light. It also has the amber lenses on it. And at night, it is no different than looking at an animal on the road at nighttime in your headlights. First thing you see is the eyes, and that's what we're going to look for in a tree, is the eyes on that. And we don't want to just throw a bright light up in a tree when we're searching for the raccoon, because oftentimes a bright light is going to make them look away. Therefore, we have the amber lens, the red lens, that is much softer, and they will continue to look at it. It doesn't bother them. So that's why we use that. But here's a good light that's going to run you probably anywhere from $200 to $350.
Speaking of things that have jumped by bounds the past several years, telemetry systems have become almost a must for the everyday hunter. Keep your dog safe with as many roads and houses there are anymore.
Absolutely.
I use the Dog Trip Pathfinder 2. You got your remote system here that connects straight to your cell phone. And then I got two collars. These here are track and train collars, so they have the ability to control your dog by using a tone or a vibrate. And also they'll track your dog and tell you exactly where it is on the map. It's a must-have to keep your dog safe.
Yeah, it is. And speaking of dogs, the other thing that I brought here to show you guys is a simple lead strap. You'll want a good lead strap. And the thing I brought here for you is you want a lead strap that has a snap on the back, that when you get to the tree you need to tie your dog up. You just want a quick snap to put this around a tree here. That's why you want this quick snap. You don't want something that you have to knot up or what have you. So you can do that, or this, I have the ring here too. I can snap it onto there, but you need a good lead strap. And the other thing that you want to have is a collar with a bigger ring, or a good ring you can easily snap onto your dog, because when you're out hunting, you're doing a lot of snapping and unsnapping. So a collar, you can get different kinds of collars. They run anywhere from $5 to $15. And a good lead strap's going to cost you about $8 to $10, $12.
Talking about this being our personal packs, this is a must-have for me. The mosquitoes, no matter where I hunt, they seem to love me. Maybe it's all the sugar I intake, but always carry some good, strong insect repellent for yourself, especially with summer coming up. It's a must-have for your pack.
Yeah, while I'm talking about dogs, dog care is very important. And this is a little water system. I have a watering bowl, and I actually have water in here. And it's called a no-spill bowl, is the type I like to use. I just don't waste any money. I can take a gallon of water with me on about any hunting trip for a night, and it's gonna last me all night. I don't have to worry about it. I can put it inside the dog's box with the dog while he's riding. He can get water anytime. I can set it on the ground. The other thing that I think is important that I've always tried to do is train my dogs to carry their own water all the time, and that keeps them from drinking. If they get used to knowing I have water at the truck, a lot of times they're not gonna drink as much out of nasty creeks and water holes and things like that. So I like to carry this little guy right here. It runs about 25, 30 bucks.
Yeah. Before we get to maybe some of the more non-essential items, you also have a piece of equipment here that you may want to mention that's something we kind of need today here with some wet weather we're dealing with.
Yeah, a rain jacket is a good thing to carry with you. You always want to have that, you know, because there's nothing more uncomfortable if you just get soaked out there. You want to be comfortable, and if you have the right clothing with you, it helps a great deal. You want to have a rain jacket.
Yeah. Now we'll maybe look at some of the more non-essential items, stuff that just makes your hunt easier. And you don't have to have this starting out. I didn't have a lot of this stuff starting out. Just over time, you kind of accrue things as you're going on. Got a nice handler bag that I can keep all my stuff in one spot. I can easily take it in and out of the house or take it with me on trips. One thing, if you compete in a lot of competition hunts, is a stopwatch. Keep track of your time and all that good things. I like to have it in the woods when I'm preparing for competition hunts. Keep track of time. Otherwise, you really don't know how much time it takes to get to a dog or settle in on trees and that sort of thing. So it's a handy tool to have.
Yeah, that one runs what?
I would say this is probably about 20 to 25 bucks for a good stopwatch.
Yep, there you go. What else we have in here? Here's a good one right here. This little guy. You'll see a lot of the hunters when they're geared up. You'll see this thing hanging on their vest or on themselves or whatever. This is a coon squaller right here. And what we use this little guy for, it has a little reed system in it. What we use it for is to it squalls and it sounds like a raccoon. I guess wrong way. There we go. So when I'm going to the tree and shine the tree, I want to take this and blow on it slightly, because this sound right here will oftentimes, I talked about in the lights, when I talked about the light, it makes the raccoon often look to this sound. So you can make different sounds on it based, like I'll do a little demonstration here. Or I can do this. Kind of resembles a raccoon, and oftentimes they'll look at that and you can spot them right away. The cost of this squaller is going to run you anything from $20 all the way up to $50, $60 for the higher end up squallers. So there's a lot of different types that you can get on the market.
Hey, you talked a lot about finding coons, and especially with it being spring now, seeing a lot of buds on the trees. You've talked about using your red or amber light on your light, using the coon squaller. A newer device that we just started allowing in our UKC events is a thermal imaging device, and I have one here that I got a couple years ago. This here is an AGM-19, but they run in all kinds of different variations, and it's a thing that detects heat. If you're not familiar with that, you kind of put it up to your eye like it's a monocular, look in the tree and kind of scan it for heat. Not a foolproof method, because there's a lot of heat in the summertime, but a lot of times you can kind of narrow down your search area by using this thing in the trees. This here, you can get a pretty basic one for about $1,000 all the way up to about $2,000 for a pretty good one. So thermal imaging binocular, added it to my pack just recently. So.
What else do we have in here, Trevor? Here we go. This is a handler's vest is what they call this guy right here. You just like it looks, you put it on. Can I put this thing on, Trevor? This one's actually yours, but I have one at home as well. I see I weigh a little bit more than you. Maybe might have to readjust this. Yeah, it's the vest. Okay. But as you see, it has a lot of things to put your little gadgets for here. You can put your tracking system in this guy, or a bottle of water. You can get your scorecard, pencils, little gadgets in here. You can hang your little squallers and a whole lot of things on it. And a lot of the hunters or handlers are using these. They're just a handy vest to have. Now, like we mentioned, this is not something you have to have, but it's something that is really nice to have. And it runs anywhere from $65 to $100. You can get them on the market.
Perfect. I think that kind of concludes what we're talking about today in our gear talk. You get this stuff here, you'll be in pretty good shape.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Guess what? We have a podcast. The all-new United Kennel Club podcast will not only feature great guests, living the sporting dog life, but also rules and sport updates. Tune into the Hunting Ops podcasts with Ellen Gingrich and Trevor Wade to hear the latest coonhound rules and updates, beagle rules and updates, and all breaking news about UKC Hunting Ops programs. Hear it right here first. Subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss out.
Clayton Stark here, getting ready to take the dogs to the woods tonight using the Dogtra Pathfinder 2 GPS tracking system.
Did you know that your monthly subscription to Coonhound Bloodlines comes packed with upcoming UKC event information, official UKC event results, and articles of interest about coon hunting? It sure does. Read about the top competition hunters and hounds, as well as stories about pleasure hunting and bench show hounds. Subscribe today or renew online at shop.ukcdogs.com. Check out the United Kennel Club online store for all of our magazine subscriptions and UKC merchandise. Go to shop.ukcdogs.com and you'll find all the best gear to support your UKC lifestyle. Snag a new hat, hoodie, or t-shirt and subscribe to our many publications, including our world-leading coonhound publication, Coonhound Bloodlines. We even have research pedigrees and rule books available to purchase. Why wait? Shop now.
All right, well, welcome back to the UKC Tournament of Champions. We are nearing down to an end here. We've got an update that we're going to bring to you here just in a second. We still got a cast that's, what would you guys figure, 30 minutes left? Something like
Roughly
that?
30 minutes,
30 minutes left, so it's going to be pushing daylight here. And we're glad that you have stuck with us tonight, and hope that you've enjoyed hearing some history, some information, just a lot of things. We've enjoyed being with you. Just to remind you, I'm Jamie Estep, your host. Rick Stretch, Steve Burkholder, just a lot of information and a lot of fun here. And so just as quickly as we can get you out to headquarters, we're going to get you out there so that we can get you updated. We know one cast is nearing the end and another cast is got about 30 minutes left. Just a quick update there, are close, and we know there's two big hunting dogs in that cast, so that could still be interesting, and so we will see. Give me some thoughts on tonight. What do y'all what's jumped out at you on these casts? Anything just kind of get your attention? Anything?
How much is Dustin Weed won now? Lifetime earnings. I mean, it's got to be. Are we at $1 million?
Oh, I'm gonna say probably, yeah. Because he had two dogs that he won well over 300,000 with. So I would venture to say he's upwards of $1 million.
That's just crazy thought. That could even be possible. And,
now here he's out. He's this is one of the casts that's in question. Or not in question, but the cast that's out.
He's still out.
He's still out. He's 30 minutes away from.
Yeah, if he gets in,
it could be. And then he's got a dog that he hunted for a few years. That's in the finals. That'll be an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
If he would happen to go on and win that cast, for sure. I think the late round is kind of going like we expected.
A little different than the first round.
A little different than the first round. A little different than the first round last night. I would say, again, heads up, I would say the game has slowed up just a little bit. Dogs have had their opportunities. A dog makes in that particular cast, dog gets up, but then loses it on empty. And, I tell you what, again, another testament to having the Tournament of Champions this time of the year, which is, I think, is a good thing, is, we've heard the age-old saying, and it's the truth, the facts are the facts. When there's no leaves on the trees, that's usually when, it just defines dogs. And you usually, I've always felt like, for me, if I'm going to go compete, because I've always liked one that I've always liked one that likes to have that evidence when you get there, like I think all of us do, but also understanding that there is some big hunts that are held certain times of the year where, pretty much now with the thermals and stuff like that, you walk in and a tree's got to be circled, but if there wasn't any leaves on the trees, it'd be a lot different outcome. In my opinion, dogs should get penalized for making a tree if there's nothing in it. And this hunt is set up where that happens.
If there's nothing in it, I agree with you. But if you don't see anything,
no, 100%. 100%. My point is, with the leaves being off the trees, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If a dog makes an empty, he's going to get penalized. Versus in the summertime when there's leaves on the trees, as we all know, there's a lot of dogs that make empty. And most of the time, you won't see them guys hunt them dogs certain times of the year because it's simply too hard to advance, and so it's I think you can see starting in the early round a little bit tonight, and then also in the late round.
Yeah, we do have, not to cut you off, Steve, we do have an update on Cast 2, but we can't get there because the server is down. And so I just told them to text the update to me and I can report it, but we haven't. I haven't received anything, and so I guess they're kind of holding tight, hoping the server gets. So we will see when we.
I did get an update on from one of my friends. Said that one thing about it, Rick Stretch probably ain't been up since 5 o'clock in the morning in many years. Had anything to do with hunting.
But when I did, I made it count.
He made it count.
Yeah.
You knew that was coming before I even said it.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to our update.
All right, guys, I got an update here on Cast 2 you guys were wondering about. They finally got cut back loose like we had in our last update and maxed out, slammed one out of the truck, first and first. So he's sitting at 225 plus and already struck again, 50 pending. Hawk has 75 strike pending, has actually been treed for 125, so 200 pending heading to his tree. That's our last update with 45 minutes left in the hunt. Going back to Cast 1, with Freak, Polly made the big comeback on the Freak of Nature. They had the last tree to score, and I'm just going to kind of walk you through how the end of that cast went. So Freak of Nature had 225 plus, hunt was over. Polly, we knew she had 200 plus, or 200 minus right out the hole. She was in the hole under Freak of Nature. She had 150 plus on a coon, 150 plus on another coon, and then had 150 pending on a third. That could have gave her the lead. The tree ended up being circled. Freak of Nature is heading to the finals tomorrow night. Back to you guys.
All right. Why are you circling that? I guess we were all wrong there, weren't we?
No, you two guys were wrong. That's the one I had picked. I think.
Well, he's going to... He's going to
you kind of erased that.
He's going to remind us of that tomorrow.
That should make me the winner, regardless of what the other.
Unfortunately, Jamie, Rick again for. I don't know, the umpteenth time cannot win because he's done it. He's 0 for 2, and at least we're 1 for 2. You know what I'm saying? So there's really no.
The best I can do is tie.
The best you can do is tie.
Yeah.
Then you can't even do that. You can't even do that because you can't win because either I'm going to win or Jamie's going to win and you're out.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I don't know how that. Yeah. I need to put.
You're just gonna
let's change these out here.
He can't win.
Oh my.
Cast 2 is definitely going to see the sun come up. I mean, that's.
Well, it probably won't be.
Probably
I mean,
not
with the spin in this time zone here, it probably won't be up when the hunt's over.
They're 20 minutes away from finishing that hunt.
Yeah.
Or roughly 20
and
minutes.
headed to a tree.
And they're headed to Wyatt, and the other dog is struck for 50. So obviously, they're going to have to go back where they last heard him at.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So
they're going to finish it this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the reporter on Cast 1, which we already know Freak won. He said we have a mile to walk out and a 30-minute drive to back to the club. So that's what they're looking at.
Boy, you know, Pilot made a heck of a comeback there.
Yeah.
But you know, again, you know, when you pull that,
pull in minus, my gosh,
it's hard to come back from that.
It's super hard.
So it could be an exciting. Now, is Mad Money and Z, are they owned by the same people?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Ike Graney owns both.
Both of them. So he could have 2 in the finals.
Yeah.
Going in. Okay. And who owns Freak? Can we share that again?
That is, I had it pulled up here.
Is he the Tennessee dog?
That I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out what he's
Freak of Nature.
Freak of Nature is owned by Walter Hickman and handled by Josh Craig.
And they're out of where?
Mine don't show where they're from. Tennessee.
They're out of Tennessee zone then. Yeah.
Yep. So they're out of Tennessee. Okay.
Yeah, out of Tennessee. So yeah. So that's so you got one in out of Tennessee and one in out of Florida.
Yeah.
So
Southern dogs doing well in the north.
Yeah, that debunks that theory, right?
Yeah.
No, I think that I don't know much about with Freak Nature, but he's a 3-year-old, you know. So
he's out of Frogger.
He's out of Frogger.
Yeah, I believe that's right. Yeah, I believe that's right.
That will pump up if he wins that will sure put Frogger's estate on the map more.
Yeah, his popularity.
Well, you know, he's been drawing. I mean, he's
drawing a crowd to breed.
100% he is. Yeah, for sure. And I tell you, Birchall Davis and them, that bunch there, they don't get no better than them guys, for sure.
I know there's been several folks that I know in West Virginia that have drove up and bred to him, and so he's getting ready to drop several pups in West Virginia right now.
That was a tough final. That was a tough Final Four for that World Hunt that Frogger won, the AKC World Hunt there in Chillicothe. I think Maynard and Engel was in that, and the other one slips my mind at this early in the morning. But that was a tough Final Four, and Frogger won that, and so that's kind of what he was known before. But then that kind of put him over the hump there.
Now with him, is he's probably still relatively young too, and he's probably 5-6 years old.
Probably 4, maybe.
Four.
This dog here is 3. Freak's showing up as a 3-year-old.
Maybe Frogger's older than what I think he is. Maybe he's 5 or 6.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess so, because he would have been hunting him. They were still hunting when I was hunting Babe, the one off the country, a little female off the country. They was hunting Frogger. So yeah, he probably, Babe's 5.
So Birchall's up there over there around Van Wert and up in that area there. Is that,
Yeah, he lived about an hour from us.
Okay.
Yeah. No, probably not even quite, maybe 45 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. And did they hunt that dog anymore or not, or what, do you know?
Well, he had the boy that hunted Frogger. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Eric, somebody.
Eric,
Eric. Yeah, I didn't realize that's what he is.
Yeah. He hunted him for Birchall there for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't seen them hunt him much in the hunts lately. So Birchall's, you know, he's had some good ones.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't always hunt Walker dogs. His dad used to have English dogs from what I recall.
Mm-hmm.
So for sure. Sure.
I'm sure his stock will go up if Freak can pull. It's going to go up.
It's going to go up anyway.
But
yeah.
He had a few pups in there, what, 3 or something like that too.
Yeah, he had what? He had 4, I think. All right, let's go there. We got an update at the headquarters.
Hey guys, it's going to be the last update from 3 Fat Labs tonight. I just got an update on cast number 2. Looks like Hawk was minus 125, and Wyatt has decided to withdraw Hawk from the hunt, and that makes maxed out your winner of cast 2. So our final 3 set for tomorrow night.
All right, well,
you
you guys heard it first. Our final 3 is I don't know what in our notes. Our final 3 is Freak, Mad Money, and Wipeout Z. Who will be the winner? We will know tomorrow night. And so we just want to say thank you for being with us, staying with us. I want to give these guys closing thoughts tonight, this morning. I'm not sure what it is, but quickly some closing thoughts. Steve, what do you say?
Well, it's going to be a good cast. You know, probably what I take away from it is Dustin's very familiar with 2 of the dogs in the cast. And then you have Freakin' Nature. Don't know a lot about.
And he's very familiar with the owner of both them dogs in the final cast.
With both the casts, and you know, they have to be pretty tickled on getting this far. You know, it's an amazing accomplishment. I look for it to be a really good cast tomorrow night. You know, obviously hunting early, so it's going to be exciting for sure.
All right, Mr. Rick.
Congratulations to them guys.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we're seeing the cream rise to the top here. No surprise with Z and with Dustin Weed handling money being right in there, and the outsider, I guess we'd call him the dark horse. You've been referring to it all evening. The Freak dog. You know, right. It's going to be a shootout tomorrow night, and here again we got 3 males. We alluded to that earlier tonight with our stats that we had twice as many males as we did females tonight. Right. So we got an all-male cast tomorrow night, all walkers. 10:30, 11 o'clock tomorrow night, we'll be crowning a tournament of champions.
We will know.
The pick'em too, you know. We've seen how the pick'em went.
Yeah. Well, this pick'em here tonight.
This pick'em here tonight.
Well, it'll start over tomorrow.
Start over tomorrow night.
This one's
I'll
over.
give you guys another chance.
All right. I just wanted to say thank you to you that have stayed with us tonight, that will watch us later. I appreciate you being with us, and we hope that you've enjoyed this. I want to say thank you. You guys can't see these group working here with us, the production team that's been with us here all night. Thank you to these guys and to UKC for making this happen. We will be back with you tomorrow night right here live at 8:30 for the final cast, the play-by-play, the final 3. And we want you to come and we want you to be with us. Go and like and subscribe to all the social channels with UKC and come back and be with us tomorrow night. Until tomorrow night, I'm Jamie Estep, Rick Stretch, Steve Burkholder. We're glad that you were with us, and congratulations again to our 3 finalists going in competing for $50,000 to the 2024 Tournament of Champions winner. We'll see you tomorrow night.
The United Kennel Club's Tournament of Champions has been brought to you by our official performance dog nutrition partner, Eukanuba. Fuel up, train hard, get after it. And by our official GPS collar partner, Dog Trip. Make every dog exceptional.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Did you know that your monthly subscription to Coonhound Bloodlines comes packed with upcoming UKC event information, official UKC event results, and articles of interest about coon hunting? It sure does. Read about the top competition hunters and hounds, as well as stories about pleasure hunting and bench show hounds. Subscribe today or renew online at shop.ukcdogs.com. Check out the United Kennel Club online store for all of our magazine subscriptions and UKC merchandise. Go to shop.ukcdogs.com and you'll find all the best gear to support your UKC lifestyle. Snag a new hat, hoodie, or t-shirt and subscribe to our many publications, including our world-leading coonhound publication, Coonhound Bloodlines. We even have research pedigrees and rule books available to purchase. Why wait? Shop now.
Clayton Stark here, getting ready to take the dogs to the woods tonight using the Dogter Pathfinder 2 GPS tracking system.
Guess what? We have a podcast. The all-new United Kennel Club podcast will not only feature great guests living the sporting dog life, but also rules and sport updates. Tune into the Hunting Ops podcasts with Ellen Gingrich and Trevor Wade to hear the latest coonhound rules and updates, beagle rules and updates, and all breaking news about UKC Hunting Ops programs. Hear it right here first. Subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss out.